Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads. And after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing I felt was the cold, smooth weight of the gold bar in my hand. It was heavier than it looked, a dense, inert thing that seemed to swallow the light and the warmth from the room. My fingers traced the sharp edges, the raised lettering of the assayer's mark, a language of purity and value that felt ancient and utterly corrupt. This was the currency of kings and tyrants, the bedrock of empires, and the ruin of men. And it was the key to Braden Croft's kingdom. I set it back on the polished obsidian plinth. The clink of metal on stone, a final definitive sound, in the cavernous silence of his office. The air smelled of lemon oil, and beneath it, something else. Something metallic and dry, like the scent of a coin held in a sweaty palm for too long. They called me Frederick. Just Frederick. In my world, a surname is a liability, a thread that can be pulled to unravel an entire existence. My superiors, faceless voices on encrypted lines, had given me the file. Braden Croft, a titan of industry, a philanthropist, a man whose smile could charm a nation and whose handshake could seal a country's fate. They suspected he was playing a different game, a deeper, darker one tied to the very bedrock of wealth itself. Gold. Not just hoarding it, not just trading it, but weaponizing it. The briefing was a masterpiece of bureaucratic understatement. Determine the scope of his project, codenamed Midas. Assess the threat level to global economic stability. Neutralize if confirmed. They made it sound like an audit. They knew it was a war. Getting close to Croft was not a matter of force. It was a dance. I became a specialist in rare earth mineral acquisition, a consultant with a shadowy, impressive client list and a reputation for discretion. I let him find me. I let the lure of my supposed connections draw him in. The invitation came not on paper, but through a woman. Her name was Elle. She was his personal curator, his shadow, his confidante. She met me at a gallery opening, a vision in emerald silk that seemed to drink the light from the paintings on the walls. Her handshake was firm, her skin cool. Her eyes, the color of a twilight sea, held a knowledge that was both an invitation and a warning. "Mr. Croft has heard of you," she said, her voice a low murmur that bypassed my ears and went straight to my spine. "He appreciates talent. He'd like to discuss a potential collaboration." Croft's world was a series of perfect, insulated environments. His Manhattan penthouse was a temple of glass and steel, floating above the city like a frozen cloud. His office, where I first held the gold, was a sanctuary of minimalism, every object placed with an almost religious precision. He himself was a study in controlled power. He didn't move. He manifested in spaces. He was in his 50s, with silver-touched hair and a face that was both rugged and intelligent. His handshake was dry and firm, his gaze appraising, missing nothing. "Frederick," he said, his voice a warm, resonant baritone. "I've been looking forward to this. Elle speaks highly of you." He gestured to the gold bar I had just replaced. A simple thing, isn't it? Yet men have killed for it. Nations have risen and fallen because of it. It has a quiet voice, but if you know how to listen, it sings the most seductive song in the world. I played my part. I was impressed, but not too impressed. I was knowledgeable, but I let him be the sage. We spoke of market fluctuations, of geopolitical tensions, of the fragile faith that props up digital currencies. He was brilliant. His mind a razor-sharp instrument that could dissect complex systems with ease. And always, the conversation circled back to gold. The only true store of value, he called it. The only lie that everyone agrees to believe is the truth. That was the first spiral. The conversation, like the ones that would follow, never moved in a straight line. It coiled. It returned to the same themes, the same phrases. The fragility of systems, the power of belief, the song of gold. Each time the spiral completed a revolution. It dug a little deeper, revealing a little more of the terrifying architecture of his ambition. It was hypnotic, this slow, patient unveiling. It wore down my defenses not with force, but with repetition, like water dripping on stone. Then there was Billy. Billy was not a man you spoke to. Billy was a fact, a condition of the environment, like gravity or the threat of a storm. He was Croft's shadow, a mountain of a man in a suit that seemed strained to contain him. He never spoke. His eyes, small and dark, were like chips of flint. He smelled of gun oil and stale mint. His presence was a constant, low-grade pressure in the room, a reminder that all this beauty and intellect was underpinned by a brutal, uncomplicated force. I felt his gaze on me during my meetings with Croft, a physical weight on the back of my neck. The mission became a game of cunning, violence, and survival. It was a dance on a knife's edge. Croft, I learned, was not just hoarding gold. He was planning to break the market. Midas was a scheme of breathtaking, apocalyptic scale. He had assembled a consortium, his international accomplices, shadowy banking cartels, rogue state actors, desperate governments, to execute a simultaneous, global short squeeze on the world's gold exchange. They would create an artificial, catastrophic shortage, driving the price to unimaginable heights before collapsing the entire structure, wiping out national reserves, and destabilizing the global economy in a single, calculated stroke. In the ensuing chaos, he and his allies would be the only ones left holding real, tangible wealth. They would own the ruins. I gathered fragments of this plan in whispers and stolen glances. A line in a financial report left on a tablet. A half-heard conversation between Croft and a Swiss banker with dead eyes. A map in his study with certain cities circled, not centers of culture or government, but of finance. London, New York, Health, Zurich, Hong Kong. The pieces were there, and they all pointed to a single horrifying conclusion. My handlers, the secret services, were skeptical. The scale was too grand, the premise too theatrical. We need proof, Frederick. Hard proof. Not your spiraling suspicions. Their voices were tinny and distant, echoes from a world that was no longer real to me. And through it all, there was Elle. She was the most complex clue in the entire puzzle. She was complicit, there was no doubt. She scheduled the meetings, she handled the encrypted communications, she moved through Croft's world with the ease of a native. But sometimes, in unguarded moments, I saw a flicker of something else in her twilight eyes. A deep, resonant fear. A sadness that seemed to emanate from her very bones. We began a dangerous, silent courtship. A brush of hands as she passed me a glass of whiskey. A lingering look held a second too long. It was a seduction built on a foundation of mutual deceit, and I could never be sure which one of us was the hunter and which the prey. One evening, she came to my rented apartment. The rain was sheeting down the windows, turning the city lights into smears of color. She was shaking, though she tried to hide it. She smelled of night air and a delicate, doomed perfume. "He knows," she whispered, her voice raw. "He doesn't know everything, but he knows you're not who you say you are. Billy has been asking questions." I poured her a drink, my own hand steady. The calm I felt was a professional artifact, a relic from a time before the spiral had tightened around me. "What does he plan to do?" "He doesn't plan things, Frederick. He sets them in motion. He's like a god playing chess with real pieces. He's already moved. The first phase of Midas begins in 72 hours. There's a meeting tomorrow night at the warehouse on the West Side docks. All of the accomplices. He's going to give the final order. This was it. The proof I needed. But it was a trap. It had to be. Croft was not a man to leave such a vulnerability exposed. He was offering me the truth, daring me to take it. I looked at Elle, at the terror and the defiance warring on her face. Was she his final, most elegant weapon? A piece of bait so perfect I would willingly swallow the hook? I reported to my handlers. The warehouse. The meeting. They authorized intervention. They would have a team on standby. My job was to get inside, record the conversation, and signal for the strike. It was a clean, clinical plan from a world that no longer existed. The world I was in was messy and bloody and personal. The warehouse was a cathedral of rust and shadows. It smelled of salt, creosote, and the faint, sweet odor of decay. Cold seeped up from the concrete floor, through the soles of my shoes. I moved through a labyrinth of shipping containers, my footsteps echoing in the vast, hollow space. I could hear the low murmur of voices ahead. I found a vantage point behind a stack of crates, the rough, splintered wood pressing against my cheek. I activated the recorder. They were all there. Croft, standing at the head of a makeshift table, illuminated by a single hanging work light. The accomplices, the Swiss banker, a general from a petrostate, a woman with the cold beauty of a viper from a Hong Kong syndicate, and Billy, a looming darkness at Croft's shoulder. Croft's voice was calm, pedagogical. He laid out the entire mechanism of the collapse. The codes, the timing, the targets. It was all there. The proof, the confession. I reached for my comms device to give the signal. And then I felt it. The cold, unyielding pressure of a gun barrel against the base of my skull. The scent of gun oil and mint filled my nostrils. Elle stepped out from the shadows in front of me. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at Croft. Her face was a mask of perfect emptiness. Croft finished his sentence and looked up, his eyes finding mine through the gloom. He smiled. It was a warm, genuine smile, the smile of a host welcoming a dear friend. "Frederick, I'm so glad you could make it. We were just discussing the final act. I wanted you to have a front row seat." Billy's hand took my comms device, my gun. I was led to the table, forced into a chair. The spiral was complete. I had been circling this point from the beginning. From the moment I first felt the cold weight of that gold bar. I had traced its outline, worn down my mind contemplating it. And now, I was at its dead center. "It was always going to end this way," Croft said, almost kindly. "A man like you, a man of systems and orders, could never understand. You think you're fighting for stability, for the greater good. You're just a preservative, slowing the inevitable rot. I am not causing a collapse, Frederick. I'm simply accelerating a process that is already well underway. I am the surgeon, not the disease." He nodded to Billy. This was it, the neutralization. But it was Elle who moved. In one fluid, shocking motion, she drew a small, elegant pistol from her purse, pressed it against the Swiss banker's temple, and pulled the trigger. The sound was like a dry twig snapping in the silence. The man slumped forward, a dark flower blooming on the pristine financial documents before him. Chaos. The general went for his own weapon. The Viper from Hong Kong screamed. Billy's attention shifted for a fraction of a second, the gun at my head wavering. It was all I needed. I drove my elbow back into his ribs, heard a grunt of pain, and spun, grabbing for the weapon. The world dissolved into a violent, close-quarter ballet. The smell of cordite and blood replaced the scent of the sea. I fought Billy in the semi-darkness, a brutal, silent struggle against his immense strength. He was a machine of violence, all efficiency and power. I was desperation and cunning. I used the environment, the shadows, the crates. I finally got his own gun. The metal warmed from his grip, and I fired twice. The shots were deafening. He fell, his body making a heavy final sound on the concrete. When I looked up, it was over. Croft was gone. The Viper was gone. The general lay dead. Elle stood amidst the carnage, her pistol hanging at her side, her emerald dress spattered with dark drops. She was looking at the door through which Croft had escaped. "He knew I would do it," she said, her voice flat. "He knew I loved him, and he knew I hated him. And he calculated the exact moment when the hate would outweigh the love. He used my betrayal as a variable in his equation, a distraction. We didn't speak after that. We just left, walking out of that temple of rust and death into the indifferent city night. I filed my report. The recording was enough. The plot was exposed, the accomplices scattered. Midas was aborted. I was debriefed, commended, and given a new name. A new city. A victory. On paper. But the truth is, Braden Croft was never caught. He vanished into the labyrinth of his own creation, a ghost in the machine. The economic collapse he envisioned was averted, but the instability he sowed, the fear, it lingered. It's still here. You can feel it in the air. A constant low hum of dread beneath the surface of things. Sometimes, in the quiet of my new anonymous life, I take out the recorder. I listen to his voice, calm and resonant, laying out the architecture of ruin, the spiral of his words, and I think of Elle. I never saw her again. She became a ghost, too. I like to think she found a way out, that she shed her old skin and started again, somewhere far from the Song of Gold. But I don't know. The details of the case, the specifics of the plot, the faces of the dead, they all begin to blur now. They fade, like a photograph left in the sun. The hard edges of the truth soften and dissolve. What remains is not the facts, but the feeling. The cold, smooth weight of that gold bar in my hand. The hypnotic rhythm of Croft's voice, circling, always circling. The scent of gun oil and mint. The look in Elle's eyes, that twilight of complicity and rebellion. These sensations are more real to me now than any report, any debriefing. They are the evidence of a world that operates on a different logic. A world where the greatest crimes are not acts of violence, but ideas patiently waiting for their moment to be born. The case is closed. The file is sealed. But the spiral never ends. It just gets wider and quieter until it fades into a silence that is filled with everything you can no longer see and nothing you will ever forget. The new city has a different kind of cold. It's not the crisp, dry chill of Croft's office, but a damp, pervasive one that seeps from the river and clings to the old brick buildings. My apartment is small, a box with a window that looks out onto a fire escape in a narrow alley. There are no gold bars here, no obsidian plinths, just a second-hand table, a single lamp, and the hum of a refrigerator that never quite settles. This is what victory looks like. It looks like waiting. I work in a library now, A vast, quiet place that smells of dust and aging paper. I repair bindings, restore water damage, and ensure the careful, slow death of books is even slower. It is meticulous, silent work. No one calls me Frederick. Here, I am Leo. Leo with no past, no connections. A man who is good with his hands and prefers his own company. It's a cover so deep it has become a skin. Sometimes I forget which one is real. 3 weeks ago, a new book came across my table for restoration. A first edition of F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. The spine was cracked, the pages foxed with age. As I gently separated the binding to reglue it, a single, crisp square of paper slid from the gutter. It was a modern print, stark white, tucked between pages describing Gatsby's own futile reach for a corrupted dream. On the paper was a string of 12 alphanumeric characters. Nothing else. My hand did not shake. My breathing remained even. This was not a coincidence. This was a message. A thread thrown back into the labyrinth for me to find. It could only be from one of 2 people, and one of them was a ghost who preferred to stay buried. I did not report it. The voices from the encrypted lines were part of the life I had shed. To contact them would be to admit that Leo was a fiction, that Frederick was still alive, and that the case was not as closed as they believed. It would pull me back into the spiral. So I committed the code to memory and burned the paper in my kitchen sink, watching the ashes swirl down the drain. The code was a key. It took me 2 weeks of cautious, nocturnal searching in the darkest corners of the internet, using layers of proxies and relays to find the lock. It opened a digital vault, a sliver of anonymous server space. Inside was a single audio file. No message, no explanation, just the file. I waited until the middle of the night. The library long closed, my small apartment silent. I put on my headphones. The sound that filled my ears was the soft hiss of a high-quality recording, and then a voice. Not Truff's. It was Elle's. Her voice was strained, thinner than I remembered, as if the life had been pressed out of it. If you are hearing this, then you are alive, and I have decided you should know. He is not finished. Midas was not the plan. It was the test, a dry run, a systems check for the real event. He wanted to see how the world would react, where the fractures would appear, how the pieces would appear, how the pieces would appear, how the pieces would fall. There was a pause, the sound of her breathing, shallow and quick. He's found a new bedrock. It's not gold, it's data. The flow of information, the lifeblood of the modern world. He calls it the stream. He doesn't want to own the wealth anymore. He wants to own the truth. He can make markets rise and fall on a whisper, turn nations against themselves with a lie, all from the shadows. The gold was just a sip. Another pause. A glass clinking. I'm not sending this to warn you. I'm sending this because you're the only other person who knows what his voice sounds like. You're the only one who might recognize the echo. I am a part of it again, not by choice. There is no choice with him. There are only variables and solutions. I am a variable he has deemed useful once more. So I float in the stream, and I do my work, and I wait. Goodbye, Frederick. The recording ended. I took off the headphones. The silence in the room was absolute. I looked at my hands, resting on the scarred wood of the table. They were the hands of Leo the bookbinder, steady and stained with ink. But inside, Frederick was stirring. A cold, familiar feeling uncoiling in the pit of my stomach. He was out there, not hiding, not licking his wounds. He was working. He had simply changed the canvas. The gold was a grand old masterpiece, but the stream was something new, something alive and constantly shifting. How do you fight a man who no longer believes in things, only in systems? How do you kill an idea? I got up and went to the window. The city was sleeping, its lights reflected in the sluggish river. It looked peaceful, stable, but I knew better now. I could feel it. The low, pervasive hum of the stream beneath it all. A current of manipulated truth and manufactured consensus. And at its source, a man with a God complex and a philosopher's calm. The case was never closed. It was only waiting. I turned from the window. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the echo of a voice I knew, and the whisper of a coming storm. The spiral was beginning again. I did not pack a bag. There was nothing in the apartment that belonged to the man who would have to leave it. I took my wallet, my keys. The worn leather tool rolled from my workbench. I left the door unlocked behind me. Leo would vanish, a quiet mystery for the landlord. Frederick was a ghost I had no wish to resurrect. I needed a new name, one I would give myself. The river mist clung to me as I walked. I had no destination, only a purpose. To listen, to find the frequency of Croft's new world. The stream. It wouldn't be in financial reports or boardrooms. It would be in the noise. The conspiratorial forums, the fringe news sites, the sudden, inexplicable shifts in public sentiment. He wasn't just moving money anymore. He was moving minds. I found a cramped internet cafe in a part of the city the renewal had forgotten. The air smelled of stale smoke and cheap coffee. I took a terminal in the back, the monitor flickering. I began to trace the contours of the chaos L had described. I looked for the seams. It started small. Post on a forgotten message board. A rant about a politician that felt too perfect, too resonant. It spread, replicated, was picked up by a slightly more prominent site. The language was polished, weaponized. Then another story, about a corporate scandal. Details that were just a little too neat. A narrative that was just a little too compelling. They were like pilot lights waiting for the gas to be turned on. I could see the architecture. It was cleaner, more elegant than Midas. It had the mark of a man who had learned from his mistakes. Days bled into one another. I lived in transient spaces. Cheap hotels paid for with cash. The bus station waiting area, public libraries with different computers every time. I was a student of a new, invisible war. I saw a local protest erupt over a zoning dispute, the anger fueled by a series of anonymous, expertly crafted videos. I saw a small tech company's stock plummet after a bizarre, specific rumor about its founder circulated on a handful of key social media feeds. These were not world-shattering events. They were tests, refinements. He was calibrating his instruments. I knew I could not stop it. One man, even with all my training, could not dam the stream. But I could find the source. I could find Croft. He would be at the center of his web, not in a warehouse, but in a place with immense, silent bandwidth. A place where the physical and digital worlds met in perfect, secure harmony. It was an old intelligence axiom. Follow the power. Not the political power, but the literal electrical power. The kind needed to run a server farm that could process the world's data in real time. And it began cross-referencing locations. Remote places with newly upgraded, suspiciously robust power grids. Abandoned military bases, deep mines, isolated Arctic stations. And then I found it. A decommissioned nuclear bunker in a remote Scandinavian forest. It had been sold a year ago to a private holding company, a shell within a shell. The power consumption was staggering, a spike that could have lit a small town. The local news had a small, curious piece about it. A reclusive tech mogul, they said, building a secure data archive for the world's most sensitive cultural heritage. A philanthropic endeavor. It was the kind of beautiful, noble lie Croft would craft. A cathedral of data hidden under a mountain. Dark. Getting there would be the final impossible step. It would require resources, false identities, a plan more intricate than any I had ever devised. I was sitting in the back of an all-night diner, tracing the outline of the bunker on a napkin, when the bell on the door jingled. I didn't look up, but I felt the air change. A presence slid into the booth opposite me. I smelled it before I saw her. Night air and that same delicate, doomed perfume. Elle looked older. The twilight in her eyes had deepened into a near-permanent night. She wore a practical, dark coat, her hands tucked into the pockets. She looked at the napkin, at the lines I had drawn. "He calls it the lighthouse," she said, her voice low. "He doesn't guide ships. He creates the storms that dash them on the rocks." I didn't ask how she found me. It didn't matter. We were both caught in the same current now. "Why are you here, Elle?" "Because the variable has become a constant," she said, a faint, tired smile touching her lips. "He's running the final simulation, a full-scale stress test on a minor European nation's economy and political stability. It will happen in the next 48 hours. If it works, he will scale it. There will be no going back." She slid a small metallic key from her pocket and placed it on the table between us. It was for a locker. A bus station, probably. "There's a passport in there. Money. A way to get close. Not inside, but close." She looked at me, and for a moment, the mask of complicity fell away. And I saw only a profound, exhausted truth. I can't do it alone. And you are the only unaccounted-for element. The flaw in his logic. "And after?" I asked. "There is no after," she whispered. "There is only the stream. We are in it, or we are drowned by it." She stood up and left without another word. The bell jingled again. I looked down at the key. It was cold in my hand. I thought of the library, the quiet smell of old paper, the simple satisfaction of a repaired spine. That life was already a memory, fading faster than the others. I picked up the key. The waitress came by to refill my coffee. I shook my head, left a few bills on the table, and walked out into the dawn. The city was waking up, unaware of the currents shifting beneath its feet. I walked towards the bus station, the key a tiny, definitive weight in my palm. The spiral was tightening, and this time there was no one to report to, no team on standby. There was only the long, quiet journey north, towards the lighthouse, and the man who was learning to control the weather of the world. The bus station was a cathedral of transients, filled with the smell of diesel and disinfectant. The locker was where she said it would be. Inside was a small, heavy backpack. I didn't open it there. I slung it over my shoulder and bought a ticket for the next long-haul departure, a bus heading north and east, a direction that felt as good as any. For 3 days, I lived in a haze of motion, the landscape outside the window shifting from city to field to dense, dark forest. I opened the backpack in the cramped bus toilet. The passport was flawless. The face in the photo my own, but the name a stranger's. The money was in mixed currencies, enough to be persuasive but not suspicious. And there was a gun, a compact, efficient piece of polymer and steel. It felt alien in my hand, a relic from a past life. I reassembled it in the shuddering confines of the stall, the motions coming back to me like a half-remembered prayer. The bus dropped me in a small, quiet town at the edge of the wilderness. The air was sharp and clean, smelling of pine and cold stone. I used some of the money to buy heavy clothes, a coat, and a pair of worn hiking boots. I looked like any other tourist drawn to the stark beauty of the north. I rented a small cabin on the shore of a vast, black lake, a place with a view of the distant rolling hills where I knew the lighthouse was buried. That night, I assembled the rest of the contents from the backpack. There was a high-frequency radio scanner, a satellite phone with its serial number filed away, and a map. The map was not of the terrain, but of the electronic one. It showed the estimated location of the bunker and, more importantly, the paths of the major fiber optic lines that fed it. They were its umbilical cords, its connection to the stream. My plan was simple, and therefore fragile. I couldn't assault a fortress, but I could sever a cord. A targeted physical interruption of the data flow. It wouldn't stop him, but it would be a blip, an anomaly in his perfect system, a moment of instability. And in that moment, I hoped the architect would come out to check his foundations. For 2 days, I hiked the perimeter, using the scanner to listen. The airwaves were mostly silent, but I found the digital chatter of the data lines, a constant whispering hum. I traced one of the secondary lines to a remote relay station, a small, unmarked concrete hut, nearly swallowed by the forest. It was vulnerable. On the 3rd night, I moved. The sky was clear and crowded with stars. The air so cold it hurt to breathe. I approached the hut through the trees, a shadow among shadows. The lock on the door was a simple one. Inside, it was a humming jungle of servers and switching gear, lit by the cool blue and green of LED lights. I found the main conduit. It was thicker than my arm. I didn't have explosives. I had the tools for my role. I worked quickly, carefully, isolating the line. I was going to do it the old-fashioned way. I was going to cut it. It felt strangely poetic, using a physical act to disrupt a digital empire. I had the wire cutters in my hand, the jaws positioned around the thick bundle of fiber optic strands, when the lights in the hut went out. The humming died. The only light came from the starlight through the open door. A voice spoke from the darkness behind me. It was calm, resonant, and utterly familiar. "An elegant solution in its way," said Braden Croft, "but ultimately a redundant one. This line has been a decoy for the last 6 months. I had a feeling someone might try something so direct." I turned slowly. He stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the night. He was alone. He wore a simple, dark coat, and his hands were empty. "Elle," I said. "A fascinating constant," he replied, taking a step inside. "Her hatred for me is one of the most reliable forces in my universe. I knew she would contact you. I knew you would come. I simply had to wait at the most logical point of intervention." He looked around the dark hut, a faint smile on his lips. "You see, you are still thinking in terms of objects, of things to be broken. The stream is not a thing. It is a pattern. You cannot cut a pattern. You can only change it. And to do that, you must understand the language it speaks." He took another step closer. He wasn't threatening. He was lecturing. "I didn't bring you here to stop you, Frederick, or whatever you are calling yourself now. I brought you here to offer you a place. You have a unique perspective. You have seen the machine from the outside. You understand the old world. I need that. The stream requires editors, curators of reality, people who understand the weight of a story. People who understand the weight of a story." I stared at him, the wire cutter still cold in my hand. He was offering me a job. He wasn't trying to kill me. I was just another variable to be integrated. "You're insane," I said, but the words felt hollow. "Am I?" he asked, his voice soft. "Or am I the only one who is truly sane? I am not creating chaos. I am creating order. A new, more efficient order. The old one is dying, and it is screaming. I am just helping it along." And he looked past me, into the darkness of the dead servers. "The test in the warehouse was a lesson. You were part of that lesson. You showed me the resilience of the old guard. But resilience is not a strategy. It is a delay. Come with me. Help me build the world that comes after the scream." I looked at him, at this man who saw human beings as equations and the world as a system to be optimized. And I knew then that I could never kill him. Killing was a physical act, and he had transcended the physical. He was an idea, so I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped the wire cutters. The clatter was loud in the silent hut. "No," I said. He nodded, as if he had expected that answer. The probability, after all, was always less than 50%. Pity," he said. "But the data point is recorded." He turned and walked out of the hut, disappearing into the night. I stood there for a long time, listening to the sound of the wind in the pines. I had faced him, and I had failed. I had not broken his machine. I had not even scratched it. I walked out into the cold. The stream was still flowing. The lighthouse was still shining. And I was just a man, standing in a dark forest, with nothing left to break and no one left to report to. The spiral had not ended. It had simply widened to include everything, and I was left spinning silently at its outer edge, a witness to a storm I could no longer fight. I started walking. There was no direction, only the need to move, to put distance between myself and the echo of his voice. The forest was a black wall around me, the cold seeping through my coat. He had won, not by defeating me, but by revealing the battlefield was an illusion. I was a ghost trying to punch a living man. I followed the road back to the lake, my mind a perfect chilling blank. The cabin was as I had left it, a silent, temporary shelter. I sat on the rough-hewn bed and looked at my hands. Leo's hands. Frederick's hands. They were just hands. They could bind a book or fire a gun, but they could not reshape a pattern. The satellite phone buzzed on the small table, a violent shudder in the quiet. I looked at it. I knew who it was. He was checking his data point. I let it ring until it stopped. Dawn came, a pale gray light bleeding into the sky over the black water. I should have felt despair or rage. Instead, I felt a strange, hollow clarity. Croft was right about one thing. I was thinking in terms of objects, of breaking the machine. But the machine was people. It was the woman who believed the rumor, the man who spread the lie, the politician who rode the manufactured wave of public opinion. The stream was not a server in a bunker. It was the collective mind, and he had found a way to tune it. I couldn't break the transmitter, but perhaps I could introduce static. I picked up the satellite phone. I didn't call anyone. Instead, I began to type. I wrote a story. It was a simple, clean narrative, the kind Croft himself would appreciate for its elegance. It was the truth. Not the whole truth, but a seed of it. I wrote about the lighthouse, about the man in the bunker, about his experiments on the fabric of society. I named the shell companies, the location of the bunker, the specifics of the upcoming test on that European nation. I wrote it not as an accusation, but as a fact. A piece of data. I had no network, no platform, no credibility. I was a ghost. But I had the key Elle had given me. I had access to the locker, to the remnants of her resources. There was one thing left in that backpack I hadn't used. A single encrypted data chip. I drove the rented car to the nearest town with a library. I used a public terminal. I didn't send the story to a news outlet. They were part of the stream, and he would see it coming, would divert it, would discredit it before it could flow. I did something else. I packaged the story. I embedded it in the code of a popular open-source weather application. I set it to propagate, to copy itself to 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 devices, hidden in the noise of a simple update. It would lie dormant, a sleeper, until a specific random-seeming date and time. 24 hours from now. It was a message in a bottle, thrown into the stream itself. He owned the currents, but he did not own every drop of water. He could not check every bite. I left the library. The sky was darkening again, promising more snow. I drove back to the cabin, my work done. It was a futile gesture. A single grain of sand thrown at a tidal wave. But it was my grain of sand. It was an unaccounted-for variable. That night I sat by the window watching the stars over the lake. The satellite phone remained silent. The storm he was brewing would happen. My message would likely be found and erased, a minor anomaly in his system. He would win. But as I sat there in the quiet, I felt a shift. The cold knot in my stomach, the one that had been Frederick, began to loosen. I was not a spy anymore. I was not a bookbinder. I was a scribe. I had written down the truth and released it into the world. It was a small, almost meaningless act of defiance. But it was mine. The spiral was still turning, but I was no longer spinning at its edge. I had stepped out of it entirely. I was just a man in a room, waiting for the dawn, and for the first time in a long time, the silence felt like my own. The first snow began to fall, soft and silent, dusting the black lake and the dark pines. I watched it for a long time, the phone cold and inert on the table beside me. He knew where I was. He had to. The fact that I was still breathing was a calculation, not a reprieve. I was a closed experiment, a filed-away result. I thought about leaving, disappearing into the vast white silence of the north. But where would I go? The world was his laboratory now. Every city, every town, was a potential petri dish. My flight would just be more data for him. So I waited. The dawn came, a muted gray light that did little to lift the darkness. I made coffee on the small stove, the ritual keeping my hands steady. I turned on the small, cheap radio I had bought in town. It was tuned to an international news station. For an hour, there was nothing. Business reports, sports, the weather. Then the bulletin came. It was brief, almost dismissive. Unexplained volatility in the financial markets of a small Baltic nation. The anchor's voice was calm, attributing it to speculative trading and regional instability. There was no panic, no grand narrative. It was a tremor, not an earthquake. To anyone else, it was a non-event. To me, it was a confirmation. The test had been run. It had worked. I felt a profound weariness settle in my bones. He had done it. He had proven his concept on a national scale. The next test would be bigger, and the one after that, bigger still. The stream was no longer a theory. It was the new reality. I was about to turn the radio off when the broadcast was interrupted by a local news break. The announcer's voice was slightly puzzled. There were reports, he said, of a strange, persistent glitch affecting a popular weather app. Users were not just getting forecasts. They were receiving a text file, a story. The announcer read a single, baffling line from it. The lighthouse is not a guide. It is a weapon. They cut to a tech expert who chuckled, calling it a clever prank. A bit of narrative hacking. He speculated it was an art project or a marketing stunt. They did not mention the bunker. They did not mention Croft. My message had been delivered, but it was being received as noise, as entertainment. It was being absorbed by the stream, diluted into meaninglessness. The cabin door opened. It was not Croft. It was Elle. She stood there, her coat dusted with snow, her face pale and strained. She looked at the radio, then at me, and understood everything. It wasn't enough, I said. My voice was flat. It never is, she replied, closing the door against the cold. He's already written a counter-narrative. a disgruntled former employee with a history of mental instability, spreading conspiracy theories. By tonight, that will be the story. Your truth will be the lie. She came and sat opposite me, her movements heavy with a final, exhausted resolve. "He's moving," she said. "The test was a success. He's initiating the next phase. He calls it the Great Calibration. He believes the world's political and economic systems are too chaotic, too inefficient. He's going to guide them toward a more stable, optimized state. He sees it as a humanitarian act." "And you?" I asked. "I am the flaw in the system," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The emotional variable he could never quite eliminate. I helped build the lighthouse. I know its architecture. Not just the servers, but the man, his one blind spot." She looked at me, and her eyes were no longer just full of twilight. There was a spark there, the last ember of a fire I thought had gone out. "You can't break the pattern from the outside," she said. "You have to break the pattern maker, and to do that, you need a key. Not for a locker, a key for the door at the heart of the lighthouse. He trusts me, or rather he trusts his assessment of my predictability." She placed a single, slender keycard on the table between us. It was black, with no markings. "This gets me through the final door, to his inner sanctum, but I cannot do what needs to be done once I am inside. He will be waiting. He will be ready for me." She took a slow, shaky breath. "But he won't be ready for you. Not again. Not so soon after he dismissed you." I looked from the keycard to her face. She was offering me a spear, a single, desperate thrust at the heart of the beast. It was a suicide mission, for both of us. "Why?" I asked. "After all this, why now?" "Because I finally understand," she said. "He isn't building a new world. He is building a cage. And I would rather drown in the chaos than live in the quiet of his perfect, silent prison." Outside, the snow continued to fall, burying the world under a blanket of white. The radio chattered on, already moving to the next story. The stream flowed. The lighthouse stood. I looked at the keycard. It was no longer a choice between fighting and hiding. It was a choice between two kinds of death. The slow, quiet death of irrelevance, or the swift, meaningful death of a final, decisive act. I reached out and picked up the keycard. It was warm from her hand. "Tell me how to get in," I said. The plan was a house of cards, but it was the only house left. Ella laid it out on the table between us, using a tourist map of the region. The lighthouse had one physical weakness, a legacy from its Cold War origins as a military installation. A maintenance tunnel, cut deep into the granite, emerged over a mile away in a blind valley, disguised as an abandoned mine shaft. It was sealed with a blast door, but it was on a separate, older grid, a grid her keycard could access. "Him monitors it, of course," she said, her finger tracing the route. "But as a low-priority alarm. A relic. He focuses on the digital perimeter. He won't expect a physical incursion, especially not from there. Not from you." Oh, I memorized the route. The hike would be brutal in the snow, but the weather was my ally now, covering sound and sight. "What's the objective?" I asked, though I knew the answer. Her eyes met mine, and the spark there was now a cold, hard flame. "The core server room is beyond his private quarters. There is a manual, hard-wired kill switch. It's a fail-safe he built himself, a point of pride. It requires a dual-key turn and a voice print authorization. His is, so I can't use it." "No. But you can destroy it. A focused EMP charge placed against the core housing will fry the primary processors. It's a sledgehammer, not a scalpel. It will cause a cascade failure. The lighthouse will go dark. And him? Leave him to me, she said. And there was a finality in her tone that left no room for argument. I will be there in his quarters, providing the distraction. When the lights go out, his attention will be on the system. That is my moment. We didn't say goodbye. There was nothing left to say. She left the cabin as silently as she had arrived, a ghost returning to the machine. I watched her go, then turned to the backpack. I had one charge, scavenged from the locker's contents, a compact, magnetic disc no larger than my palm. It was my grain of sand, transformed into a hammer. I waited until full dark, then set out. The snow was falling heavily now, a blessing and a curse. It swallowed the world in a hushed, relentless, white erasing paths and landmarks. I navigated by compass, and the dim glow of my flashlight held low. The forest was a cathedral of silence, the only sound the crunch of my boots and the rush of blood in my ears. It took hours. My muscles burned, and the cold was a sharp, persistent ache. I was no longer a young man, but I was a determined one. I found the valley, a deep gash in the landscape, and the fake mine entrance, half collapsed and choked with snow-dusted brambles. Behind it, barely visible, was the rust-streaked face of the blast door. I swiped the black key card. A small green light blinked once. There was a deep, resonant clunk, the sound of bolts older than me retracting. The door groaned inwards an inch. I put my shoulder to it and pushed, sliding into the mountain's heart. The air inside was stale and cold, smelling of rock dust and old oil. Dim emergency lights cast a sickly yellow glow down a long, straight tunnel. I moved quickly, my footsteps echoing. I passed intersections marked with faded numbers, a labyrinth of forgotten utility. According to L's directions, I needed to reach Sector Gamma. After what felt like a mile, the tunnel ended at a modern elevator. This was the transition point, where the old infrastructure met the new, Watto. This was the first real risk. I pressed the call button. The doors slid open silently. I stepped inside. There were only two buttons, surface and gamma. I pressed gamma. The descent was swift and silent. When the doors opened, I was in a different world. The rough-hewn rock was replaced by smooth, white panels. The air was cool and filtered. The light was bright and shadowless. I was inside. I moved like a whisper, following the map in my head. I passed closed doors labeled with sterile names. I heard no voices, saw no one. The lighthouse was automated, a temple tended by machines. My heart was a drum in my chest, each beat a reminder of the fragility of this endeavor. Then I saw it. A set of double doors at the end of the corridor, made of reinforced glass. Beyond them was the core server room, a vast, dark space, pulsing with the cool blue light of 1,000 stacked processors. The brain of the beast. And standing before the doors, looking not at the servers, but directly at me, was Braden Croft. He was alone. He held a small white tablet in his hand. A 73% probability, he said, his voice calm, filling the sterile hallway. The maintenance tunnel, a classic, if predictable, narrative twist. L always was sentimental about the old passages. He took a step forward. I stood my ground, my hand in my pocket, clutching the MP charge. "You are a remarkable outlier, Frederick," he continued. "Your persistence is a fascinating deviation from the model. But every story must end." He glanced at his tablet. L is currently detained. Her emotional variable has been neutralized. The system is secure. I believed him. The final card had been played, and we had lost. There was nothing left but the final futile act. I pulled the charge from my pocket. His eyes flicked to it, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something in his expression. Not fear, annoyance, an unsightly variable. "That will not work," he said. "The core is shielded." "I know," I said, and I turned and slammed the magnetic charge onto the smooth white wall next to me. It wasn't the core server wall. It was the main power conduit for this sector, a thick trunk line sheathed in metal, exactly as Elle had described. I pressed the trigger. There was no sound, no explosion, only a sudden, absolute darkness and the smell of ozone. The emergency lights flickered and died. The hum of the servers ceased, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like a physical blow. The lighthouse was dark. In the blackness, I heard Croft let out a sharp, frustrated breath. A human sound. Then a single red emergency light stuttered to life high on the ceiling, casting the corridor in a hellish, pulsing glow. Croft was looking at his tablet, which was now dark. He looked up at me, and the calm, analytical mask was gone. His face was a canvas of pure, undiluted rage. "You ignorant wreck," he hissed. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" For the first time, I smiled. I introduced some static. He took a step toward me, and I saw the man, not the architect. The man who had built a cage and was now trapped in the dark with one of the animals he had tried to tame. The blast door at the end of the corridor, the one leading to the surface, groaned and began to slide open. A sliver of gray, snow-filled light cut into the red darkness. A figure was silhouetted there, holding a rifle. It was the park ranger from the town, and behind him, another, and another. Croft stared, his mind trying to process this impossible, illogical input. They weren't special forces. They weren't his security. They were just men. My message in the bottle. The weather app glitch. It hadn't reached the world, but it had reached the ranger station in the small town on the edge of the wilderness. It had reached the local sheriff. It had been a story too strange to believe, but just strange enough to investigate when the power went out across the entire mountain. They hadn't come to fight a war. They had come to see why the lights had gone out. Croft took a step back, his rage dissolving into confusion. This was not a data point he had ever considered. The chaos of simple human curiosity. I looked at him, a man lost in the dark of his own making. And then I turned and walked toward the open door, toward the falling snow and the flawed, chaotic, beautiful world outside. Story 2. The corridor was wrong. It was a thought that arrived not as a bolt of lightning, but as a slow, cold seep of water into a basement. Professor Elton Vance stood in the Musée des Arts Oubliés, a place he knew as well as his own study, and felt the architecture betray him. The hallway leading to the curator's office had always been a study in Parisian grandeur, a generous expanse of herringbone parquet under a high, vaulted ceiling. But tonight, under the sickly yellow glow of the emergency lights, the proportions had shifted. The ceiling seemed to press down, the walls to constrict, as if the entire space had taken a silent, held breath. It was too narrow. Or perhaps the perspective was foreshortened, an impossible vanishing point that made the distant door seem both miles away and uncomfortably close. The air was thick with the smell of old wood, lemon polish, and something else, something metallic and coppery that lay beneath the civilized sense like a secret. A gendarme, his face a mask of practiced neutrality, gestured for him to proceed. Each footstep echoed, a solitary report in the unnerving quiet. The sound repeated, a monotonous drumbeat against the narrowing walls, a rhythm that seemed to sync with the slow, dull thud of his own heart. He focused on the door at the end, the door to Dorian's office, now rimmed with the garish yellow tape of a crime scene. Inside, the wrongness intensified. The office was a sanctuary of organized chaos, a map of a brilliant, cluttered mind. Books lay stacked in leaning towers on the floor, their spines a mosaic of forgotten languages and esoteric symbols. A large, leather-topped desk dominated the room, its surface a constellation of papers, magnifying glasses, and inkpots. But the center was clear, a staged emptiness, and in that emptiness, a single stark anomaly. A perfect circle had been drawn on the leather. Not in ink, but in something dark and dried. Within the circle, a small, polished riverstone rested, its surface smooth and cold. Elton's eyes moved from the circle, drawn by the gravity of the room's true center. In the corner, slumped in a high-backed chair, was Dorian, his old friend. His head was tilted back, his mouth slightly agape as if in mid-sentence, interrupted. His eyes were open, two clouded marbles fixed on some point beyond the ceiling, beyond this world. There was no visible wound, no dramatic splash of gore. Only a neat, almost surgical puncture through his favorite silk waistcoat, right over the heart. The coppery smell was stronger here, a sweet, intimate rot. A woman was already in the room, standing apart from the police. She was tall, with a severe elegance, her dark hair pulled back in a tight coil. She didn't look at the body. Her gaze was fixed on the stone on the desk. Her hands were clenched at her sides, the knuckles white. "Professor Vance," she said, her voice low and steady, though it carried a faint tremor, like a wire vibrating under immense tension. "I am Edith LaRue. Dorian was my uncle." Elton nodded, unable to find words. His eyes went from the dead man to the living woman, then back to the stone. It was a message. On card. Dorian, a historian of early Christian sects, had been working on something dangerous. He had called Elton 2 nights ago, his voice a frantic whisper on the crackling line. "They're real, Elton. The coded psalms. They exist. And I've found the key. The proportions are all wrong." Wrong. He'd hung up before Elton could ask what he meant. Now, standing in this room of shifted proportions, Elton understood. It wasn't the architecture. It was the blueprint of the secret itself. Edith approached him, her movements fluid and precise. She slipped a hand into her coat pocket and withdrew a small, folded piece of vellum. "He mailed this to me yesterday. He told me if anything happened, I was to give it only to you." Elton took it. The vellum was supple, ancient. He unfolded it carefully. It was not a letter, but a diagram. A series of concentric circles, intersected by lines and dotted with symbols he recognized from Gnostic codices. The serpent eating its own tail, the 8-rayed star, the ladder. And in the center, a single word, written in Dorian's elegant hand. Sheol. "He was afraid," Edith whispered. "He said the church had sent its hound." The investigation began not in the noisy halls of the prefecture, but in the silent, hallowed space of Elton's apartment, overlooking the sign. Books lay open like fallen birds across every surface. Edith proved to be more than a grieving niece. She was a cryptologist of some renown, her mind a razor-sharp counterpart to Elton's symbolic intuition. They worked in a cocoon of lamplight and shared purpose, the city's lights glittering like false stars outside the window. The stone from the desk was the first key. It was a lodestone, Dorian's note had suggested. Not a magnetic one, but a spiritual guide. Its placement on the circle, a symbol of eternity and containment, pointed not to a location, but to a concept, the omphalos, the navel of the world. But which world? The Christian world had many navels: Rome, Jerusalem, Constantinople. Edith, tracing the patterns on the vellum with a slender finger, saw a different code. It's a cipher, a simple substitution, but the key is the alignment. She superimposed the vellum over a map of Roman-era Paris, then Jerusalem. Nothing. Then, over a diagram of the Church of Saint-Sulpice, the symbols aligned with specific architectural features: the gnomon, the obelisk, the rose line. The proportions, Elton breathed, remembering Dorian's last words. He fetched a heavy leather-bound folio of the church's architectural plans. And there it was, a discrepancy so slight it was almost invisible. The transept was a hand's breadth too long, according to the original designs. A space that shouldn't be there. Their pursuit became a descent into a shadow history. They were followed. A tall, gaunt figure in a dark coat was always there. A silhouette at the end of a rain-slicked alley, a presence felt on a nearly empty metro car. He moved with a monastic grace, his face perpetually in shadow. Campbell. The Hound. They found their first major clue in the false wall of the Saint-Sulpice transept, behind a loose stone that fit the exact dimensions of the river stone. The cavity contained a single, brittle page from a Coptic text. It spoke of the coded Psalms, not as songs of praise, but as a record. A witness testimony from a disciple who had seen the risen Christ and found not a God, but a man. A man whose message had been systematically altered, whose history had been rewritten by the very institution that claimed his name. The page ended with a riddle, a reference to the Weeping Magdalene, a statue in the Louvre's collection. The chase quickened. The Louvre at night was a cathedral of shadows, a vast, silent kingdom of the dead. Their footsteps echoed once more. A repetitive, haunting sound in the Grand Gallery, where the marble eyes of emperors and gods watched their progress. The Weeping Magdalene was a small, sorrowful figure in a forgotten alcove. Edith, running her hands over the cool, damp stone of the statue's base, found a hidden compartment. Inside was a key, and another note from Dorian. "They killed him for this," she said, her voice a hollow echo in the dark. "For a truth that was buried 2,000 years ago." The key led them to a safety deposit box in a private bank. The contents were devastatingly simple: a digital audio recorder. Dorian's voice filled the small, sterile room, frantic, scared. Page after page detailing the destruction of texts, the silencing of theologians, the creation of the orthodox narrative. It was all It was all true. As they stepped out into the vastness of St. Peter's Square, the sun blinding on the white stone, they saw him. Campbell Darsh. He stood between them and the safety of the city, his tall frame blocking the light. The gaunt face was finally visible, pale and etched with a terrible certainty. He was not a monster. He was a man of God, and that made him infinitely more dangerous. "The document," he said, his voice quiet, yet it carried across the space. "You will give it to me." "It's over, Campbell," Elton said, his own voice sounding frail. "The truth is out." "The truth is a burden most cannot bear," Campbell replied. "It leads only to chaos, to the abyss. My order has protected humanity from that abyss for centuries. We are the shepherds. You are the wolves." He moved then, not with anger, but with a chilling, fluid purpose. There was no fight, only a swift, brutal efficiency. He disarmed Edith with a single, precise movement, sending the codex flying from her hands. He turned to Elton, his eyes filled with a sorrow that was more terrifying than any hatred. "I'm sorry, Professor. This is a mercy." A gunshot cracked, sharpened out of place in the holy square. Campbell staggered, a look of profound surprise on his face. He looked down at the red blossom spreading on his dark robes, then crumpled to the ground. Standing behind him was a group of Swiss guards, and beside them, a man in the simple, elegant black of a Monsignor. Cameron Darkai. He was elderly, with a face like a kind grandfather, but his eyes were the color of a winter sky. A tragic fanatic, Cameron said, his voice smooth as oil. He acted alone, of course. A renegade. We have been trying to locate him for some time. He bent down and picked up the Inquisitor's codex, tucking it inside his own robes. This is church property. A historical curiosity, but one that could be easily misinterpreted. No. Elton stared at him, the horror dawning. Campbell was not the master. He was a tool, a sacrifice, a loose end neatly tied. The real power stood before him, smiling a gentle, sorrowful smile. You killed Dorian, Elton said. Dorian threatened to unleash a plague of doubt upon the world, Cameron corrected softly. We administered an antidote. The faith of billions, Professor, is a delicate ecosystem. We cannot allow it to be poisoned. You have done a great service. You led us directly to the last piece of evidence. Now the circle is closed. Now the circle is closed. He turned to leave, then paused. You are scholars. You understand the value of a stable narrative. Go back to your books. Teach your students about the symbols, but leave the truth to us. It is a weight you are not equipped to carry. They were escorted to the edge of the square and released into the teeming life of Rome. They were free, but they were utterly defeated. The truth was not out. It was locked away again, deeper and more secure than ever, guarded by the most powerful institution on Earth. Back in Paris, the seasons turned. The case was closed. Dorian's murder was pinned on the rogue monk Campbell. Elton and Edith tried to return to their lives, but the world had lost its color, its meaning. They knew the architecture of reality was a lie, and they were condemned to live inside it. They met sometimes, in quiet cafes or along the river, their conversations hushed and circular. They would go over the clues again and again. The note, always folded the same way. The footsteps echoing once more in their memories, the shifting proportions of a truth they could never prove. The monotony of their failure was a prison. One evening, as a cold rain began to fall, blurring the lights of the city, Edith placed a small, folded piece of paper on the table between them. It was a copy she had made, a single page from the codex that Cameron had missed. It's a fragment, she said. A list, not of destroyed texts, but of ones that were hidden, cached, in case the narrative ever needed to be adjusted. Elton looked at the list. It was short. 3 locations. One was a monastery in Anatolia, now a ruin. Another was a private collection in Lisbon. The third was a cathedral library in a small, unremarkable town in Germany. He looked up from the paper, his eyes meeting Edith's. In her gaze, he saw no hope, only a grim, unyielding resolve. The hunt was not over. It had just been reset, on a smaller, darker, more hopeless scale. They were 2 people against 2 millennia of silence. The rain fell harder, tapping against the window like a code, and in that rhythm, Elton understood the true nature of their curse. They would spend the rest of their lives chasing a ghost of a truth, a whisper in the vaults of history, forever one step behind the men in quiet rooms who decided what was real. And the search for the last, lost gospel would go on and on. The German town was called Aachen. It was not on any tourist map of significance. Its only claim to fame a minor cathedral, with a library that housed a handful of illuminated manuscripts, deemed too provincial for the great collections of Cologne or Berlin. It was the perfect place to hide a world-ending truth in plain sight. They planned the trip with a quiet, desperate precision. There were no more frantic calls, no grand theories debated over lamplight. Their communication was reduced to terse, coded messages, their meetings brief and held in anonymous locations. The paranoia was a film over everything. Elton found himself studying the faces of strangers on the metro, looking for the telltale stillness of a man like Campbell, or the benign smile of a man like Cameron. He knew they were being watched. It was a feeling as constant as the Parisian damp, a pressure at the back of his neck. The train to Aachen was an interminable crawl through a gray landscape. Edith sat opposite him, her gaze fixed on the passing fields, her fingers tracing the worn leather of her satchel. Inside was the fragment, the list, their only compass. They did not speak. There was nothing left to say that had not already been said in the shadow of St. Peter's. The Aachen Cathedral was smaller than he had imagined, a stout Romanesque structure that seemed to hunker down against the wind. The library was a cold, narrow room on an upper floor, smelling of beeswax and slow decay. A lone, elderly librarian presided over the silence, his eyes magnified behind thick spectacles. He showed no interest in them. Two more academics come to gawk at dusty pages. Their pretext was a study of early musical notation in psalters. It was flimsy, but it was enough. The librarian pointed them to a specific cabinet and returned to his desk, the scratching of his pen the only sound. The manuscript they sought was listed as a 9th century psalter, attributed to a scribe named Otfried. It was bound in warped oak boards, the leather cover brittle and scarred. Edith handled it with a reverence that felt like a funeral rite. She laid it on the felt-covered reading table and opened it. The vellum pages were thick, the Latin script a dense black forest of abbreviations. The illuminations were crude, the colors muted. They worked for hours, their heads close together, their whispers barely audible. They compared the script to samples from the codex, looking for a stylistic match, a hidden symbol, anything. They found nothing. The Psalter was exactly what it appeared to be, a simple, devout book of prayers. A cold despair began to settle in Elton's stomach. This was it, the end of the road. Cameron had won. They had been chasing a phantom, a decoy on a list of decoys. He was about to suggest they leave, when Edith's hand stilled his. Her finger was resting not on the text, but on the edge of the vellum itself. The proportions, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. He looked closer. The page was not a perfect rectangle. The right-hand edge was slightly, almost imperceptibly, uneven. It was a flaw that would have been trimmed away in a finer book. But here, it had been left, and the pattern of the unevenness was familiar. She took out her copy of Dorian's vellum diagram and laid it beside the page. The curve of the page's edge matched exactly the arc of one of the concentric circles. "It's a key," she said. A physical key. Her hands, steady despite the tremor in her voice, began to carefully separate the pages. The binding was old and weak. Near the center of the book, she found it. Two pages were fused together, not by glue, but by time and pressure. Using a thin bone folder from her kit, she worked at the seam with infinite patience. The old vellum sighed as it parted. There was no hidden document, no explosive text. Instead, nestled in the cavity between the pages, was a small, flat object. It was a ceramic tessera, the kind used in ancient Roman mosaics. It was a deep, blood-red color, and on its surface was painted a single, stark symbol. A simple fish, the ictus. But this fish was not whole. It was broken, its body severed, the two halves drifting apart. Elton picked it up. It was cool and smooth. He turned it over. On the back, scratched into the clay, were two Greek letters, Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. It was not the gospel. It was something else. A token, a marker, a final cryptic message from the hidden church, the one that had preserved the truth. The broken fish, the divided symbol of Christ. It was a statement more devastating than any text. The truth was not a book to be read, but a schism to be understood. The foundation was not just sand, it was fractured. The elderly librarian looked up as they returned the psalter. His magnified eye seemed to linger on Elton's face for a moment too long. Did he know? Had he been waiting his whole life for two strangers to come and find the broken fish? They walked out of the cathedral, into the fading afternoon light. Elton held the tessera in his closed fist, its edges pressing into his palm. He looked at Edith and saw the same hollow realization in her eyes. They had found something, but it was not an answer. It was a deeper, more profound question. They had the proof of the lie, but no way to prove it to the world. All they had was a piece of broken pottery, a silent scream from the past. And in that moment, Elton knew the most terrible truth of all. The hunt was, indeed, eternal. They would now spend the rest of their lives trying to understand the meaning of the broken fish, a quest that would lead them deeper into the silence, forever chasing the echo of a truth that was never meant to be found. The train back to Paris was a sealed tomb moving through the night. Elton sat with the tessera in his hand, turning it over and over, feeling the weight of its silence. The broken fish was a more elegant and terrible refutation than any polemic. It spoke of a fundamental rupture, a truth that was not unified but divided, a symbol that had been shattered at its inception. He found himself thinking not of grand conspiracies, but of the anonymous scribe, Otfried, who had risked everything to bind this small, heretical stone into a book of praise. How many others had there been? A chain of quiet resistance stretching across centuries, each link a person who had chosen to bear the weight of this knowledge alone. They returned to their separate apartments, to their separate silences. The following morning, a manila envelope was waiting for Elton in his university pigeonhole. There was no return address, no note. Inside was a single, high-resolution photograph. It showed a fragment of papyrus, its edges burned and blackened. The Greek script upon it was clear and sharp. He translated it automatically, his scholar's mind working before his fear could catch up. And he said to us, "The kingdom of God is not a crown to be found, but a seed that is split. The rock upon which you build is your own doubt, for certainty is the tomb of the spirit." It was a saying, uncanonical, profound, and utterly alien to the Christ of the established Gospels. This was not a historical record. It was a philosophy, a quiet internal revolution. The photograph was a message. It was not from Cameron. A threat would have been a bullet, not a gift. This was from someone else. Someone who knew what they had found in Aachen. Someone who was showing them that the broken fish was not an end, but a map. Edith arrived at his door an hour later, her face pale. She held an identical envelope. Her fragment was different, speaking of a living church not of stone, but of understanding, a community that existed in the spaces between the words of the powerful. They were not alone. The hidden church, the whisper network, was real, and it was reaching out to them. The realization was not comforting. It meant the game was far larger and more complex than they had imagined. They were no longer just hunters or the hunted. They were potential recruits. The tessera was an invitation or an audition. Elton placed the red ceramic piece on his desk beside the photograph. The two objects seemed to converse with each other across the centuries. The fight was not to reveal a single, monolithic truth to the world. It was to find the others who carried the broken pieces, and to understand that the truth, like the fish, was never meant to be whole. Its power was in its fragmentation, a constant, quiet rebuttal to the tyranny of a single story. Their curse was also their calling. They would have to learn to live inside the fracture, and to find a kind of faith in the doubt itself. The days that followed were a study in a new kind of tension. It was no longer the sharp fear of pursuit, but the low, humming anxiety of being assessed. They waited for another sign, another envelope, a tap on the shoulder that never came. The silence from the hidden church was as deliberate as its initial contact. They were being tested, their patience and their resolve measured. Elton found himself in the Bibliothèque Nationale, not pursuing the conspiracy, but retreating into the safe harbor of his official work. He was studying a series of Merovingian land grants, but his eyes kept drifting to the readers at nearby tables. Was the young woman with the scarf a member? The old man meticulously copying a text. The network was a ghost, and he was starting to see its shape in every shadow. It was during this period of watchful waiting that he noticed the pattern in the footnotes. It was in a dense, academic paper on Coptic binding techniques, published in an obscure journal. The author cited a private collection in Lisbon, the second location on their list from the Codex fragment. The citation was for a minor point about thread tension, but the name of the collection was like a flare in the night. He showed it to Edith. "It's a breadcrumb," she said, her voice low. "They're not going to hand us anything. They're seeing if we can follow the trail." The Lisbon collection belonged to an elderly, reclusive shipping magnate named Silva Dart. Gaining access was notoriously difficult. They used their university affiliations, crafting a carefully worded request to study the collection's preservation methods. The reply came not from Silva, but from his curator, a Dr. Ana Ribeiro. It was a polite, thorough, and absolute refusal. This, they understood, was the test. A closed door was not an end. It was the beginning of the real work. Edith spent 3 days in the archives of the Maritime Museum, cross-referencing Silva's family history with the shipping routes of the 16th century. She found it. A Silva ancestor had been a captain on a route that frequently stopped in a specific port in Anatolia, the location of the ruined monastery, the first site on their list. Elton, meanwhile, used his knowledge of papal indulgences. He found a record of a special dispensation granted to the same Silva ancestor for services to the faith during a time of schism. The phrase was vague, standard bureaucratic language, but in this new context, it screamed. The Silvas hadn't just stumbled upon a cache of hidden texts. They had been its guardians for generations. They sent a second query to Dr. Ribeiro. This one contained no request. It contained only 2 things: a digital photograph of the red tessera with a broken fish, and the GPS coordinates of the Anatolian ruin. The response was immediate. An invitation to tea at the Silva estate for the following Thursday. They flew to Lisbon in a state of heightened clarity. The game had changed. They were no longer archaeologists of a dead truth, but apprentices to a living one. The estate was a walled compound overlooking the sea. Dr. Ribeiro, a severe woman with intelligent eyes, met them at the gate. She led them through a garden of fragrant herbs and into a library that took Elton's breath away. It was not a museum, it was a workshop. Books and manuscripts lay open on tables, conservation tools beside them. This was not a tomb for knowledge, but a nursery. Silva was a frail man in a wheelchair, a tartan blanket across his knees. His eyes, however, were sharp and young. He held out a trembling hand, and Elton placed the tessera in his palm. "Ottfried's key," Silva said, his voice a dry rustle. "We wondered if it would ever be found, or if anyone would understand it if it was." He looked from Elton to Edith. "You understand that it is not a relic. It is a question." "What is the question?" Elton asked. Silva smiled, a network of wrinkles deepening around his eyes. "The question is, can you build a faith on a mystery? The Church of Rome built an empire on answers. We have always been the keepers of the questions. The broken fish is the first and last question. It is why we endure." He gestured to Dr. Ribeiro, who brought over a small, iron-bound chest. It was not ancient. It was perhaps 200 years old. Silva produced a key from around his neck and unlocked it. Inside, nestled in velvet, were not pages, but more tokens. A worn, smooth stone, a rusted iron nail, a small, clear vial of what looked like dust. "These are the other Gospels," Silva said. "Not the words about the truth, but the things that point toward it. The things that cannot be controlled, or canonized, or corrupted. The stone from a river where he was said to have wept, the nail from a cross of a forgotten martyr, the dust from the road where he walked with the excluded. He picked up the vial. This is the real text, the one written on the human heart. It is fragile. It is easily scattered. It is all we have. Elton looked at the humble objects in the box. This was the treasure the Order of the Silent Word had killed to suppress. Not a competing narrative, but the end of narratives altogether. It was a faith that resided not in a book, but in the silent, unprovable experience of the individual. They will never stop looking for you, Edith said softly. And we will never stop hiding, Silva replied. Not from them, but for the world. We keep the questions safe so that one day someone might be ready to ask them. He closed the chest and handed the tessera back to Elton. Your journey is not to us. It is to yourself. The proof you sought is not in here. It is in what you choose to do with the doubt that has always been the only proof that matters. They left as the sun set over the Atlantic. The red tessera, a heavy secret in Elton's pocket. They had found the hidden church, and it had offered them no weapons, no evidence, no army. It had offered them only a burden more profound than the one they had carried before. The burden of a faith that asked for nothing and promised nothing, but demanded everything. The Atlantic wind was cold and sharp as they stood on the bluff overlooking the Silva estate. The lights of Lisbon, a distant, shimmering galaxy below. The tessera felt like a live coal in Elton's pocket, its meaning shifting from a key to a weight. He had spent his entire professional life seeking artifacts that could be cataloged, translated, and understood. Now he held the ultimate artifact, one whose only purpose was to deconstruct the very idea of understanding. What do we do now? He asked, the question hanging in the salt-laced air between them. Edith was silent for a long time, her arms crossed against the chill. We go back, she said finally, her voice quiet but firm. Not to our old lives. We can't do that. We go back to the work, but we do it differently. We become a different kind of quiet. They returned to Paris, not as hunters returning from a failed chase, but as gardeners returning to a plot of land they now understood was full of hidden seeds. The paranoia did not vanish, but it transformed. The feeling of being watched was no longer a threat. It was a conversation. They began to notice the subtle signs not of pursuit, but of presence. A book left on a bench in the Jardin du Luxembourg, open to a specific page of Heraclitus. A particular piece of music playing in a small cafe near the Sorbonne. They were being acknowledged by the network, a silent nod from one keeper of questions to another. Elton did not publish a groundbreaking paper. He did not give a lecture series. Instead, he began to subtly alter his teachings. In his seminars on early Christian history, he introduced the concept of the apocryphal, not as heresy, but as a necessary counter-narrative, a reflection of the immense, messy diversity of early belief. He taught his students to look for the silences in the historical record, to question why some texts were preserved and others were not. He was not giving them answers. He was teaching them how to ask better questions. Edith, in her conservation lab, began a private, unpublishable project. Using the techniques Silva's people had shown her, she started creating a personal archive. Not of grand truths, but of small, fragile doubts. A pressed flower from a forgotten saint's feast day. A rubbing from a worn, ambiguous symbol on a cathedral wall. A recording of a folk song from a remote village that held echoes of a lost teaching. It was her own box of tokens, her own gospel of fragments. One rainy afternoon, a new student appeared in Elton's office hours. She was shy, clutching a notebook to her chest. She asked a question about a minor textual variant in a Coptic manuscript, a variant that most scholars dismissed as a scribal error. But her question was precise, insightful, and pointed directly at the kind of fracture the tessera represented. As she spoke, Elton saw a flicker of something in her eyes. Not the hunger for a grade or a credential, but the quiet, burning need to know. When she left, he found a small, smooth riverstone on the corner of his desk where her notebook had been. He picked it up, its surface cool and worn. He didn't know her name, or if she was merely a promising student or a formal initiate. It didn't matter. The message was clear. The work was being passed on. The silence was being broken not by a shout, but by a whisper, one careful, questioning soul at a time. He placed the stone next to the red tessera on his shelf, two fragments in an unfinished mosaic, and felt a peace that was not the absence of fear, but the presence of a purpose vast enough to contain it. The lost gospel was not a text to be found. It was a practice to be lived. He kept the stone and the tessera on his shelf, a quiet altar to a faith he still could not name. The days folded into one another, marked not by the dramatic unveiling of secrets, but by the slow, meticulous work of tending to the questions. He and Edith met often, their conversations now quieter, more about the philosophy of the fracture than the hunt for the next clue. They were learning the grammar of this new language. It was Edith who noticed the pattern in the financial records. She had been cross-referencing the known assets of the Order of the Silent Word, a task that felt both futile and necessary, like mapping a ghost. She found a shell company, a holding firm with a bland, forgettable name that had been quietly purchasing parcels of land for decades. Not valuable city plots or fertile farmland, but remote, inaccessible places. A windswept island off the coast of Scotland, a high desert mesa in New Mexico, a deep, forested valley in the Carpathians. They're not just hiding in plain sight, she said, spreading the printouts across Elton's table. They're preparing bolt holes, sanctuaries. But from what? Elton traced a line on a map of New Mexico. Not from what, for what? Silva said they were keepers for the world. This isn't about preserving their own safety. It's about preserving the questions themselves. They're building arcs. The realization was chilling. The hidden church was not just a philosophical resistance. It was a physical one, preparing for a storm it saw on the horizon. A storm of certainty, of final answers, of a world that would no longer tolerate ambiguity. The Order's pursuit was not just a historical grudge. It was a preemptive strike in a coming war over the nature of truth itself. A week later, a padded envelope arrived for Edith at the museum. Inside was no photograph or note. There was only a key. It was heavy, iron, and old. Taped to it was a small typewritten label with a set of GPS coordinates. The coordinates matched one of the remote properties, the one in the Carpathians. This was no longer an invitation. It was a summons. And it was a test of a different kind. It asked not for their intellect, but for their courage. It asked them to move from being archivists of the fracture to being its guardians. To leave their careers, their city, their known world, and step into the silence not as a temporary state of research, but as a permanent condition of life. Elton held the key. It was colder and heavier than the tessera. He looked at Edith and saw the conflict in her face. The same war being waged in his own heart. This was the final price of the truth they had pursued. It would cost them everything they had built. It was the ultimate expression of the broken fish, a call to sever themselves from the whole of their old lives. That night he sat in his study, the key and the tessera on the desk before him. He thought of the student with the river stone, of the chain of quiet resistance. He could stay and continue the work in the shadows of the academic world, a safe and partial existence. Or he could go and embrace the totality of the silence. He knew then that the true schism was not in the historical record, but within himself. The choice was not between truth and falsehood, but between two different kinds of faith, one that asked questions from within the safety of the system, and one that lived the questions from outside of it. As the first light of dawn touched the windowsill, he knew his answer. The hunt was over. The guardianship had begun. He packed a single bag, choosing items not for comfort, but for utility. Wool clothing, a water filter, a small toolkit. He left behind his books, his notes, the trappings of Professor Elton. They felt like artifacts from a previous life, a costume he had worn. He met Edith at the Gare de l'Est. She had a single bag as well, and her expression was one of grim resolve. They did not speak of what they were leaving, only of the journey ahead. They boarded a train heading east, the city receding behind them in a gray smear. The journey was a long, slow unraveling of the modern world. Trains gave way to buses to a hired car that climbed narrow, winding roads into the Carpathians. The air grew cold and thin. The driver, a taciturn local, left them at the end of a dirt track with a grunt and a gesture toward the dark line of trees. They walked for hours, following the GPS signal deeper into the ancient forest. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of their boots and the distant cry of a bird. The cabin was not what they had expected. It was not a rustic retreat, but a low, bunker-like structure built into the side of a hill, its roof covered in sod and young trees. It was invisible until you were upon it. The iron key fit perfectly into a heavy, weathered lock. The door swung open without a sound. Inside, it was not a hermit's cell. It was a node. A compact living space shared the area with a communications station. Its equipment sleek and modern, powered by a nearly silent generator and solar panels they could not see. Shelves held not ancient manuscripts, but encrypted servers and digital archives. There was a small, well-stocked library of philosophy, theology, and poetry, and there was a note left on the simple wooden table. Welcome to the margin. Your task is not to hide, but to listen, to watch the flow of information from the world, to identify the patterns of silencing, to find the others who are asking the right questions, and when the time is right, to send a stone, a song, a question of your own. You are not the last of the hidden church. You are its newest sense organ. The work. Elton set his bag down. He walked to the communications console, its screens dark and waiting. He looked at Edith, who was running a hand over the spines of the books, her face a mixture of awe and terror. They had come to the edge of the map, to a place of absolute silence, only to discover that their purpose was to listen more intently than they ever had before. The fracture was not a void. It was a vantage point. And from this quiet margin, they would begin the endless, vital work of tending to the fragile, living doubt at the heart of the world. The first few weeks were a lesson in a new kind of discipline. The silence of the forest was not empty. It was a medium through which the distant noise of the world arrived, filtered, and distorted. Their days fell into a rhythm dictated not by clocks, but by the task. Mornings were for monitoring the digital streams, news wires, academic forums, obscure theological blogs, the chaotic hum of global conversation. They were looking for the tremors, the subtle signs of the order's influence, a scholar suddenly discredited, a promising line of inquiry abruptly dropped, a collection of artifacts mysteriously locked away. It was tedious, painstaking work. But then, one afternoon, Edith found it. A small article in a local Italian newspaper about a landslide that had exposed a previously unknown catacomb beneath a vineyard. The land, it noted, had been purchased just 6 months prior by a Panamanian holding company. Elton Cross referenced the company. It was a subsidiary of one of the Order's shells. They got there first, Edith said, her voice flat. They're not just suppressing history, they're actively erasing it. This was the nature of their vigil. They were not guarding a static treasure, but fighting a silent, ongoing war of attrition against forgetting. They couldn't stop the Order, but they could bear witness. Elton began compiling a private, encrypted log, a record of these small, quiet disappearances. It was a history of the history that would never be written. Their first act of intervention came 2 months later. A young linguist in Istanbul had published a paper on phonetic patterns in certain suppressed Gnostic texts, patterns that suggested a deliberate, non-linguistic coding. The paper was ignored by mainstream journals. A week later, the linguist received a lucrative, unsolicited job offer from a university in another country, with a research focus that was a clear diversion from his current work. "They're trying to buy him off," Edith observed, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. To gently sideline him, Elton thought of the river stone on his desk back in Paris. He nodded. "It's our turn." They spent a day crafting a response. Not a job offer, not a warning, but a gift. Using a secure relay, they sent the linguist a single, anonymous message. It contained no text, only an audio file, a field recording Edith had made of a specific, complex bird call from the forest outside their cabin, a call that mirrored one of the phonetic patterns from his paper. It was a question, not an answer. A confirmation that he was not alone in his curiosity. They never learned if he understood. The linguist turned down the job offer and continued his research. It was a small thing, a single point of light in a vast darkness. But it was enough. They had become part of the conversation. They were no longer just listening from the margin. They were speaking from it, their voices as subtle and as persistent as the wind in the trees, ensuring that the questions, against all odds, continued to be asked. The seasons turned, the Carpathian forest cycling through a vibrant summer and a breathtakingly sharp autumn before settling into the deep, silent hush of winter. Snow piled high against the bunker door, insulating them in a world of white. The work continued, a constant, low-grade hum of vigilance. They had identified 3 other potential margins: the Scottish island, the New Mexico mesa, and a location in the Japanese Alps. They were not in direct contact, but sometimes they would see the digital fingerprints of the other's work. A suppressed article mirrored on a resilient server, a fragile dataset anonymously backed up in multiple locations. They were cells in a neural network dedicated to preserving the world's cognitive diversity. It was during the long dark nights of winter that Elton began to notice a different pattern. It wasn't a silencing, but a shaping. A new, well-funded intellectual movement was gaining traction in certain philosophical and tech circles. It called itself the Clarion Foundation. Its public-facing work was benign, even laudable, promoting digital literacy, funding open-source archives, advocating for a unified global epistemology. But as Elton dug deeper, tracing the funding through a labyrinth of charities and trusts, he found the same spectral architecture he associated with the order. The Clarion Foundation wasn't erasing history. It was seeking to curate it, to create a single, coherent, and manageable story of human thought. It was the ultimate canonization, a digital Vatican that would decide, algorithmically, what constituted valid knowledge. This was a new front in the war. The Order was no longer just a secret society hunting heretics. It was becoming a public-facing institution, building a cage of certainty. Edith, meanwhile, had found a different thread. While monitoring auction house records, she noticed a consistent, anonymous bidder acquiring every available piece of correspondence from a specific 19th century English explorer, a man famous for his esoteric interests and his extensive, but poorly catalogued, travels in the Middle East. The bidder always won. She cross-referenced the explorer's known itinerary with the locations of several of the Order's known historical acquisitions. There was a cluster of overlap in a remote region of Anatolia. He was looking for something specific, she said, laying the maps out on the table. And the Order is making sure no one else can follow his trail. They're not just buying the letters. They're buying the silence around them. The two threads, the Clarion Foundation's public push for a unified story, And this secret, frantic acquisition of a single explorer's trail felt connected. It was as if the Order was preparing for something, building a dam against a coming flood of inconvenient truths, while simultaneously constructing a new, controlled river for human thought. One evening, as a blizzard raged outside, Elton received a priority alert on the secure channel. It was not from any of the other margins. It was a direct, encrypted burst, its origin heavily masked. The message was simple, just 2 lines of text. The Clarion Codex launches in 6 months. The Anatolian site is the key. You are the closest. The silence is no longer a sanctuary. It is a target. Elton read the message aloud, his voice barely a whisper. Edith stared at the screen, the blood draining from her face. The Clarion Codex. It sounded like a benign library project, but they knew it was the culmination of the Foundation's work. A single, authoritative, AI-driven platform intended to become the default source for verified knowledge. And the Anatolian site, the Explorer's Trail. They're not just hiding the past, Elton said, the full scope of it dawning on him. They're building the future. A future with no room for broken fish or tokens or dust. A future where every question has a pre-approved answer. The message had reframed their entire existence. Their quiet vigil in the woods was over. The margin was collapsing. They were no longer just sense organs or guardians. The message had given them a target and a timeline. They were being called to move from defense to a desperate, likely futile, act of intervention. The key to the cabin felt heavy in his pocket, a symbol of a peace that had just been shattered. The real work, it seemed, was only just beginning. The blizzard sealed them in for 3 more days. The time was spent in a fever of preparation, the quiet rhythm of their watch shattered. They mapped the explorer's probable route through the stark Anatolian highlands. They used the cabin's advanced systems to model the Clarion Codex's potential architecture, identifying its likely points of vulnerability, not in its code, but in its foundational data set. If they could find what the Order was so desperate to hide in Anatolia, they could introduce a fatal flaw, a single grain of irreconcilable doubt into the heart of their perfect system. When the storm passed, the world outside was a pristine, alien landscape. They packed their bags again, this time with a specific, grim purpose. They were not going to a sanctuary. They were walking into the lion's den. As Elton secured the heavy bunkered door, he paused, his hand on the cold iron. He was locking away a life, perhaps for good. The journey out of the mountains was a reverse of their arrival, a slow immersion back into a world they had voluntarily left. The noise was jarring. The crush of people at the Bucharest airport, the blare of announcements, the relentless glow of screens. It all felt like an assault. They flew to Istanbul, then caught a domestic flight to Kayseri. From there, they hired a rugged old Land Rover, telling the agent they were geologists. The lie felt thin and brittle. For days they drove, leaving the paved roads behind, climbing into a landscape of wind-scoured rock and vast empty skies. They followed the explorer's cryptic references, cross-referencing his flowery prose with satellite imagery. It was Edith who found the final clue, a description of a spring that tasted of iron and regret near a wall of stone, shaped like a sleeping giant. They found the spring, a rust-red trickle from a rock face, and above it the silhouette of a mountain that did, indeed, look like a recumbent titan. At the base of the giant, hidden behind a scree slope, was a fissure in the rock, narrow and dark. It did not look like an entrance to anything. It looked like a geological accident, but the air that whispered from it was dry and carried a faint, ancient scent of incense and dust. This was the place. The Order had not yet arrived to seal it. They were, for the moment, ahead. Elton switched on his headlamp, the beam cutting a frail swath into the darkness. He looked at Edith. There were no words left that were adequate. This was the fracture made physical, a crack in the world they were about to step into. He nodded once. She nodded back, her face set. Then, together, they entered the silence of the mountain. Story 3. The first sound was the tap. Not a clock, not a footstep, but a single fat drop of water hitting the porcelain of the sink in the hall bathroom. It fell with the weary regularity of a dying heartbeat. Tap, dot, and then, a long moment later, tap. I lay in the bed I had slept in as a child, in the room that had once been mine and my brother's, and I counted the spaces between them. The silence here in my mother's house was a thick, cottony thing, and the tap was a needle puncturing it, over and over. A tiny, maddening leak from a world that had stopped turning properly a long time ago. I had come back to Blackwater, Mississippi because the silence in my own head had become louder than any city noise. It was a silence shaped like a boy with sun-bleached hair, and a gap in his smile where a tooth had been knocked out climbing the old water oak. Jeremias. His name was a ghost on my tongue. 12 years gone, and the house still felt his absence like a phantom limb. My mother, Dee, moved through the rooms as if she were swimming through syrup, her gestures slow and deliberate, her eyes focused on some middle distance where grief had permanently taken root. She was a photograph of a woman, fading in the sun. The official story was a tragedy of childhood whimsy, a game of hide-and-seek that stretched too long, a search that turned frantic as the fireflies began their evening dance. They found his small body, not hiding but drowned in the slow brown water of the Cypress Creek, his clothes snagged on a submerged branch. An accident, a terrible, mundane accident. I was 7. I remembered the taste of lemonade and the sting of mosquito bites, and the way the sheriff's voice had cracked when he told my father. I remembered my father leaving a year later, his own silence a different kind of drowning. But memory is a crooked picture frame. Lately, another memory had been surfacing, not of the day he died, but of the afternoon before. Jeremias, 11 years old and already smelling of the outside, of pine sap and river mud, whispering to me in our shared room. He had a secret, he said. Not out a treasure, but a thing. A bad thing he saw in the woods by the old mill. A thing that involved the Cade family. He made me swear not to tell. He was scared. But beneath the fear was a thread of excitement. The kind that leads boys into trouble. The next day, he was gone. I rose from the bed. The floorboards were cool and grainy under my bare feet. The tap in the bathroom continued its metronome. I walked past my mother's closed door, past the living room where the dust motes danced in the slatted morning light, and out onto the screened porch. The air was heavy and wet, smelling of damp earth and blooming magnolia. Blackwater lay before me, a town slowly being reclaimed by the land. Its paint peeling, its foundations sinking into the soft, greedy soil. It was a beautiful, sorrowful place. It knew how to keep secrets. My aunts, Lavinia and Rose, were the family's gatekeepers. They arrived that afternoon, a flutter of linen and judgment. Lavinia, the elder, was all sharp angles and sharper eyes, her hair a cap of silver waves. Rose was softer, rounder, her mind sometimes adrift in a pleasant fog of memory and cake recipes. They brought tea in a casserole, the currency of Southern condolence, though no one had recently died. Carmen, child, you are too thin, Lavinia said, her gaze taking inventory of me, of the house, of the world. City living doesn't suit you. It suits me fine, Aunt Lavinia. Does it? She sipped her tea, the china cup impossibly delicate in her bony hand. Then why are you back? Stirring up mud only makes the water cloudy. I'm not stirring anything. I'm just visiting Mother. Rose patted my hand, her touch dry as paper. Poor Dee. She never could get the sound of that creak out of her head. It plays in her dreams, I think. The creak. It was always the creak. The final, simple answer. But I heard Jeremiah's whisper, a faint echo from the past. A bad thing. The Cades. Everyone in Blackwater knew the Cades. They lived in a cluster of rust-streaked trailers and makeshift sheds on the wrong side of the creek, a kingdom of kudzu and decay. They were a criminal enterprise in miniature, dealing in stolen goods and home-cooked meth. A chaotic, violent tribe ruled by the mercurial fist of Austin Cade. Austin was maybe 10 years older than me, a man who had been a hard and dangerous boy. I remembered his eyes from the one time our paths crossed as children, a flat, reptilian gray that held no light. He was the local monster, a story parents told to keep their kids from wandering too far. A few days after I returned, I drove out to where the old mill stood, its great wheel rotten and still. The air was different here, thinner, and the buzz of insects had a more frantic pitch. The creek was wider, its current lazy and deceptive. I stood on the bank, the mud sucking at my shoes, and tried to imagine my brother here, not hiding, but watching. What bad thing could a boy see that would be worth killing him over? The undergrowth rustled. I turned, my heart a trapped bird in my chest. A man emerged from the tree line. He was lean, all sinew and tendon, his skin tanned to leather. It was Austin Cade. He moved with a predator's casual grace, and his eyes, that same flat gray, fixed on me. He didn't speak for a long moment, just looked me over as if assessing a strange animal that had wandered onto his land. "You're the Halloran girl," he said finally. His voice was low, raspy, like stones grinding together. "Carmen," I said, forcing my own voice to stay level. "I heard you were back, poking around." He took a step closer. The air around him carried the faint, sweet, sour smell of sweat and something chemical, like nail polish remover. "This is private property. I was just remembering my brother." A slow, unpleasant smile spread across his face. It didn't reach his eyes. "The one who drowned. A shame. This creek, it looks peaceful, but it's got a mean undercurrent. Pulls you down before you know it." He gestured with his chin towards the brown water. "Best to leave the past buried, Miss Halloran. Some things, when you dig them up, they ain't pretty. They're rotten." It wasn't a suggestion. It was a threat, wrapped in the folksy cadence of the South. I stood my ground, feeling the prickle of fear on my skin like a cold sweat. He knew why I was here. The whole town was a whispering gallery. I started with the town itself. I went to the library, a crumbling Carnegie building that smelled of old paper and mildew. Miss Abigail, the librarian, had been there since before I was born. Her eyes, magnified by thick glasses, watched me with a mixture of pity and caution as I looked through the microfiche of the Blackwater Gazette from that summer. The report on Jeremiah's death was brief, a small column on the third page. "Local boy 11, decent tragic accident." The words were dry, factual. It mentioned the ongoing search, the discovery, the profound sadness of the community. It was a narrative that had been accepted, polished, and put away. But a week before his death, there was another small article. "Sheriff's Department executes search warrant on Cade property." No arrests were made. The warrant was related to suspected narcotics manufacturing. The article was vague, the language cautious. I felt a cold certainty settle in my stomach. This was what he saw. He saw the police at the Cade place, or he saw something they left behind, or he saw where they moved their operation. I visited old Mr. Henderson at his gas station, the one with the vintage soda cooler and the ceiling yellowed by decades of cigarette smoke. He remembered Jeremiah's. A good boy, full of life, always buying a root beer and a moon pie. He wiped a rag over the counter, his movements slow. A terrible thing, that creek. My own daddy told me to stay away from it. The bottom is all roots and muck. Did Jeremias come in here the day it happened? The old man's eyes grew distant. I believe he did. But as usual, seemed excited about something. Said he was going on an adventure. He looked at me. A flicker of unease in his gaze. You asking a lot of questions, Carmen. Your aunts are worried about you. This town, it's like an old dog. It don't like being poked with a stick. The days bled into one another. A slow, syrupy dream. The line between my investigation and my own memories began to blur. I would wake from a nap on the porch, the humid air pressing down on me. And for a moment I would be a child again, waiting for Jeremias to come bursting through the screen door. The sound of a car door slamming in the distance would become, in my half-sleep, the sound of the screen door from that afternoon. The scent of my mother's gardenias would mix with the imagined scent of river decay. I was chasing a ghost through a hall of mirrors, each reflection distorting the truth a little more. I found myself down by the creek again, at a different spot, a place where the water pooled deep and dark under the shade of a massive cypress. The air was still, and then I saw it. Not a memory, but a thing. A glint of something metallic, half buried in the mud at the water's edge. I knelt, my heart hammering against my ribs. I dug with my fingers, the cold, slick mud oozing over my hands. It was a belt buckle, tarnished silver, in the shape of a longhorn skull. Jeremias's belt buckle, a birthday gift from our father. He loved that buckle. He never took it off. My breath caught in my throat. They said he drowned. They said his body was found snagged downstream. But this was upstream from where they found him. A quiet, hidden inlet. If he drowned, if the current took him, how did his belt buckle end up here, buried in the mud as if he had been lying here on this bank? The official story had a crack in it, a hairline fracture that now spread through my mind like lightning. I took the buckle home, washed the mud off in the kitchen sink, the cold water stinging my hands. It felt heavy, a dead weight. Proof. But proof of what? That he had been here. I already knew that. It was the placement, the quiet defiance of the current, that spoke of something else. Something that happened on the bank, not in the water. That night, the dreams were vivid and terrible. Jeremias was running through the woods, not in play, but in terror. The leaves were like hands grabbing at him, and behind him a presence, not a man but a shadow, a feeling of immense, brutal weight. I woke with a gasp, the taste of copper in my mouth. The tap in the hall bathroom was still going. Tap, dot, tap, deoti. It no longer sounded like a heartbeat. It sounded like a countdown. I confronted my mother. I showed her the buckle. She was sitting in a rocking chair, a photo album open on her lap. She looked at the tarnished silver in my palm, and her face, usually a placid mask, crumpled. A single tear traced a path through her powder. "Where did you find that?" she whispered. "By the creek, up near the cypress pool." She closed her eyes, rocking slowly. "You have to stop this, Carmen. You have to. Nam diyan." "Why?" "Because the truth is worse than not knowing. Mother, he didn't just fall in. Something happened to him on that bank. He told me he saw something about the Cades." Her eyes snapped open, and for a fleeting second, there was a flash of the woman she used to be, fierce and alive. "The Cades!" She spat the name. "Vermin." The sheriff knew. He knew it was them. But what could he do? There was no evidence. Just a boy's word, and that boy was gone. She looked at me, her gaze desperate. He told me to. The day before, he said, "Mama, I saw where the bad men cook their poison." I told him to forget it. I told him it was none of our business. I told him to stay away from there. Her voice broke. I sent him to his death with a mother's warning. It wasn't enough. The room seemed to tilt. She had known. All these years, she had carried this specific, agonizing knowledge. Not just of an accident, but of a connection. The Cades were involved. It wasn't a paranoid fantasy. It was a mother's buried truth. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" "The sheriff?" "And then what?" she cried, her voice ragged. "Start a war with that family, get the rest of us killed. Your father left because he couldn't fight a ghost. He wanted to burn their trailers to the ground, but the sheriff begged him not to. No proof, no witnesses, just a grieving father's rage. It would have gotten him killed, so he left. It was easier to lose a son and a husband than to lose everyone. So he left. It was easier to lose a son. The hypocrisy of the town, the fragile peace maintained by looking away, settled over me. They had all chosen the clean story of an accident over the messy, dangerous truth of a murder. My investigation had not been a secret. I had been a fool, rattling the cage of a sleeping beast, and now the beast was awake. 2 nights later, a rock came through the living room window. Wrapped around it was a dead snake, its body coiled. No note was needed. The message was clear as church bells. "Leave it be." My aunts descended upon the house in a fury of activity. Lavinia called a glazier, her voice sharp and commanding on the phone. Rose tried to usher me upstairs, away from the broken glass. "This is what happens," Lavinia said to me, her face pale but stern. "This is the cost of stirring the pot. You think you are seeking justice for Jeremiah's, but you are only inviting more violence. For what? To prove what we all already suspect. Some truths don't set you free, Carmen. They bury you." "I can't stop now," I said, my voice trembling but resolute. "He was my brother, and you are my niece," she shot back. "And I will not have you end up in the ground next to him." But it was too late. The path was laid out before me, leading back to the creek, back to the Cades. I waited until the house was quiet, until the only sound was that relentless tap in the bathroom. I took my father's old hunting knife from a drawer in the garage, its weight foreign and comforting in my hand. I slipped out into the night. The woods were a different world after dark. The moonlight filtered through the canopy in shattered pieces, painting the path in silver and shadow. The sounds were amplified, the scuttle of unseen things in the leaves, the hoot of an owl, the frantic chorus of frogs from the creek. The air was cool and heavy with the smell of decaying leaves and night-blooming jasmine. I moved like a ghost myself, my senses stretched taut, every nerve ending alive. I reached the cypress pool. The water was a sheet of black glass, reflecting the sliver of moon. This was the place. This was where his adventure ended. I stood there, listening, waiting for the past to speak to me. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, the knife held out before me. Austin Cade stepped out of the shadows. He was alone. He looked at the knife in my hand and let out a soft, derisive chuckle. "You're gonna stab me, little girl, with your daddy's knife." He took a step forward. "I told you to let it lie." What did you do to my brother?" My voice was a thin wire of sound in the vast darkness. He shook his head, a slow, weary motion. "I didn't lay a hand on your brother. That's the God's honest truth. He saw your meth lab. He saw the police were onto you. You killed him to keep him quiet." Austin's face was unreadable in the dim light. "He saw something, all right. But it wasn't me he should have been afraid of." He took another step, and I tightened my grip on the knife. Your brother, he was a sneaky little thing. He was hiding right over there. He pointed to a thicket of saw palmetto watching my place. But he wasn't watching me. He was watching the sheriff's deputy, a man named Cooper, who was supposed to be serving that warrant. Except Deputy Cooper wasn't there to shut me down. He was there for his cut, for his monthly envelope of cash to look the other way. The world tilted on its axis. The bad thing, it wasn't just the crime. It was the corruption that enabled it. The town's protector was part of the disease. So Cooper killed him, I whispered, the horror dawning like a cold sunrise. Austin gave a grim, almost sympathetic smile. Cooper panicked. He saw the boy, knew he'd been seen. He chased him, caught him right here. I wasn't there, but I heard about it. Cooper came to me, scared shitless. Said the boy fell, hit his head on that cypress root. He gestured to a gnarled, partially submerged root that looked like a blackened bone. He said it was an accident. Maybe it was. But a dead boy is a dead boy. We put him in the creek, let the current take him, make it look like he drowned. Cleaner that way. Cleaner that way. It was so simple, so brutally mundane. Not a premeditated murder, but a panicked cover-up by a corrupt man. A single, terrible moment of violence that an entire town had conspired, through silence, to call an accident. Why are you telling me this? I asked, the knife feeling useless in my hand. Because Cooper's been dead 5 years. Liver failure. And I'm tired of being the monster in your story. The real monster wore a badge and went to church on Sundays. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes that wasn't flat. It's a deep, ancient weariness. The truth doesn't change anything. Your brother is still dead. Your mama is still broken, and nothing you do will ever fix it. Now you know. What are you gonna do with it? I had no answer. The vengeance I had imagined, the clear, righteous confrontation, had dissolved into this complex, ugly truth. The killer was already dead. The accomplice was standing before me, confessing. Yet I felt no triumph, only a vast, hollow emptiness. I lowered the knife. Austin nodded, a faint gesture of understanding. He turned and melted back into the woods, leaving me alone with the truth. I stood there for a long time until the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue. I looked at the cypress root, trying to see the ghost of my brother, the imprint of his final moment. But there was nothing, just wood and water in the coming dawn. I walked back to the house as the first birds began to sing. The tap in the hall bathroom had finally stopped. The drip had ceased, perhaps fixed by the glacier, perhaps having simply run its course. The silence was absolute. I did not tell my mother what I had learned. I did not tell my aunts. Some truths are not a balm. They are a poison. Oh, they would not bring Jeremias back. They would only shatter the fragile peace my mother had built from her grief. So I buried the truth deep inside me, next to the memory of my brother's smile. I left Blackwater a week later. The town watched me go, its secrets safe. The story of Jeremias Halloran remained a tragic accident, a cautionary tale about the creek. It was a story that allowed everyone to sleep at night. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of my city apartment, I can still hear it. Not the tap of water, but the slow brown slide of the creek, patient and eternal. It carries the leaves and the twigs and the years. It smooths the sharp edges of stones and the hard edges of truth. It knows everything, that creek. It holds the memory of a boy's last adventure, the weight of a corrupt man's fear, and the silent complicity of a town. And if you stand on its bank long enough, listening to its gentle, murmuring flow, you can almost believe it was all just an accident, a trick of the current, a story written in water, already fading, soon to be gone for good. The city never offered the silence I craved. Sirens and the hum of traffic were a poor substitute for the crickets and the rustle of leaves, but they were a shield. I built a life, a careful, quiet one. I dated a man named David who knew nothing of creaks or belt buckles or the weight of a buried truth. He thought my occasional stillness, my reluctance to swim in rivers, were just quirks. I let him. For 5 years, I managed. I thought the secret was a stone I had swallowed, and that eventually it would dissolve. But some stones are indigestible. They just sit there, heavy and cold. The call came on a Tuesday. It was Aunt Lavinia, her voice stripped of its usual command, thin and frayed. "It's your mother," she said. "She's in the hospital. It's her heart." I drove through the night, the familiar dread coiling in my stomach as the city lights faded and the pine barrens rose up like a dark wall. Blackwater hadn't changed. The same tired buildings, the same heavy air. It felt less like a town and more like a trap I had willingly re-entered. My mother looked small in the hospital bed, swallowed by the white sheets. Her eyes were closed, her breathing a shallow rasp. Lavinia and Rose were there, their faces etched with a worry that went beyond the current crisis. "The doctor says it was a severe stress-induced event," Lavinia said, her voice low. "She had a visitor yesterday, Sheriff Cooper." The name hit me like a physical blow. Cooper? But he's not the father. The son, Billy Cooper. He was just elected sheriff last fall. She wrung her hands, a nervous gesture I'd never seen from her. He came by the house, said he was doing a wellness check. He asked her if she was still troubled about the past, if she had any new thoughts about Jeremiah's. He stayed for 20 minutes. After he left, she couldn't catch her breath. The past wasn't buried. It was a live wire, and Billy Cooper was testing it. The sins of the father were not forgotten, and the son was now the man with the badge. Austin Cade's confession echoed in my mind. The real monster wore a badge. It seemed the monster had spawned a successor. I left the hospital, a cold fury burning through the haze of grief. I drove not to my mother's house, but to the edge of town, to the rutted dirt road that led to the Cade trailers. The place was more dilapidated than I remembered, the junk cars more numerous. Austin was sitting on the porch of the main trailer, cleaning a rifle. He looked up as my car crunched to a halt. He didn't seem surprised. "I heard about your mama," he said, not standing. "Billy Cooper paid her a visit, stressed her into the hospital." He nodded slowly, placing the cleaned rifle aside. "Billy's a proud man. Doesn't like the whispers. His daddy's name is Mud in some circles, and he blames your family for keeping the story alive, even in its quiet form. You told me the truth was useless, that it wouldn't change anything. But it's not useless to them. It's a threat. Truth is always a threat to someone," he said. He lit a cigarette, the smoke a pale ghost in the humid air. "I'm out of the business now. Got a clean record for what it's worth. But Billy, he's got his own interests to protect. His daddy's legacy is a chain around his neck, and he thinks silencing the last echoes of that summer will cut him free." So then, what do I do? The question was out before I could stop it. A plea to the last man I ever thought I'd ask for help. He looked at me, his gray eyes clear and direct. "You can't prove anything. It's my word against a dead man's, and I'm a Cade. You run, and he'll always wonder when you'll talk. You stay and fight with what you have, which is nothing but a story, and he'll make sure you lose." He took a long drag. "There's a third way." "What?" "You let him see that the story is over, that the last page has been turned. You give him a different truth to hold on to." I drove to the sheriff's office, a modern brick building that felt alien in the old town. Billy Cooper was younger than I expected, with the clean-cut, earnest look of a politician, but his eyes had the same cold calculation I remembered in his father's. "Miss Halloran," he said, gesturing for me to sit. "I'm sorry to hear about your mother. I hope my visit didn't unduly upset her." "I think we both know it did, Sheriff." I kept my voice flat, my hand steady in my lap. "I came back to town to settle her affairs. She's moving to a facility up north, near me. I'm selling the house." He leaned back, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "Is that so?" "Yes. I'm also here to collect a few personal items. One of them is this." I opened my purse and placed Jeremiah's tarnished belt buckle on his desk. It landed with a dull thud. "I found this years ago down by the creek. I thought it meant something. I thought it was a clue. I spent a long time thinking my brother's death wasn't an accident." I looked him directly in the eye, letting him see my surrender, my exhaustion. "I was wrong. It was just a buckle. The current must have torn it loose and washed it up. I've been chasing a ghost, and it's cost me and my mother too much. I'm done. We're done. The past can stay buried." "No." He picked up the buckle, turning it over in his hands. He was looking for a lie, for a trap. But all he found was the weary resignation of a woman who had given up a long and fruitless war. The truth I was giving him was the one he wanted to hear. The Hallorans were closing the book. He placed the buckle back on the desk and gave me a slow, satisfied smile. "That's very wise of you, Carmen. Some things are best left where they lie. I'm glad you found some peace with it." I left his office, the lie sitting on my tongue like ash. I went back to the hospital. My mother was awake, her eyes hazy with medication. She reached for my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Is it over?" she whispered. I thought of Austin's words, of the third way. It wasn't about justice. It was about survival. It was about giving the beast a different meal so it would leave you alone. "Yes, Mama," I said, smoothing the hair back from her forehead. "It's over." I stayed until she was stable, until the house was emptied and listed with a realtor. On my last day, I went down to the creek one final time. I didn't go to the cypress pool. I went to the place with the rotten water wheel. I stood there for a long time, not chasing ghosts, not seeking answers. I was just saying goodbye. The current slid past, brown and patient, carrying its secrets away. I had traded the truth for safety, for peace. It felt like a betrayal, and it felt like the only choice I had ever really made. I turned my back on the water and walked away, for the last time, leaving the whispering current to its endless, knowing flow. The lie was a shield, and for a while it worked. My mother improved in the quiet facility up north, far from the humid weight of Blackwater. The sale of the house went through without a hitch. David and I got engaged in a simple city-style ceremony with no family in attendance. I built a life on the foundation of that single, deliberate falsehood, and for a time, it felt sturdy. Then, a year later, the email arrived. It was from a name I didn't recognize, sent to an old address I rarely checked. The subject line was a single stark word, Jeremiah's. My hand trembled as I clicked it open. The message was brief. "I heard what you told Billy Cooper. I know why you did it, but the story isn't over. My name is Eli. I was there that day, too. I need to talk to you. It's about the deputy's son." "Two." The words blurred on the screen. The deputy's son. Billy Cooper. A new, chilling dimension of the old horror cracked open inside me. Austin Cade had told me the truth, but not the whole truth. He had left out the most dangerous part. I had buried the past, but it seemed someone else had been digging. I deleted the email. I closed the laptop. I went into the kitchen and made a cup of tea, my movements precise and automatic. I watched the steam rise, trying to calm the frantic drumming of my heart. It was a trick. A trap set by Billy Cooper to see if I would bite. It had to be. But the name, Eli, echoed in some deep, dusty chamber of my memory. A skinny, quiet boy who sometimes fished downstream from the Cade property. A boy who would have been the same age as Jeremias. A possible witness who had kept silent for 2 decades. The lie I had built my life upon began to feel thin and brittle. I had traded the truth for peace, but the peace was an illusion. The current of the past had not carried the secret away. It had only deposited it further downstream, where someone else had found it. And now it was washing back toward me, darker and more complicated than before. The creek was not done with me. It was calling me back. I didn't respond to the email. For a week, I tried to cauterize the wound, to forget the name Eli and the terrible implication of his words. But the silence that followed his message was louder than any sound. It was a waiting silence. My carefully constructed life in the city began to feel like a stage set, a flimsy facade that could be blown over by a single gust of wind from home. David noticed my distraction. "You've been quiet lately," he said one evening over dinner. "Is it your mom?" "It's always my mom," I replied, which was both a lie and the truth. My mother was the vessel that held all my other worries. He accepted this, and his acceptance felt like another layer of the lie. I found myself spending hours online, doing the very thing I had sworn never to do. I searched for Eli in Blackwater. It was a small town. It shouldn't have been hard. But the name yielded nothing of use. Just old-class photos with faded, pixelated faces I could barely recognize. I looked up Billy Cooper, Sheriff. His social media was a curated gallery of community outreach and fishing trips. He looked like a pillar of the community, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. It was another week before the second email arrived. This one had an attachment, a scanned black and white photograph. It showed 3 boys, maybe 12 or 13 years old, standing on the bank of the creek. Jeremias was in the middle, his arms slung around the neck of a skinny, freckled boy I now knew was Eli. On his other side, taller and already filling out with a swagger that seemed innate, was Billy Cooper. They were all smiling, but Billy's smile was a challenge, his eyes fixed on the camera with a possessive intensity. Jeremias looked happy, unaware that the boys flanking him would, in their own ways, be responsible for his end. The message below was just as brief as the first. They were friends, until they weren't. He's afraid of what I remember. You should be too. The old Cade place. Tomorrow. Sunset. Miss Shower. The directive was clear. It was also a colossal risk. This could still be a trap orchestrated by Billy. Eli could be working with him. Or Eli could be a lonely, unstable man chasing his own ghosts. Every rational part of me screamed to delete the email, to block the address, to reinforce the walls of my new life. But I looked at the photograph, at my brother's face, frozen in a moment of simple, boyish joy. I had buried the truth to protect my mother, to save myself. I had let a version of the story stand that painted my brother as a victim of a random accident, and the Cades as the nebulous villains. But this new thread, this connection between Jeremias and Billy Cooper, changed everything. It meant the corruption wasn't just a cover-up after the fact. It was personal. It was a rot that had been growing long before that summer day. I told David I had to go back to Blackwater for a final check on the house sale paperwork. A last loose thread to tie up. He offered to come. I refused too quickly. The hurt in his eyes was another weight added to the pile I was carrying. The drive back was a funeral procession for my own peace of mind. The old Cade place was even more desolate than I remembered. The trailers seemed to sag deeper into the earth, and the surrounding woods pressed in like a crowd of silent observers. I parked where Austin had confronted me years before, and walked the rest of the way, the setting sun bleeding red through the pines. He was waiting by the crumbling foundation of a shack that had long since given up its fight with the elements. Eli Ty. He was tall and gaunt, his face weathered by hard living, but his eyes were the same as in the photograph, sharp and intelligent. "You came," he said. His voice was raspy, like stones grinding together. "You sent a compelling invitation." He nodded toward the woods behind him. "Billy doesn't know I'm here. He thinks I'm still the scared kid I was back then. He thinks a monthly stipend, a few vague threats are enough to keep me quiet." "Stipend?" The word felt foul in the clean evening air. "For my silence, for my inconvenience," Eli said, a bitter smile twisting his lips. "His daddy started it. Billy continued it. A nice, quiet little payment to make sure I never talk about what I saw that day. And what did you see, Eli?" My voice was barely a whisper. "I saw them arguing," he said, his gaze turning inward, looking at a memory he'd replayed 1,000 times. "Jeremias and Billy, right by the creek. Jeremias found out about the payments Billy's dad was taking from Austin Cade. He was going to tell. He said it was wrong. Billy was furious. He called your brother a traitor. Said he'd ruin his own family, ruin the town." He paused, swallowing hard. "I was hiding in the same thicket your brother used. I saw Billy shove him. It was a hard shove, full of rage. Jeremiah stumbled back. His foot caught on that cypress root, and he fell. His head, it made a sound, a terrible, hollow sound. Billy stood there for a second, shocked. Then he panicked. He ran. He didn't check for a pulse. He didn't call for help. He just ran. He didn't check for a pulse. He didn't call for it." The story Austin had told me was true in its mechanics, but a lie in its soul. It wasn't a panicked deputy catching a witness. It was a violent argument between boys who were once friends. It was the sheriff's son, protecting his father's corruption, who delivered the fatal blow. "Billy went and got his father," Eli continued. "And they came up with the story, the accident, the Cades, as the scapegoat. Austin went along with it because it was easier than pointing a finger at the law. And I kept quiet. I was a kid. I was terrified of the Coopers. The truth, the whole, ugly, unvarnished truth, finally settled inside me. It wasn't a stone anymore. It was a cancer. My brother was killed by his friend, and the town's leading family had orchestrated the cover-up. And I had walked into the sheriff's office and handed the son, the murderer, my surrender. "Why now?" I asked, my body numb. "Why tell me now, after all this time?" "Because Billy's getting reckless," Eli said, his eyes wide with a fresh fear. "He thinks he's untouchable. He's involved in things now that make his daddy's deal with Austin look like a lemonade stand. And he started to look at me differently, like I'm a problem he needs to solve permanently. I'm not safe anymore. I thought if someone else knew, if you knew, maybe I'd be safer. Or at least the truth wouldn't die with me. I'm there." The sun had dipped below the trees, plunging the clearing into deep twilight. I had come for closure, and found only a deeper, more dangerous mystery. I had a witness. I had had a story, but I had no proof. It was my word, and the word of a frightened man against a sitting sheriff. I looked at Eli at the raw terror in his face, and I knew my retreat was over. The creek had called me back, not for answers, but for a reckoning. The current had finally washed the whole, rotten truth to my feet, and this time I couldn't turn my back and walk away. The drive back to my motel was a blur of shadows and trembling hands. Eli's words echoed in the silence of the car, a chaotic symphony of betrayal and murder. My brother's face from the photograph, so alive and trusting, superimposed itself over the memory of his still, pale body in the casket. He had been betrayed twice, first by his friend, and then by the town that buried the truth. I couldn't go to the police. The police were the problem. I couldn't tell David. Dragging him into this felt like a death sentence. I was alone with this knowledge. A secret so volatile it felt like it could detonate at any moment. For 2 days, I did nothing. I stayed in my motel room, the curtains drawn, watching the dust motes dance in the slivers of light. I was waiting, though I didn't know for what. A sign, a resolution, for the courage to do what needed to be done. On the 3rd day, my phone vibrated with an unknown local number. A cold dread seized me. It was him. Billy knew. Eli had broken. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a text message appeared. Saw you were back in town. Heard about your mother. Hope she's well. Let me know if you need anything. Sheriff Cooper. It was a predator's courtesy, a reminder that his eyes were everywhere. He was letting me know he was watching. The message was a leash, gently tugged. My pretense of being here for paperwork felt flimsier than ever. That evening, I drove to the public library, the one place in Blackwater that felt neutral. A relic from a time before the rot set in. I used a computer terminal in the reference section, my back to the wall. I searched for Eli's full name, for any public records that might give him credibility. I found a few traffic violations, an old address. Nothing that would help. Then, on a whim, I searched the local newspaper's digital archives for the month after Jeremias died. The official story was there, a small column on page 4. Local boy drowns in tragic accident. But then I found another article a week later. Sheriff's Department announces crackdown on creek vandalism. It quoted a young deputy, Billy Cooper, who had just started helping his father part-time, vowing to increase patrols to prevent future tragedies. The hypocrisy was so thick, I could taste it. As I was about to log off, a shadow fell over the terminal. I looked up, my heart leaping into my throat. It was Austin Cade. He looked older, wearier, but his gaze was as sharp as ever. "Library's a funny place for you to be, Carmen," he said, his voice low. "Thought you were done with this town. What do you want, Austin? I heard you met with Eli Vickers." The name hung in the air between us. "That was unwise." "You knew," I whispered, the pieces clicking into a final damning picture. "You knew it was Billy. All these years, you let me and my family believe it was you, or your father, or some faceless monster from the Cade clan. You protected the Cooper boy." Austin's jaw tightened. It was a different time. His father owned this town. What good would it have done? My word against the sheriff's. They'd have buried me in a shallow grave and called it justice. I took the blame because it was the only way to survive. I gave you a version of the truth to make you leave, to keep you safe. "Ning, you used me," I said, the realization a cold burn. "You sent me to Billy with that story, with that buckle, knowing it would satisfy him. You used me to clean up your mess, to make your life easier." "I gave you a way out," he countered, his eyes hard. "And now you're poking a bear that's grown fangs. Eli's a loose thread. Billy won't let a loose thread dangle for long. And if you're tied to it, he'll cut you too. So what's your advice now? Run again?" "It's the only play you've got left," Austin said. "Leave. Tonight. Forget you ever talked to Eli. Forget everything I ever told you. This town doesn't want its secrets dug up. It'll spit you out and heal over the hole you leave behind." He turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing in the quiet library. He was a ghost from the past, warning me about the future. But I wasn't the same scared girl who had left Blackwater. I was a woman who had built a life on a lie. And that foundation was crumbling. Running wasn't a play. It was a surrender. And this time, I knew with a cold, clear certainty that if I ran, the current of my own conscience would never, ever let me rest. The reckoning was here, and I was standing right in its path. I left the library, the smell of old books and dust replaced by the heavy, damp air of a Blackwater night. Austin's warning was a drumbeat in my ears. Eli was a loose thread, and I was now tied to him. I drove not to my motel, but to the edge of town, to the small, run-down duplex Eli had listed as his address in an old public record. The lights were off. The front door was slightly ajar, swinging inward with a soft, rhythmic creak in the night breeze. My blood went cold. I pushed it open slowly, my phone's flashlight cutting a frail beam through the darkness. The inside was torn apart. Cushions were slashed, drawers upended, their contents strewn across the floor. It wasn't a robbery. It was a message. A search. On the wall, smeared in what looked like mud from the creek, was a single word. Run. He hadn't just been afraid. He had been right. Billy knew, and he had been here first. I backed out of the duplex, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to find Eli. He was the only other person who knew the truth, the only one who could stand with me. But where does a frightened man go in a town owned by his enemy? The answer came to me with the force of a memory. The creek. It was where it started. It was the only place that ever held our secrets. I drove to the old Cade place again, but this time I went further. Parking where the road dissolved into a dirt track, I walked through the moonlit woods, the path familiar and alien, all at once. I didn't go to the cypress pool. I went to the rotten water wheel, our old forgotten meeting spot. He was there, huddled in the hollow space behind the broken wheel, knees drawn to his chest. He flinched as my light found him, his face a mask of pure terror that slowly melted into a fragile relief when he saw it was me. He came to my house, Eli whispered, his voice cracking. He was calm. He just asked if I'd been talking to old friends. I denied it. He smiled. Then he started tearing the place apart. He said he was looking for something I stole from him. I ran out the back while he was in the bedroom. We have to go to the state police, I said, the plan forming even as I spoke the words. We drive to the next county tonight and we tell them everything. Eli shook his head, a frantic, jerky motion. You don't get it. His reach is long. His new friends. They're not just town cops. They're worse. They'll never let us get to the county line. A twig snapped in the woods behind us. We both froze. The beam of a powerful flashlight cut through the trees, sweeping over the ferns and the dark water. Eli, a voice called out. It was Billy Cooper. His tone was friendly, conversational, which was more terrifying than any shout. I know you're out here, buddy. You left your door open. We need to finish our talk. Eli's eyes met mine, wide with a silent plea. We were trapped. The creek was at our backs. The woods were full of the man who had killed my brother. The current of the past had not just called me back. It had pulled me under. There was no running anymore. There was only the truth, waiting in the dark with a flashlight and a friendly, murderous voice. He was getting closer, his footsteps a slow, deliberate crunch on the dry leaves. I could see the beam of his light dancing just beyond the thicket that shielded the water wheel. Eli was trembling so violently, I could hear his teeth chatter. My own fear was a cold stone in my gut, but beneath it, a strange calm was settling. This was the end of the line. I put a hand on Eli's arm, a signal to be still, to be silent. My mind raced, discarding options. We couldn't outrun him. We couldn't hide for long. The only weapon we had was the truth, and Billy knew it. He was here to silence it for good. His light swept over the water wheel, paused, and then moved on. He was playing with us. He knew we were here. Come on now, Eli, Billy called, his voice dripping with a false patience that was more threat than plea. This is getting silly. You know how this ends. Let's just talk it out like men. I leaned close to Eli's ear, my voice the barest exhalation. "The creek. We have to go into the creek." He looked at me like I was insane, but I was already moving, crawling on my hands and knees through the mud and rotted leaves toward the water's edge. The bank was steep here, and the water looked black and impossibly cold. I slipped in first, the shock of it stealing my breath. Eli hesitated for a second longer, then followed, his entry a clumsy splash. We waited, staying low, using the deep shadow of the bank as cover. The current tugged at our legs, familiar and hostile. We were moving away from the water wheel, away from his voice. Billy's light snapped back to the water wheel. He'd heard the splash. "There you are," he said, his tone shifting from faux friendly to flat and dangerous. The beam began to sweep along the bank, searching for us. We pressed ourselves against the muddy wall of the bank, submerged to our chins. The beam passed over our heads. He was moving parallel to us, on higher ground. We were rats in a ditch, and he was the farmer with a shovel. "You shouldn't have brought her into this, Eli," Billy said, his voice closer now. He was standing right above us, though the overhanging brush hid him from view. "I tried to be understanding. I gave you a good, quiet life. But you had to go and dig it all up. You had to go and talk to Carmen. He knew it was me. Of course he did. My car was probably still visible from the road. It's a shame," he continued, and I could hear the crunch of his boots as he walked, keeping pace with our slow, desperate waiting. "I really did like your brother. He just couldn't see the bigger picture. He was going to ruin everything my father built. And you're going to ruin everything I've built." The beam of his flashlight suddenly fixed on a point in the water just ahead of us. He was predicting our path. We were trapped. To go forward was to be illuminated, exposed. To go back was to walk into his hands. I looked at Eli. His eyes were closed, his lips moving in a silent prayer. I thought of Jeremiah's, of his head hitting that root. I thought of my mother's grief, of the lie I had lived. The calm inside me solidified into a hard, sharp resolve. I took a deep, quiet breath, filled my lungs, and then I let the current take me. I didn't fight it. I pushed away from the bank and slid into the main channel, letting the water carry me downstream, away from Eli. I surfaced 20 feet away, gasping. "Billy!" I shouted. The flashlight beam whipped away from the bank and pinned me in its blinding glare. I was a perfect target, treading water in the middle of the creek. "Carmen," he said, a note of genuine surprise in his voice. "Now why would you do a foolish thing like that?" "Because I remember now," I yelled back, my voice echoing off the water. "I remember you that day. You came to our house after. You had mud on your knees and you were crying. You told my mother how brave Jeremiah's was. You were a good liar even then." The light didn't waver, but the silence from the bank was profound and heavy. I had thrown a stone into the dark, and I had hit something. "You need to get out of the water, Carmen," he said, his voice dangerously soft. "You'll catch your death." I knew what that meant. I also knew that in the few seconds I had bought him, Eli had vanished. I had given him a chance. It was the only move I had left. I started swimming, not for the bank where Billy stood, but for the opposite side. The light followed me, a malevolent star. I heard a curse, and then the sound of him crashing through the undergrowth, heading for the narrow footbridge downstream. My limbs were leaden with cold and fear, but I swam with a strength I didn't know I possessed. I reached the far bank and scrambled up, my clothes heavy with water. I didn't look back. I ran into the woods on the other side, into the deep, welcoming darkness. I had started the reckoning, and now I had to survive it. The creek had given me one last chance, and I had taken it. The current had finally turned. Story 4. The dust was a fine gray powder, a shroud spun from the dry, still air of the high desert. It settled on everything in the silent treatment room. but it seemed to love the object in the corner most of all. It was a single, black leather glove, a man's glove, supple and expensive. It lay on the floor, partly tucked under a low wooden cabinet, as if it had been dropped or flung there and then forgotten. The dust coated its surface, softening its sharp blackness, turning it into a ghost of itself. Inside, where a hand should be, was only a hollow of darkness. It was the kind of detail a hurried person would miss, a thing without a story. But it held one, a cold and final one. It was the only thing out of place in the room, and it was everything. This was the Ethelgard Center, a place of bleached adobe and sharp, clean lines, set against the vast, unforgiving canvas of the New Mexico desert. It was a sanctuary, they said, a place for shedding, for becoming new. The 9 people who arrived that first evening, their cars kicking up plumes of red dust on the long private road, all carried their own private ruins with them. They were a collection of fractures and fissures, drawn to the promise of Lexi's famous methods. Lexi moved through the main hall, a woman carved from light and shadow. She was neither young nor old, her face a placid mask of serene authority. Her eyes, the color of a winter sky, missed nothing. She welcomed them, her voice a low, melodic instrument that seemed to vibrate in the bones. "You have come here heavy," she said, her gaze sweeping over them. "You carry stones in your pockets and ghosts on your shoulders. Our work is to lighten you, to empty you out so that you may be filled with something truer." The guests were a mosaic of discontent. There was Arthur, a history professor, whose grief for his dead wife was a room in his mind he could no longer leave. His hands, when they weren't clutching a book, trembled with a fine, constant tremor. Next to him was Chloe, a gallery owner from New York, whose life of curated perfection had developed a hairline crack, a deep, humming anxiety she could no longer silence. A couple, Mark and Sarah, stood slightly apart from the group, the space between them a chasm filled with unsaid words and the memory of a lost child. There was a retired financier named Robert, his aggression barely leshed, and a quiet, watchful woman named Isabel, who seemed to absorb the light around her. 3 others completed the group, each a closed book, their spines cracked by various forms of despair. The staff, 2 men and a woman all dressed in the same soft, neutral linen, moved like extensions of Lexi's will. They were silent, efficient, their faces smooth and unreadable. They served a dinner of broths and raw vegetables, the austerity of the meal feeling like the first step in a great unraveling. The days took on a strange, liquid rhythm. The therapy was not talk, but sensation. There were hours spent in sensory deprivation tanks, floating in silent, weightless darkness where the only sound was the frantic thumping of one's own heart. There were guided meditations in a circular room with a floor of heated stone, Lexi's voice weaving through the space, suggesting, probing, sometimes gently accusing. "What is the shape of your fear, Arthur? Is it a box, a hole? Perhaps it is a glove, empty and waiting." Arthur, sweating in the heat, would flinch. The practices grew more intense. One afternoon, they were led blindfolded on a long walk through the desert, their hands on the shoulders of the person in front, forced to trust in a chain of strangers. The sun was a brutal weight, the scrub brush clawing at their legs. That was when Robert, the financier, first voiced his rebellion. "This is absurd," he growled, tearing off his blindfold. "A pointless exercise." One of the staff members materialized beside him, speaking in a low, calm tone. Robert was led away. He returned an hour later, subdued, his eyes distant. He said it was for a private session, a recalibration. Tensions among the guests tightened like wires. Mark and Sarah's silence became a physical presence. Chloe found herself irrationally angry with Isabel's passive observation. And Arthur began to see things. Small things. a shadow moving where no shadow should be. The glove, that black leather glove, appearing on a bench in the courtyard one moment, gone the next. He mentioned it to Lexi in a private session. Her room was spare, containing only a low divan and a single spindly orchid. "The mind under duress seeks anchors, Arthur," she said, her voice hypnotic. "It latches onto trivialities. A glove is just a glove. It is the emptiness inside it that frightens you. Your wife's hand, no longer there to hold." Her words felt true and false at the same time. A key that turned in the lock, but did not open the door. The crisis began on the 5th night. A storm gathered over the desert, the sky turning a bruised purple. The air grew thick, charged. The guests were assembled in the main hall for a new exercise, a group confrontation Lexi called the Mirror. They were to voice their deepest criticisms of each other, to shatter the polite facades. It was brutal, ugly. Accusations flew, sharp and personal. Robert called Mark a hollow man. Sarah, in a burst of venom, told Chloe her anxiety was a luxury of the bored. In the middle of the chaos, the lights went out. A total, consuming blackness, broken only by the sudden fork of lightning that lit the room in a stark, blue-white flash. In that frozen instant, Arthur saw Robert, his face contorted, standing over Mark, who was on the floor. He saw the glint of something in Robert's hand, or perhaps he did not. The image was seared onto his retina, but its meaning was slippery. Then, a scream. It was Sarah. When the emergency generators hummed to life a minute later, casting a weak, jaundiced light, Robert was gone. Mark was sitting up, rubbing his jaw, looking dazed. "It hit me," Mark mumbled. Then he just ran. A search was organized. The staff, their serenity finally cracked, moved with a new urgency. The guests huddled together, their previous animosities forgotten in the face of this raw danger. The storm broke, lashing the adobe walls with rain. They searched for hours, calling Robert's name into the howling wind, their flashlights carving frantic paths through the darkness. They found nothing. It was only the next morning, when the storm had passed and the desert lay clean and steaming under a harsh sun, that they found him. Robert was in the treatment room, the one reserved for the most intensive therapies. He was on the floor, curled on his side. His face was waxy and pale. He was not breathing. There was no visible wound, no sign of a struggle. Just the quiet, absolute fact of his death. And in the corner, partly tucked under the low wooden cabinet, was the black leather glove. The world outside Ethelgard arrived in the form of a county sheriff named Miles, a large man with a weary face and eyes that had seen too much. He sealed the center, questioned everyone. The stories were a tangled mess. No one had seen what happened after the lights went out. Mark confirmed he was struck, but couldn't say with what. Arthur spoke of the flash of lightning, his testimony filled with perhaps, and it appeared, and I'm not certain. The glove was bagged and tagged. It was Robert's, one of a pair from his luggage, though its mate was never found. The official cause of death, after a rushed autopsy in the face of the center's powerful legal team, was listed as a massive cardiac arrest, possibly brought on by extreme stress and a pre-existing condition. It was tidy, convenient, ... The guests were free to go, their transformations now forever stained with the patina of suspicion and death. They scattered back to their lives, but they were not the same. Arthur found he could not look at a pair of gloves in a store window without a cold knot tightening in his stomach. Chloe, back in her white apartment, would startle at sudden darkness. The memory of that scream etched into her nerves. Mark and Sarah, bound now by a shared, terrible secret, moved through their house like polite ghosts. Weeks later, Arthur received a package with no return address. Inside, nestled in white tissue paper, was a single spindly orchid, identical to the one in Lexi's room. There was no note. He threw it away, his hands trembling. Perhaps it was a peace offering. Perhaps it was a reminder. He would never know. The truth of what happened in that room, in the dark, began to blur at the edges. Had Robert been killed? Had the extreme methods of the center, the psychological torment, simply broken something inside him? Had been an accident? A murder? The questions swirled, unanswered, until they were no longer questions, but only a dull, persistent ache. The investigation was closed. The Ethelgard Center, after a brief hiatus, reopened its doors. Life, in its indifferent way, moved on. The details faded, one by one. The sharp memory of Robert's face softened. The sound of the storm became a distant echo. The specific, chilling fear of that night became a general unease, a part of the landscape of their lives. The glove, that first and most forgotten detail, was eventually catalogued into evidence, its dust wiped away, its hollow form flattened in a plastic bag. It had held a clue, perhaps. Or perhaps it was just a glove, after all. The truth, like a shape seen through blowing desert sand, shifted, dissolved, and was finally lost to the wind, leaving behind only the quiet, unsettling certainty that something had happened there. In that place of healing. Something that could never be named or known. He found himself standing in his own kitchen, months later, staring at the calendar as if it were a foreign object. The date meant nothing. The tremor in his hands had become a constant companion, a faint vibration of unresolved history. He would catch his reflection in the window at night and see not his own face, but the waxy pallor of Robert's in the treatment room light. The silence of his house was no longer peaceful. It was the silence of the Ethelgard Center after the screaming stopped. It was the arrival of the second orchid that broke the fragile peace he had constructed. This one came in a plain clay pot, the same species, its roots exposed and delicate. It was left on his front porch. This time, there was a note, a single line typed on a small, crisp card. It read, "It wasn't a heart attack." His breath caught in his throat. He brought the plant inside, his mind racing. He thought of Chloe, of Mark, and Sarah. Had they received similar messages? He tried to call them, but the numbers he had were disconnected or rang into voicemail boxes that were full. They had severed their ties, trying to bury the experience. He was alone with this new, terrifying seed. He remembered Isabel, the quiet, watchful woman. She had been a cipher, absorbing everything and giving nothing back. He had her email address, a single, formal exchange from before they had all departed. He typed a frantic, rambling message, asking if she had heard anything, if she was safe. Her reply came an hour later, terse and unsettling. "I am gardening now. It's better not to dig up what is buried. Leave it, Arthur." But he couldn't. The note was a key, turning the lock he had tried to seal forever. He spent the next day in a fugue state, pulling out the old newspaper clippings about Robert's death, reading the dry, official language about cardiac arrest. He remembered the sheriff's weary eyes, the way he had seemed to accept the simplest explanation. He thought of Lexi's serene authority, the way her staff moved like ghosts. A pre-existing condition. It was so neat. That night, he dreamed of the glove. Not as it was, dusty and discarded, but as it might have been, gripped in a hand, pulled tight over knuckles. He woke with a jolt, the word pressure on his lips. He remembered a detail, one so small he had dismissed it entirely. When the lights came back on and they were all in a panic, he had seen one of the staff, the quiet male attendant, smoothing down the front of his linen tunic. A simple, nervous gesture. But there had been a faint, dark smudge on the pale fabric near his waist. It could have been dirt. It could have been anything. He got out of bed and went to his computer, his fingers clumsy on the keys. He searched for the Ethelgard Center. The website was still there, pristine and promising. Lexi's face, serene and untouchable, looked back at him. He searched for the staff, but they were nameless, faceless entities. He searched for Robert's name, for any hint of a scandal. There was nothing. It was as if the desert had truly swallowed the event whole. Then he found it. A small independent news site, a blog really, run by a former journalist. There was a single paragraph buried in an article about wellness cults. It mentioned Ethelgard in passing and a rumor, unsubstantiated, of a technique Lexi called the final shedding, a method of inducing a catatonic state through precise pressure points, a simulated death to force a spiritual rebirth. The article said it was just a rumor, a dark story told by a disgruntled former client. Arthur's blood ran cold. He saw it all again, the flash of lightning, Robert standing over Mark, the glint in his hand. Not on a weapon, a glove. A black leather glove, pulled onto the hand of the staff member who had recalibrated Robert days before. The smudge on the linen tunic wasn't dirt. It was a transfer from the dyed leather. Robert hadn't just fallen. He had been put down. The cardiac arrest was not natural. It was a therapy that had gone too far. A final shedding from which there was no return. The glove was the tool, the method of applying that precise, fatal pressure. He picked up the phone to call the sheriff, his heart hammering against his ribs. But he stopped. Who would believe him? It was a theory built on a dream, a smudge, and a paranoid blog. The official record was closed. Lexi was protected by money and influence. He was just a history professor with trembling hands and a head full of ghosts. He looked at the orchid on his table. It was a message, but not of comfort. It was a taunt, a reminder that the truth was known and that it was powerless. He was left with the crushing weight of a knowledge he could not share, a story that was now his to carry alone, a stone in his pocket that would never, ever be shed. He watered the orchid. It was an absurd, compulsive act. He could not bring himself to throw this one away. It felt like evidence, the only tangible link to the truth that was slowly poisoning him from the inside. He avoided his colleagues, stopped returning calls from friends. His world shrank to the four walls of his house and the vast, echoing landscape of his suspicion. He began to keep a journal, not of his days, but of his memories. He wrote down everything he could recall about the staff. The male attendant with a smudged tunic had a small, almost imperceptible scar through his left eyebrow. The female attendant had a habit of humming a single, unresolved note under her breath. He wrote about the layout of the treatment room, the texture of the floor, the exact position of the low cabinet. He was building a case for an audience of one. Weeks turned into a month. The orchid thrived, sending up a strange, twisted green shoot. Its vitality felt like an insult. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, a sound so foreign it made him jump. He wasn't expecting anyone. Through the peephole, he saw a woman, her back to the door, looking out at the street. She turned, and his breath caught. It was Chloe. He opened the door. She looked older, the fine lines around her eyes more deeply etched. Her New York chic had been replaced by a kind of practical anonymity, a plain coat and sensible shoes. "Arthur," she said, her voice flat. "You got one too, didn't you?" He nodded, wordlessly, and stepped aside to let her in. Her eyes went immediately to the orchid on his windowsill. "Isabel sent me a package," she said, not waiting for an invitation to sit. "A gardening trowel. A small, sharp one. The note said, 'For digging.' I thought she was mocking me. Then I remembered her email to you. You forwarded it to me, remember? Before you lost your nerve. Before you lost your nerve." Arthur had forgotten. In his initial panic, he had copied Chloe and Mark on that first frantic email to Isabel. "Where's Mark?" Arthur asked. "Gone," Chloe said, her gaze fixed on the orchid. "He and Sarah, they sold their house. Left no forwarding address. I think they understood that some truths are like quicksand. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink." She finally looked at him, her eyes haunted. "But you and I, we can't seem to help but struggle, can we?" He told her everything. The dream, the smudge, the blog. His theory about the glove and the pressure points. He showed her his journal. She listened without interruption, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. When he finished, she was silent for a long time. "I saw something else," she whispered finally. "When the lights went out. After the lightning flash in the absolute dark, I saw a lighter flicker, just for a second. It was close to the floor, over where Robert was. I saw a face, Arthur, lit from below by the flame. It was the female attendant, the one who hummed. And she wasn't panicked. She was calm. The air went out of the room. A check of a watch in the darkness, next to a dying man. It wasn't panic. It was timing. It was procedure. They killed him, Chloe said, the words hanging in the quiet of Arthur's living room. It wasn't an accident. It was a controlled termination. He was a problem. He was rebellious. He was disrupting the process. So they used their final method on him. Arthur felt a terrifying clarity. The Ethelgard Center wasn't a sanctuary. It was a filter. It stripped people down, and if what was left wasn't to Lexi's liking, if it was too disruptive, too flawed, it was removed. Permanently. Robert was the proof. The glove wasn't just a tool. It was a signature. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice a dry rasp. Chloe stood and walked to the window, looking out at the quiet, normal street. "We do nothing," she said. "We know. That has to be enough. If we go to the police, what happens? We have a theory. We have a smudge and a memory of a watch. Lexi's lawyers would bury us, and then we would become problems too." She turned to face him, and he saw a resolve in her eyes that he knew he lacked. "Isabel didn't send us these things to encourage us. She sent them as a warning. She's telling us that she knows we know, and that we should be very, very careful." After she left, Arthur felt more alone than ever. The shared certainty was a heavier burden than his solitary doubt. He looked at the orchid, its strange shoot now seeming less like a leaf and more like a hook, a delicate green claw holding him in place. He was trapped in the silence, a witness to a crime with no court, a historian of an event that officially never happened. The truth was not a liberation. It was a life sentence. The days bled into one another after Chloe's visit. The world outside his window seemed muted, a painted backdrop. He stopped watering the orchid, but it didn't die. It persisted, a stubborn green accusation in the corner of his living room. He thought about Robert's wife, the emptiness of the glove. He had pitied her, but now he envied her. Her loss was clean, a simple, brutal amputation. His was a festering wound, a sickness he had to pretend wasn't there. He took to walking at night, through the sleeping streets of his neighborhood. The quiet was no longer peaceful, but watchful. He found himself cataloging cars, noting headlights that seemed to linger a moment too long. He was becoming what he had always feared, a paranoid old man, haunted by shadows. One evening, he saw a woman with short-cropped silver hair standing under a street lamp 2 blocks from his house. She wasn't looking at him, but the set of her shoulders, the stillness of her posture, reminded him of Isabel. By the time he had blinked, she was gone. Trick of the light, he told himself. A projection of his own unraveling mind. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. He was in the grocery store, pushing his cart through the fluorescent aisles, trying to remember if he needed milk. He turned a corner and found himself face to face with the male attendant from Athelgard, the one with the scar through his eyebrow. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans and a jacket, holding a basket containing a single loaf of bread. Their eyes met. There was no recognition in the attendant's gaze, only a bland, impersonal politeness. He gave a slight, meaningless smile and moved past Arthur down the aisle. Arthur stood frozen, his hand gripping the cold metal of the cart. The encounter was so brief, so mundane, and yet it felt more violent than any confrontation. It was the absolute normalcy of it. This man, who he believed was a murderer, was buying bread. He was real, and he was here, in Arthur's world. The two realities, the one of his memory and the one of this quiet grocery store, slammed together, shattered. He abandoned his cart and walked out of the store, his heart a frantic bird in a cage of bone. He drove home, his hands slick on the wheel. He knew then that Chloe was wrong. Knowing was not enough. The silence was not a shield. It was the very substance of their power. It allowed them to walk through the world, to buy bread, while he hid in his house, jumping at shadows. He went to his desk and opened his journal. He began to write, not for himself this time, but for anyone who would listen. He wrote down everything, from the first appearance of the glove to the smudge on the tunic, from Chloe's account of the watch to the terrifying rumor of the final shedding. He wrote about the orchid, the trowel, the grocery store. He didn't know who he was writing to, the police, a journalist, the void. It didn't matter. The act of putting it all down, of forming the words and committing them to paper, was an act of rebellion. He sealed the pages in a large manila envelope. He didn't address it. He just held it, the weight of it solid in his hands. He looked at the orchid, then walked over to it, the envelope still in his grasp. He picked up the clay pot. It was heavier than he expected. He carried it and the envelope to his car and drove. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to move. He drove out of the city, toward the dark open fields. He rolled down the window, letting the cold night air rush in. After an hour, he pulled over on a deserted gravel road. He got out, the envelope in one hand, the orchid in the other. He set the pot on the ground. Then, with a sudden violent motion, he hurled the envelope into the darkness. He heard it land with a soft rustle in the tall grass, lost forever. It was a gesture of futility, but also of freedom. He had cast his story out. It was no longer his alone. Then he picked up the orchid. He lifted the whole thing, pot and plant, and smashed it against the gravel. The clay shattered. The roots and soil and the twisted green shoot spilled out, a messy, broken ruin. He ground the pieces under his heel, destroying it completely. He stood there for a long time, breathing heavily, looking at the wreckage. He had not found peace. He had not found justice. But he had, for the first time since leaving Ethelgard, made a sound. A small, insignificant sound of destruction in an immense, indifferent night. It was not an answer, but it was a response. He got back in his car and drove home, the trembling in his hands, for the moment, completely gone. The silence in his house the next morning was different. It was no longer a held breath, but the quiet after a storm has passed. The air felt lighter, scented only with the faint smell of coffee and dust, the cloying perfume of the orchid finally gone. He looked at the empty space on the windowsill where it had sat, a clean rectangle of dust marking its former territory. He did not wipe it away. It was a scar, and he would let it heal on its own. He went through his day with a mechanical calm. He graded a stack of undergraduate papers on the Peloponnesian War, his red pen circling grammatical errors with a detachment he hadn't felt in months. The great, tragic sweep of history felt manageable on the page. A problem of sources and interpretations. It was his own, small, terrible history that had proven ungovernable. A week passed. The clean space on the sill began to gather a new, thinner layer of dust, blending into the rest of the room. He started sleeping through the night. The face in the window was his own again. He allowed himself to believe that his act on the gravel road had been a form of exorcism. He had thrown his story to the wind and crushed the symbol of his torment. It was over. Then the postcard arrived. It was mixed in with a grocery store flyer and a bill, a generic, glossy image of a desert sunset, the kind sold in spinning racks at truck stops. He turned it over. The message was typed on a small label and affixed to the card, the same crisp, impersonal font as the note that had come with the orchid. It read, "A shed skin is just evidence of what remains." The calm he had cultivated shattered. It was not over. It would never be over. They were not threatening him. They were simply reminding him of their presence, their endless, patient observation. Throwing away the story had been meaningless, because the story was not his to control. They had the original copy. He thought of Chloe, of her warning. He had not contacted her since his breakdown, not wanting to pull her back into his chaos. Now, he felt a desperate need for an ally, for confirmation that he wasn't completely insane. He called the number she had given him. It rang once, then went to a fast, busy signal. He tried again with the same result. A cold dread settled in his stomach. He drove to the address she had mentioned in passing, an apartment in a quiet, well-kept complex on the other side of town. There was a lockbox on the door and a printed sign taped to the window, listing the name of a realty company. He knocked, the sound echoing in the empty hallway. A neighbor, an elderly woman with a small dog, peeked out. "They're gone," she said, her voice tinged with gossipy relish. "Left in a hurry a few days ago. Nice woman. Shame. She said she was going to stay with family back east." Arthur stood on the sidewalk, the sun warm on his face, and felt a chill that reached his bones. Chloe hadn't just moved. She had fled. The trowel had been a warning, and she had heeded it. He's alone. He went home and sat in his living room, the postcard on the table in front of him. The desert in the picture was vast and empty, a place where things could be hidden forever. He understood now that his act of rebellion had been a test, and he had failed it. He had shown them he was still a problem, and problems at the Ethelgard Center were dealt with. He knew then what he had to do. He could not run. He had nowhere to go. He could not fight. He had no weapons. There was only one path left, the one he had been avoiding since the beginning. He had to go back to the source. He had to look at the story not as a victim, but as a historian. He had to study the evidence, not to prove a crime, but to understand the nature of the power that held him. He picked up the postcard. The glossy surface felt slick, like a snake's skin. He was not shedding his fear. He was being forced to wear it, to see what he would become. He spent the next 3 days in the university library, a place that had always been a sanctuary of ordered thought. Now it felt like an arsenal. He did not search for wellness cults or pressure points. He researched Lexi. He traced the shell companies that owned the Ethelgard Center, a labyrinthine trail that led through several offshore havens before dissolving into obscurity. He read every published interview, every profile. He found a pattern, not in what she said, but in what she omitted. She never spoke of her past before the age of 30. She never mentioned family. She was a woman who had appeared, fully formed, from nowhere. In a digitized archive of a small, now defunct California newspaper, he found a photograph from 1998. It was a group shot of staff at a retreat center called the Chrysalis. The image was grainy, but the woman standing at the back, her face partially obscured, had Lexi's sharp jawline and penetrating gaze. The article described the Chrysalis as a place for deep transformation, but it had closed abruptly after a client drowned during a guided meditation in a sensory deprivation tank. The death was ruled an accident. The owner, a man named Julian Croft, vanished shortly after. Arthur felt a click, a terrible piece of the puzzle sliding into place. The methods were the same. The outcome was the same, only the name had changed. Lexi hadn't just invented Athelgard, she had refined it, learning from past mistakes, building a better, more insulated trap. Robert was not the first. He was part of a lineage. This was no longer about a single murder. It was about a system, a recurring pattern of creation and destruction that had been operating for decades, protected by money, secrecy, and the shame of its survival. He was not chasing a ghost. He was documenting a species of predator. He made copies of everything, his hands steady. He created a new file on his computer, encrypted and hidden. He labeled it the Croft Continuum. He was no longer a witness. He was an archivist of the abyss. The fear was still there, a constant low hum in the background, but it was now subordinate to a colder, more durable emotion, a profound and focused rage. They had sent him a postcard of a desert, a place where things are erased by wind and time. But historians know that even deserts eventually give up their bones. He would make sure of it. He would wait, and he would gather, and he would ensure that when the time came, the story would not be so easily shed. He began to see Lexi's influence everywhere, a subtle rot in the world's foundation. A news segment about a groundbreaking mental health app founded by an anonymous, visionary donor. A glossy magazine feature on a silent retreat in Sweden that promised ultimate clarity. The language was different, but the architecture of the promise was the same. The Ethelgard Center was not a singular cancer. It was the flagship of a silent, spreading empire. He kept his head down. He taught his classes, attended faculty meetings, and made polite conversation with his neighbors. He was the picture of a man moving on. But every evening, he returned to his study and added another piece to the puzzle. He found a connection between a shell company that owned a stake in the Swedish retreat and one that had been a minor investor in the chrysalis. The money was a river flowing underground, from one project to the next, always funding the same kind of controlled, transformative environment. He knew he was being watched. He would sometimes find a single, fresh footprint in the damp soil of his small backyard, too close to the house to be from the mailman. His computer would occasionally lag in a way that felt intentional. A digital cough. He didn't change his behavior. Let them watch. They would see a man consumed by the mundane details of a quiet life. They would not see the historian patiently assembling a chronology of their crimes. One rainy afternoon, a padded envelope arrived with no return address. His heart hammered against his ribs as he sliced it open. Inside was a single small object nestled in bubble wrap. It was a ceramic figure, glazed a glossy black. A scorpion, its tail curled perfectly over its back, the stinger a pinpoint of reflected light. There was no note. Arthur held it in his palm. It was not a threat, not in the obvious way. It was a message of a different kind. It was an acknowledgement. They knew he was digging. They were showing him that they knew the nature of his new obsession. The scorpion thrives in the desert. It is a creature of the very environment they had suggested was his end. He placed the scorpion on his desk, next to his monitor. Let it sit there. Let it be a reminder not of their power, but of his own focus. The predator is only one part of the ecosystem. The archivist, the chronicler, is another. He turned back to his screen, to the financial records of a holding company based in Luxembourg. The rain tapped against the window, a steady, patient sound. He would match their patience with his own. The story was not over. He was just beginning to understand its true scale. The Luxembourg records were a dead end, a matryoshka doll of shell companies that ended in a void. He wasn't surprised. He was, however, surprised by the knock on his door 2 evenings later. It was not the timid rap of a neighbor or the forceful pound of the police. It was 3 measured, deliberate taps. Arthur's blood went cold. He closed the file on his computer, his finger hovering over the key that would encrypt the drive. He walked to the door and looked through the peephole. A woman stood there, her silver hair cut in a severe, elegant bob. It was the woman from under the street lamp. She was real. She held up a small, leather-wrapped ID holder, flipping it open to reveal a badge he didn't recognize. Her eyes, a pale, watery blue, seemed to look directly at him through the tiny lens. He opened the door a crack, the chain lock still engaged. Yes, Arthur Milford. Her voice was calm, almost melodic. My name is Alana. I was a colleague of Isabel's. May I come in? It's about Chloe. The mention of Chloe's name was a key, turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. He undid the chain and stepped back, allowing her to enter. She moved with an unnerving grace, her gaze sweeping the room, pausing for a fraction of a second on the black scorpion on his desk before returning to him. Where is she? Arthur asked, his voice tight. Safe, Alana said. For now. Her departure was hastened. She made a mistake. She tried to access Robert's personnel file from the home system. She looked at him, her expression unreadable. You, however, are making a different kind of mistake. You are looking in the wrong places. And what is the right place? He asked, the historian in him pushing past the fear. The past is a tool, Arthur, but you are using it like a bludgeon. You are digging for corpses when you should be listening for a heartbeat. She stepped closer, and he caught a faint scent of ozone and sandalwood. The money, the shell companies, they are just the skeleton. You need to understand the nerve center, the will behind it. Lexi, he said. Alana gave a slow, almost imperceptible shake of her head. Lexi is the current expression of the will. She is not the source. The source is the idea, the belief that humanity can be upgraded, that peace and order are worth any price. The Ethelgard Center is not a business. It is a church, and you are compiling a list of its sins, which is useless when its followers see those sins as sacred. She reached into her coat pocket and Arthur flinched. She paused, then slowly withdrew a single off-white business card. She placed it on the table beside the postcard of the desert. Isabel tried to fight from the inside. She failed. Chloe tried to run. She will be found. You are trying to document. They will erase your documents. Her pale eyes held his. There is only one way to fight a belief. You must offer a more compelling one, or you must shatter the vessel that contains it. She turned and walked to the door, pausing with her hand on the knob. The choice, of course, is yours, but your time for academic curiosity is over. The next package you receive will not be a message. It will be a conclusion. She left, closing the door softly behind her. The room felt different, charged. Arthur picked up the card. It was blank except for a single embossed word, Veritas. He ran his thumb over the raised letters. It was not an answer. It was a question. Alana was not an ally. She was a player in a game whose rules he still didn't understand, offering him a move he couldn't yet see. He looked from the scorpion to the card. He was no longer just an archivist. He had been invited onto the board. The word Veritas felt like a burn on his thumb. It was Latin for truth, the foundational principle of his entire profession, yet here it was, weaponized. Was it an offer of help from a dissident faction within Ethelgard? A trap laid by Lexi herself to see how he would jump? Or was it something else entirely, a third player he had not yet accounted for? He did not throw the card away. He placed it in the top drawer of his desk, a cold, hard fact in a case file of shadows. Alana's words echoed. He was looking for corpses, not the heartbeat. He had been treating this like a historical research project, assembling evidence for a future trial that would never come. She was right. This was a live conflict, a a war of belief. You didn't defeat a religion with a footnote. He opened his encrypted file, the Croft Continuum. He looked at the connections, the financial trails, the recurring patterns of tragedy. He had been asking what and when. He needed to ask why and for whom. Who was this system for? Who benefited from this endless cycle of creation and destruction? The answer was not in a ledger. It was in the people, the clients, the Roberts. He began a new search, this one far more dangerous. He wasn't looking for corporate entities. He was looking for ghosts. He combed through old newspaper archives, obituaries, and missing person reports from the areas around the chrysalis and the other retreats he had tentatively linked to the network. He looked for the successful, the troubled, the wealthy seekers who had vanished from public life or died in strange, ambiguous accidents. He was building a census of the damned. Days bled into nights. The Scorpion watched. The silence in the house deepened, but it was no longer the silence of fear. It was the silence of a hunter waiting in a blind. He felt a strange clarity, a detachment that was more frightening than his earlier panic. He was crossing a line from which there was no return. He found her on the third day, Eleanor Vance, a philanthropist from Boston who had checked into the chrysalis in 1997 for creative block. 6 months later, she was dead from a fall from her penthouse balcony. The official ruling was suicide. Her family had contested it, citing a series of bizarre, placid letters she had sent in the weeks before her death, describing a glorious unburdening. The story was a small, sad column in the back pages of the Boston Globe. But Arthur found a photograph of her, taken a year before her death at a charity gala. On her wrist was a distinctive silver bracelet, a coiled serpent. He maximized another window on his screen, a grainy social media photo of Robert, taken by a friend at a gallery opening a month before he entered Athelgard. The image was poor, but there, on Robert's wrist, was a nearly identical bracelet. It was a totem, a marker. His hands were ice-cold on the keyboard. This was the heartbeat. Not the money, not the corporate structure, but the selection of the prey. They were chosen, marked, and then led through a process that ended in their annihilation, which was then framed as a transcendence. The final shedding wasn't a rumor. It was the brand name for their product. Elegant, untraceable death. The knock on his door this time was not measured. It was a sharp, percussive bang that shook the frame. Arthur slowly closed his laptop. He did not get up. He looked through the peephole. 2 men in dark, impeccably tailored suits stood on his porch. They looked less like enforcers and more like executive assistants. They held no badge, no ID. Arthur Milford, one said, his voice flat, carrying easily through the wood. We're here to collect you for your final consultation. He had found the heartbeat. And now, the heart knew he was listening. They weren't here to threaten him. They were here to process him. The time for packages and postcards was over. The conclusion had arrived. He did not move. The doorknob twisted, but the lock held. He heard a soft, exasperated sigh from the other side. This is the preferred outcome, Arthur, the quiet one. His mind, cold and clear, presented him with 2 options. The first was to open the door. That path led to a car, a needle, an accident, or a disappearance. The second was to refuse. That path led to a broken door, a struggle, and the same outcome, but messier. There was no third path that led away from this house. He backed away from the door, his eyes scanning the room. The Scorpion, the postcard, the drawer where the Veritas card lay. Alana's words. Shatter the vessel. The knocking stopped. A moment of silence was followed by a low, rhythmic scraping at the lock. They were picking it. He had seconds. He moved to his desk, yanked the drawer open and grabbed the card. It felt flimsy, a pathetic shield against what was coming. He had no weapon, no plan, but he had a name. Veritas. As the lock clicked open, he did the only thing he could think of. He wasn't a fighter. He was a scholar. He raised his voice, pitching it to Carrie, to be heard through the door, through the walls, to any listening device they might have planted. "The lineage is Croft to Lexi," he shouted, the words feeling absurd and dramatic in his quiet living room. "The method is transcendence through annihilation. The target is Eleanor Vance, Robert Mays, Arthur Milford. The evidence is archived and will be released." The door swung inward. The two men stood there, their faces impassive. They had heard him. They took a step inside. From down the street came the sudden blaring sound of a car alarm, followed by another, and then a third, a cascading wave of electronic distress. The men froze, their heads turning slightly toward the noise. In that fraction of a second, Arthur saw a flicker of uncertainty in their eyes. It wasn't part of their script. A black sedan he hadn't noticed, parked across the street, roared to life. It didn't speed away. It sped directly toward his house, mounting the curb with a jarring crunch of gravel and grass. It screeched to a halt, blocking his walkway. The passenger window slid down. Alana was at the wheel, her eyes locked with his through the open doorway. "Now, Arthur," she yelled. He didn't hesitate. He ran, ducking between the two stunned men, his shoulder brushing one of them as he burst out into the cool evening air. He sprinted the few feet to the idling sedan, yanked the passenger door open, and threw himself inside. "Down," Alana commanded. He slid onto the floor as she threw the car into reverse, peeling backward down the curb. He heard a sharp thwack as something struck the rear window, webbing the glass but not shattering it. Then she spun the wheel, slammed the car into drive, and accelerated down the street, leaving the two men and his old life receding in the shattered rearview mirror. Arthur pushed himself up onto the seat, his heart hammering against his ribs. He looked at Alana. She was focused on the road, her hand steady on the wheel. "You were listening," he gasped. "Always," she said. "But you finally said something worth hearing. You named the names. You defined the pattern. You stopped being a victim and became a witness. That makes you useful. But makes you useful." "Useful to who?" he asked. The Veritas card still clutched, crumpled in his fist. She glanced at him, a faint, grim smile touching her lips. "To the opposition, Arthur. Welcome to the war." The car wove through side streets, its pace controlled but urgent. Arthur watched his neighborhood blur past, the familiar mailboxes and hedges becoming a meaningless stream of color. He was a document torn from its binding. "Where are we going?" he asked, his voice rough. "Somewhere they won't immediately look," Alana replied, turning down a narrow alley behind a row of closed shops. "The first rule is to break the pattern. They have models for everything, how you'll run, where you'll hide. We have to be unpredictable." She pulled into a small, grimy garage attached to a vacant warehouse. The door rattled shut behind them, plunging them into near darkness. The engine cut, and the silence was absolute. "Get out," she said. "We're switching vehicles." In the gloom, he saw the outline of a different car, an older, boxy sedan coated in a layer of dust. Alana popped the trunk and began transferring a small duffel bag and a hard-shell case. Arthur stood, feeling useless, his legs trembling with adrenaline. "The names you shouted," she said without looking at him. "Eleanor Van Stademort." That was good. An early iteration. The bracelet was a nice piece of connecting tissue. It confirms the long-term consistency of their profiling. It's just, you know about the bracelets? We know about the bracelets, the language they use, the psychological profiles they target. We know the money trails you found. What we lack is a public voice. A credible, unassailable source to connect the dots for the world. She slammed the trunk of the new car. You, a respected historian, are that voice, or you will be. She handed him a hooded sweatshirt and a baseball cap from the duffel bag. Put these on. You need to look different, even in the dark. As he pulled the rough fabric over his head, the reality of his situation settled on him like a weight. He had no wallet, no phone, no keys. He was a ghost. My research, my computer, it's all back there. Alana opened the passenger door of the dusty sedan for him. Your computer was compromised the moment you typed Athelgard. The data is what matters, and you carry that now. Here. She tossed him a cheap, prepaid phone. Memorize this number. It's your only lifeline. Use it once, then destroy the phone. He got in, the car smelling of old vinyl and gasoline. She started the engine, and a moment later, a different garage door opened, revealing not the alley they had entered from, but a deserted access road behind the warehouse. She drove with a calm certainty that was more unnerving than panic. They will sanitize your house, she said. They will erase every trace of your work. They will tell your colleagues you suffered a breakdown, that you've taken a sudden, indefinite leave. By tomorrow, the narrative of your instability will be firmly planted. And what is the truth? Arthur asked, staring at his faint reflection in the window. The truth is that you have been recruited. Your new project is your own life. Your primary source is your own experience. The monograph you will write is your testament. She glanced at him. If we survive long enough to publish it. They merged onto a highway heading out of the city. The lights of his old life dwindled behind them. What is Veritas? He asked finally, the word feeling strange on his tongue. It's the name we use, a declaration of intent. We are the record keepers they failed to eliminate. Isabel was one of us. Chloe was being groomed. You are our latest acquisition. Her tone was clinical, devoid of pride or sentiment. We are not an army. We are an archive with a defense protocol. An archive. The word resonated deeply with him. He had thought himself an archivist of the abyss, working alone in the dark. Now he knew he was part of a distributed collection, a network of survivors and witnesses trying to preserve a truth that a powerful machine was dedicated to destroying. Where are we going? He asked again, this time with a different meaning. To a safe house, to begin your debriefing. You will tell me everything you know, every suspicion, every faint connection. I will record it. Then, we will start to build your new identity. Arthur Milford, the historian, is already gone. You need to decide who you are now. He looked at the dark road stretching ahead, an unmarked future. The fear was still there, but it was now a sharp, clean instrument. He was no longer just documenting the past. He had been forcibly enrolled in its most dangerous, ongoing chapter. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to mentally open the file labeled the Croft Continuum. It was no longer a secret record. It was a battle plan. Story 5. The tap in the downstairs guest bathroom had been dripping for a week. A precise, metronomic plink into the porcelain basin. Kirk had meant to fix it, had even set the wrench on the edge of the counter. A silent promise to the empty house. But he never did. Now, standing in the hallway, the sound was the only thing that existed. Plink. More. A pause just long enough to make you think it had stopped. Plink. It was the heartbeat of the house. A steady, indifferent rhythm that had continued right through the night they found Annette. It was this sound that Detective Miles heard as he stood in the same spot 2 days later, his large frame seeming to absorb the quiet of the hallway. He was a man who collected silences, and this house was full of them. The drip was an accent mark in the hush, a tiny fracture in the perfection. He could smell the faint, sweet scent of the lilies someone had sent. a funeral smell that clung to the upholstery and mixed with the underlying aroma of lemon-scented polish, and something else. Something metallic and cold that the cleaning crew had missed. He ran a thumb across the satin finish of the hallway console table, feeling the perfect, unblemished smoothness. It was all so clean, so ordered, except for that drip, and the dark, blooming stain on the living room rug that they had cut out and taken away. It had started with the boy. That's what everyone would say later in hushed tones over trimmed hedges and mailboxes. It had started with Jeremiah. He was 17, with the kind of quiet that made adults nervous. Not a sullen quiet, but a watchful one. His parents, Humberto and Clara, were pillars of the Willow Creek subdivision, a curated collection of Georgian colonials and craftsman homes, where the grass was always a specific shade of green, and the only thing louder than the lawn mowers on a Saturday morning was the silence between husbands and wives. Humberto, a man whose smile was a well-practiced instrument of business and community relations, had found the files on Jeremiah's computer. Not pornography, not games, folders, dozens of them, neatly labeled with the addresses of their neighbors. 421 Willow Creek Drive. 558 Willow Creek Drive. Inside, screenshots of desktops, fragments of email chains, financial spreadsheets, private photo albums. Darn gooey. The boy had not broken in, not in the traditional sense. He had slipped in during the day, while dogs barked in backyards and sprinklers hissed their arcs over manicured lawns. He knew the codes for the garage keypads, learned by watching from his bedroom window. He knew who left a spare under the frog-shaped rock, who never locked the side door to the mudroom. He was a ghost, drifting through their pristine spaces, a silent auditor of their digital souls. He would sit in their ergonomic desk chairs, feel the residual warmth of their computers, and dive in. He didn't steal anything, not materially. He just looked. He collected their secrets like other boys collected trading cards, storing them away in the dark of his bedroom. The community had shuddered, a single rippling convulsion of violated privacy. Doors were double-locked. Alarm systems were upgraded. But the outrage was a fragile thing, papery and thin, because underneath it was a cold, creeping fear. What had he seen? What did he know? The questions hung in the air, unasked, between couples lying back-to-back in king-sized beds. Then, Annette was dead. Annette with a laugh that sounded like bells. Annette who organized the neighborhood book club and always brought the wrong wine, but in the right kind of bottle. She was found by Kirk, her husband, on the living room floor. The plush white rug darkened around her head like a monstrous halo. The weapon was a heavy crystal award Kirk had won for regional sales, a brutal angular thing that had sat for years on the mantel, gathering dust and reflecting the light. Miles first saw Kirk standing on his own perfect lawn, still in the suit he'd worn to the police station, his face a mask of crumpled grief. But Miles saw the things others missed. The way Kirk's eyes, red-rimmed and watery, kept flicking towards the Harrison house next door, where Jeremiah and his parents lived. The way his hands, shoved deep into his pockets, were clenched into white-knuckled fists. The tiny, almost imperceptible tremor in his lower lip that looked less like sorrow and more like rage. The investigation was a slow, meticulous poisoning of the neighborhood's perfect image. Miles and his partner, a young, sharp-eyed detective named Rosario, became gardeners of discontent, turning over the rich soil of Willow Creek and finding what festered beneath. They learned that Annette and Humberto had served together on the community board. They learned of long meetings that ran late at the Harrisons' house, of shared rides to fundraising galas in the city. They found a single, long, blonde hair, the same shade as Annette's, on the headrest in Humberto's car. When questioned, Humberto's affable confidence cracked for a single telling second. His eyes darted, an animal searching for an escape. He called it a slander, a disgusting implication. His wife Clara stood beside him, her hand on his arm, her face pale and still as marble, her silence louder than any denial. They learned that Kirk's business, a sleek import-export firm, was teetering on the edge of a quiet, catastrophic insolvency. That a large, secretive loan had been taken out, with Annette's inheritance as collateral. The life insurance policy was a sunlit meadow of financial relief, a $1 million escape hatch. They learned that the couple at 421, the Millers, were drowning in gambling debt, and that Annette had recently refused a personal loan. That the wife at 558, a fragile woman named Sarah, was having an affair with a tennis instructor half her age, a secret she believed was buried in a password-protected journal app. Jeremiah had seen it all. He had seen the emails between his father and Annette, not love letters, but something more dangerous, confessions. Humberto confessing his own financial anxieties, Annette offering advice, a sympathetic ear. He had seen Kirk's desperate financial spreadsheets. He had seen the venomous messages Sarah's husband had drafted to her lover but never sent. He sat in Niles' interview room, a styrofoam cup of water untouched before him, and spoke in a flat, monotone voice. "I just wanted to see what it was like," he said. "Their lives, from the inside. It's all a performance out here. The smiles, the waves. I wanted to see the real script." "And what was the real script, Jeremiah?" Miles asked, his voice low and calm. "That everyone is afraid," the boy said, his eyes ancient in his young face. "They're afraid of being poor, of being alone, of being found out. They're all just waiting for the leak to start." He admitted he was in the house the night Annette died. He had seen Kirk and Annette arguing, their faces sharp and ugly in the low light of the living room. He had heard the crash, the sickening thud. He had fled, a shadow swallowed by the perfectly landscaped darkness. The case seemed to cinch tight around Kirk. The motive, the opportunity, the boy's testimony. The community exhaled, a collective release of tension. The monster was identified, captured, one of their own. Order could be restored. But Miles was haunted. He was haunted by the drip in the hallway, a sound that insisted on a pattern he couldn't quite grasp. He was haunted by Clara Harrison's marble stillness. He was haunted by a single incongruous detail. It was a smell. When he had stood over the spot where Annette died, after the body was gone and the rug was cut away, he had caught it beneath the cloying lilies and the coppery tang of blood. A scent. Faint, floral, but artificial, like cheap perfume or scented lotion. It was not Annette's scent. Miles had checked. Annette wore something expensive, French, a whisper of jasmine and sandalwood. This was cloying, a cliché. Lilies of the valley. He remembered then, standing in the Harrisons' foyer days before, the same scent, clinging to Clara Harrison as she passed him, a ghost in her own home. He remembered the look on her face when Humberto was sweating under the questions about the blonde hair in his car. It wasn't just pain. It was a cold, simmering fury. The night of the arrest, the air thick with a coming storm, Miles went back to the Harrison house alone. Humberto was at the station with a lawyer, finalizing a statement. The house was dark. He found Clara in the living room, sitting in a high-backed chair, not reading, not watching television, just sitting. The only light came from the frantic flicker of lightning outside. "He told me it was nothing," she said, her voice calm, eerily detached. "Business, community business. But I knew. You can always know. It's in the way they hold their phone, the way they come to bed smelling of another woman's desperation." Miles said nothing. He let the silence fill the room, let it press against her. "She was going to leave Kirk," Clara continued, staring at the dark window where her own reflection stared back. "She told Humberto. She was going to take what was left of her money and go. She said she couldn't breathe here." Humberto was panicked. He said she would ruin him, that people would talk, that it would all come out. He begged her to stay. Lightning flashed, illuminating her face for a split second. It was a mask of perfect, terrible calm. He was here that night, wasn't he? Miles asked softly. He came to see her, to reason with her one last time. They argued, and you followed him. Clara smiled, a thin, bloodless curve of her lips. I went to beg, too, but not for him to stay. I went to thank her for taking him off my hands. I was going to be free of him, you see. She was my deliverance. She turned her head slowly, her eyes finding Miles in the gloom. I saw him through the window. He was crying. He looked so weak. Then Kirk came home early. He and Annette started fighting. It was ugly. Veal dial. Kirk picked up that hideous award. He was screaming. His face was purple, and he swung. She paused, the only sound the first fat drops of rain hitting the roof. He hit her. She went down. And Kirk, he just stood there, staring. Then he ran. He just ran out the back door into the night. Miles felt the pieces shift, the whole picture tilting on its axis. But she wasn't dead, was she, Clara? Clara's gaze was unwavering. No, she was moaning, trying to get up. Her hand was twitching, scratching at the rug. Humberto was frozen, a statue of panic. So I went inside. The door was unlocked. I walked right in. I stood over her. She looked up at me, and she knew. She knew why I was there, and I picked it up. The crystal was so cold, so heavy, it felt right in my hand. The confession hung in the air, clean and sharp as a scalpel. She had walked back home. The scent of Annette's cheap lotion, a gift from a sister she despised, lingering on her clothes. She had washed her hands, the water swirling down the drain, carrying away the evidence. She had sat in this very chair and waited for the world to fall apart, and when it did, she had steered the wreckage with a subtle nudge here, a meaningful silence there, directly onto her husband and her husband's lover. It was perfect. It was monstrous. They never proved it. There was no physical evidence. Her confession, in the dim light of that room, was just a story, a theory Miles could never substantiate. Humberto, terrified and broken, corroborated the first part of her story. His presence, the argument, Kirk's violent act, but claimed he fled when Kirk struck the blow. He never saw Clara enter the house. Kirk was convicted of second-degree murder. His financial motive and Jeremiah's eyewitness account of the initial blow were enough. He maintained his innocence, screaming about a ghost in the room, a woman's shape, but it was written off as the ravings of a guilty man. The neighborhood tried to heal. For sale signs bloomed on several lawns, including the Harrisons. They moved away to another state, another curated life. Weeks after the trial, a package arrived on Detective Miles' desk. No return address. Inside was a small, cheap bottle of lotion. Lily of the Valley. A scent he would remember for the rest of his life. There was no note. It was just a statement. A reminder. He sat at his desk, the cloying smell filling his nostrils, and he thought of the drip in Kirk's hallway. Blink, guy. A pause. Blink, guy. It was the sound of a truth that never quite lands, a fact that never finds its full meaning. It was the sound of a perfect, beautiful, unpunished evil, ticking quietly away in the world. A hidden pattern that only he could hear. And he knew, with a cold certainty that settled deep in his bones, that the case was not closed. It was merely dormant, waiting for the next leak to start. He kept the bottle in his bottom desk drawer, a dark secret of his own. Sometimes he would open the drawer on a quiet afternoon, the precinct humming around him, and catch that faint, sugary smell. It was a taunt, a challenge. Rosario would glance over, her sharp eyes missing nothing, but she never asked. She had moved on. The file closed, a victory notched on her belt. For Miles, it was an open wound. He started taking long drives on Sunday afternoons. The one day the silence of his own apartment became unbearable. He never planned a route, but his car often found its way to Willow Creek. He would park down the street from the Harrison house, now occupied by a young family with a plastic playset in the yard. He watched the new people, their unburdened movements, their easy waves to neighbors. They had no idea of the poison that had seeped into the soil under their foundation. It was on one of these drives that he saw the boy. Jeremiah was sitting on the curb 3 blocks over, in front of a modest, forgotten-looking ranch house Miles hadn't known he'd moved to. He was thinner, his shoulders hunched, staring at a crack in the asphalt. Miles pulled over and got out. Jeremiah looked up, his eyes the same ancient pools. There was no surprise in them. It was as if he had been waiting. They didn't speak for a long time. The air was cool, smelling of cut grass and distant barbecues. "She sent me a letter," Jeremiah said finally, his voice raspy from disuse. It was the first thing he'd said. "My mother. She told me to be good. She told me she was proud of how strong I was." Miles felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. "Did you write back?" Jeremiah shook his head. "What would I say?" He picked at a loose piece of tar on the curb. "I knew, you know. Not then, but later. I remembered the smell when I passed her in the hall that night. It was the same as in the living room. I told the other detective, the woman. She said it was stress, that my memory was playing tricks." Miles closed his eyes. Rosario had never told him. It was a detail she had deemed irrelevant, a traumatized kid's confusion. The system had worked as it was designed to work, grinding forward, accepting the most convenient truth. "What do you do now?" Miles asked. "I watch," Jeremiah said, a faint, terrible echo of his old self. "I watch the new people. They have the same secrets. They just hide them better." Miles left him there on the curb, a sentinel for a crime no one else acknowledged. He drove back to the precinct, the setting sun painting the city in hues of orange and violet. The bottle was still in his drawer. He took it out, the plastic cool in his hand. He walked to the evidence room and logged it under a dormant case number, a file that would never be officially reopened. It was not a victory. It was an admission. The drip was still there, a tiny, persistent plink in the back of his mind, a reminder that some leaks are never fixed. They just pool in the dark, waiting. The new family in the Harrison house had a dog, a golden retriever puppy that yapped at squirrels with joyous, uncomplicated fury. Miles watched it from his car, its tail a metronome of innocent happiness. He found his drives becoming more frequent, his detours through Willow Creek a new, grim routine. He was no longer just haunted by Clara Harrison's unblinking confession. He was haunted by Jeremiah, a boy condemned to see the wiring behind the walls of every life he encountered. He tried to focus on other cases. A series of burglaries in the North End, a drug ring operating out of a laundromat. But his focus was a slippery thing. The cloying scent of lily of the valley seemed to have permanently colonized his sinuses, a phantom smell that would hit him at random moments during a witness interview while drinking his morning coffee. It was the smell of perfect, placid evil, and it was out there, breathing, shopping for groceries, maybe planting roses in a new garden. He pulled Rosario aside one evening, the bullpen mostly empty. "The Harrison boy," he began, choosing his words with the care of a man diffusing a bomb. "Jeremiah, he mentioned a smell to you. Lily of the valley. Rosario leaned back in her chair, her expression carefully neutral. Miles, that case is closed. Kirk is in a cell in Blackwood Penitentiary. The forensics on the weapon matched his prints, his grip. The boys saw him swing. It's done. The boy also saw his mother come home smelling of that lotion the night of the murder, Miles said, his voice low and intense. A fact he shared with you. He was traumatized, Miles. His memory was a soup. He said a lot of things. That one detail didn't fit the physical evidence. It was an outlier. She sighed, a sound of professional exhaustion. We followed the evidence. It led to Kirk. The financials, the motive, the opportunity. It's a clean chain. It's a chain that fits, Miles corrected her. That doesn't make it the truth. It's the truth that matters in a court of law, she said, her tone final. She turned back to her computer screen. A clear dismissal. Don't go digging in a closed grave. You won't like what you pull out. Her words were a warning, but to Miles, they sounded like an instruction manual. He started digging, not through official channels, those were closed to him, but through the soft, dark earth of human connection. He called in a favor from a friend in the state's financial regulatory office. A week later, an encrypted file arrived. It was a deeper dive into Humberto Harrison's finances, beyond what the initial investigation had uncovered. There it was, buried under layers of shell companies and investment portfolios. A payment. A single, large, untraceable wire transfer received 6 weeks after the murder. The source was a holding company, but Miles's contact had included a note. The holding company was a subsidiary of a larger firm, one primarily owned by Clara's family, a fact she had meticulously downplayed her entire adult life. The money had been moved again, to an account in the Cayman Islands, but the initial transfer was a footprint. It was the first real, tangible thing he had. It wasn't proof of murder, but it was proof of a plan. A reward for silence. A payoff. He didn't know what to do with it. Taking it to the DA would be pointless without a body of corroborating evidence, and would likely end his career. He was trapped, holding a single piece of a puzzle that everyone else claimed was already complete. His phone buzzed. It was an unknown number with a familiar area code. He answered. It was Jeremiah. His voice was a tight wire. She's here. Miles didn't have to ask who. Where? She's sitting in a silver sedan across the street from my house. She's been there for an hour, just watching. The calm, monstrous confidence of it stole Miles' breath. She wasn't just free. She was checking on her loose ends, making sure the boy who knew too much was still broken, still silent. Stay inside, Miles said, already grabbing his coat. I'm on my way. No, Jeremiah said, and there was a new, strange steel in his voice. I'm not hiding anymore. The line went dead. Miles ran from the precinct, his heart hammering against his ribs. He drove faster than he should have, his mind racing faster than the car. He saw it all unfolding in a terrible, predictable cascade. Clara, cornered, dangerous. Jeremiah, armed with nothing but the truth. He couldn't let the boy become another one of her unfinished tasks. He skidded to a stop at the curb of the ranch house. The silver sedan was still there, idling. But Jeremiah was not inside. He was standing on the sidewalk, 10 feet from the driver's side door, staring directly at the tinted window. He looked like a scarecrow, thin and defiant against the gathering dusk. Miles got out, his hand instinctively resting near his sidearm. The sedan's window slid down with a quiet hum. Clara Harrison looked out, her face as composed and bloodless as it had been in her living room that stormy night. She showed no surprise at seeing Miles. "Detective," she said, her voice smooth as polished stone. "I was just visiting the neighborhood. So many memories." Jeremiah took a step forward. "You killed her," he said, his voice loud and clear, carrying in the quiet street. You walked in and you killed her. You're a murderer. Clara's smile was a tiny, condescending thing. The courts decided otherwise, Jeremiah. You should be careful with accusations. People might think you're unwell. Miles moved to stand beside Jeremiah, a solid presence against her chilling calm. It's over, Clara. I know about the money. The wire transfer from your family's company. Humberto's silence had a price, didn't it? For the first time, a flicker of something raw crossed her features. It wasn't fear. It was annoyance. The annoyance of a meticulous housekeeper who has found a single, stubborn speck of dust. You have no proof of anything, she said, her voice dropping, becoming intimate and threatening. You have a theory and a troubled boy. You'll ruin your career. You'll ruin him. For what? A feeling. She was right. In the cold, hard light of the law, she was right. He had nothing that would stick. He had a financial anomaly, and the testimony of a psychologically scarred teenager against a woman who had been exonerated by the entire justice system. But then Jeremiah spoke again, his eyes locked on his mother. I have everything, he said. Every file, every email, every secret. I have yours, too. The secret bank account you opened a month before she died. The one you were going to use to disappear if you had to. Clara's composure shattered. Her eyes widened, a crack in the marble facade. You're lying. I'm not, Jeremiah said. And for the first time, Miles saw a trace of the ghost he used to be. The phantom in other people's houses. I was in your office the day you set it up. I saw the password you typed. I have the statements. I was going to delete them. I thought they were just another secret. But they're not. They're a map to you. Miles looked from the boy's resolute face to the woman's panicked one. The drip in his mind stopped. The plink was gone, replaced by the clear, solid tone of a bell. The truth had not been a leak after all. It had been a seed, planted in the dark, patient soil of a boy's broken heart. And it had finally, quietly, begun to grow. He took out his phone, his thumb hovering over Rosario's number. This time he wasn't just a detective following a feeling. He was a man about to follow the evidence. Miles did not call Rosario. Not yet. He kept his phone in his hand, a visible threat. But his eyes were on Clara. The mask was gone, replaced by a raw, calculating fury. She was no longer a ghost in her own story. She was a cornered animal, and her gaze darted from Miles to Jeremiah, assessing the threat. You don't understand what he put me through, she hissed. The words stripped of their former calm, becoming sharp and personal. The humiliation, the quiet, constant erosion of my life. She was just the final insult. I was taking back control. You murdered a woman, Miles said, his voice flat and hard. You let an innocent man rot in prison for it. That's not control. That's a disease. Jeremiah took another step, closing the distance. Give me the key, he said to his mother. Clara stared at him. A silent war raging behind her eyes. The silver sedan seemed to shrink around her. The safety deposit box key, Jeremiah pressed, his voice unnervingly steady. The one you keep in the false bottom of your jewelry case. The one for the box under the name Eleanor Moss. As the maps are in there, aren't they? The real ones? The proof you were going to run. The proof you were going to run. A small, choked sound escaped Clara's lips. It was the sound of a fortress she believed was impenetrable, realizing it had been undermined from within for years. Her own son, the quiet, overlooked boy, had been her most dedicated archivist. He hadn't just been collecting the neighborhood's secrets, he had been compiling hers. With a hand that trembled slightly, she reached into her purse. She didn't pull out a weapon, but a single, small, brass key. She held it for a moment, then dropped it onto the pavement between them. It landed with a faint metallic click that was louder than a gunshot in the tense quiet of the street. Miles moved then, He picked up the key, his fingers closing around the cold metal. He finally dialed Rosario. When she answered, he didn't give her a chance to speak. Rosario. It's Miles. I'm at 2143 Maple Drive. I have Clara Harrison in custody. I have new material evidence pertaining to the Annette Harris murder. You need to come and bring a forensics team. We're going to need to serve a warrant on the safety deposit box at the First National on Grand. To me. The silence on the other end of the line was profound. Then, a single, sharp, professional word. Understood. As Miles recited the details, he watched Clara. She had retreated back into herself, her face a blank page. She looked out the windshield, not at her son or the detective, but at the ordinary street, the neat lawns, the fading light. She was already miles away, constructing a new narrative, a new prison of her own making. But this time, the walls would be real. Jeremiah stood watching her, his work finally done. The weight of his knowledge, once a crushing burden, now seemed a lift from his thin shoulders. He didn't look triumphant. He looked tired and free. Miles ended the call. The first sirens wailed in the distance, growing steadily louder, no longer a sound of chaos arriving too late, but of an old, stubborn wrong finally being made right. The pattern was broken. The drip had stopped. For the first time in a long time, the world was quiet. The following hours were a blur of procedure and stark fluorescent light. Clara was processed in near silence, her lawyer a sleek, worried man who spoke in hushed, urgent tones, but had little to work with. Rosario arrived with the team, her face an unreadable mask of professional competence. But she met Miles' eyes just once, a brief, hard look that held a universe of unspoken things. Apology, respect, and a shared grim satisfaction. The contents of the safety deposit box were everything Jeremiah had promised. Beyond the maps and escape plans, there was a ledger in Clara's precise handwriting detailing the slow, systematic transfer of funds. There were printed emails between her and a private investigator discussing Annette Harris's routines, her vulnerabilities. It was the blueprint of a murder, coldly and meticulously drafted. Weeks later, Miles stood outside the state penitentiary as Kirk Harrison was released. The man was thinner, older, his eyes haunted by the institutional glare he'd endured for years. He blinked in the sunlight as if seeing it for the first time. His lawyers had already whisked him away for a press conference, but he had paused for a moment, his gaze finding Miles in the small crowd. He didn't say thank you. He didn't need to. The raw, unvarnished truth in his eyes was enough. It was the look of a man who had been buried alive and was now, disbelievingly, breathing free air again. Miles drove back to the precinct. The bottle of lotion was still in the evidence room, but its power had faded. It was just an object now, a piece of a solved puzzle. He sat at his desk, the familiar hum of the place feeling different, lighter. The phantom scent of Lily of the Valley was gone, exorcised by the simple, clean scent of resolution. His phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number, but he knew who it was. He's staying with me for a while. We're going to try. It was from Kirk. A photo was attached. It was a slightly blurry picture taken in a small, sunlit kitchen. Kirk stood by a stove, a tentative smile on his face. Jeremiah was in the foreground, his back to the camera, looking out a window. His posture was different. The perpetual hunch was gone. He was just a boy, looking out at the day. Miles saved the picture. He leaned back in his chair, the springs creaking a familiar tune. There were other cases on his desk, other mysteries waiting in the city's dark corners. There would always be another leak, another drip in the night. But for now, the silence was a comfort. It was not the silence of something missing, but the silence of something finished. He picked up the next file and began to read. The file was a missing person. a teenager from the East Side. Normally, it would have gripped him, pulled him into the familiar, urgent rhythm of the hunt. But today, the words seemed to float on the page, refusing to anchor themselves in his mind. He kept seeing Jeremiah at that window, no longer a watcher in the dark, but someone finally looking out into the light. He set the file down and walked to the break room for coffee. The pot was stale, burnt from sitting too long. He poured a cup anyway, the bitter taste a grounding sensation. Rosario was there, leaning against the counter. "Harrison's lawyer is already talking about a wrongful conviction suit," she said, not looking at him. "The department is circling the wagons." Miles nodded, sipping the awful coffee. "Let them." She finally turned to face him. "You knew I was wrong. You stuck with it." "I had a hunch," Miles said. "The kid had the evidence." "It was more than a hunch," she countered. "You listened. I closed the file. I saw a solved case. You saw a broken boy." She paused, her dark eyes searching his. "It's a good thing you did, Miles." He accepted this with a slight nod. There was no victory in it. Not really. Just the quiet acknowledgement that the machine had failed, and a single stubborn gear had refused to turn with the others. He drove home that night to his own quiet apartment. The silence there was different. It wasn't the heavy, waiting silence of the precinct or the haunted silence of Willow Creek. It was just silence. He sat in his armchair, the city's lights winking through the window, and for the first time in months, he didn't think about the Harrison case. He thought about the simple, profound courage it had taken for Jeremiah to stand on that sidewalk and speak his truth into the face of the woman who had shattered his world. A few days later, a plain, unmarked envelope appeared on his desk. Inside was a single sheet of paper. On it, in a neat, slightly awkward script, was written, "Thank you for listening." It was unsigned, but he knew. It was the first thing Jeremiah had ever written to him that wasn't a password or a piece of stolen data. It was a message from one person to another. Miles folded the note and put it in his wallet. Then he picked up the file on the missing East Side teen. This time the words held. The details snapped into focus. The kid's love for skateboarding, his strained relationship with his stepfather, the last place he was seen. Miles picked up the phone and started making calls, his voice steady, his mind clear. The work was waiting, and for the first time in a long time, he was ready for it. The drip was gone, and in its place was a resolve as solid and quiet as the truth itself. The East Side case unfolded with a grim predictability. The boy was found 2 states over, sleeping in a bus station, his skateboard sold for food money. He was scared, hungry, and relieved to be going home. Miles drove him back himself, the long hours in the car filled with a silence that was neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, just present. When they pulled up to the modest house, the mother's face was a torrent of emotion, anger, fear, and a love so raw it was painful to witness. Miles stood back as she engulfed her son, her sobs muffled against his jacket. He saw the stepfather hovering in the doorway, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Later at the precinct, after the paperwork was done, Miles sat with the boy for a final debrief. "He's not a bad guy," the kid mumbled, staring at his hands. "Ed he doesn't get it. He wants me to be someone else." Miles just listened. He didn't offer advice or empty platitudes. He simply received the words, a quiet witness to another small, private tragedy. It wasn't a murder, but it was a kind of death all the same. As the boy left with a family crisis counselor, Miles felt the old, familiar weight settle on him. But it was different now. It felt like a purpose, not a burden. He was finishing his report when his desk phone rang. It was the warden at Blackwood Penitentiary. "Detective Miles? We have a situation with an inmate. Kirk Harrison. He's refusing his meal. He's asking for you." Miles's pen stilled. "Is he ill?" No, he's agitated. He says he won't speak to anyone else. He says you're the only one who knows the walls are still there. Miles drove to Blackwood as the sun bled out behind the hills. The prison was a hulking silhouette against the orange sky, a place designed to swallow light. He was led to a private visitation room, not the general chaos of the main hall. Kirk sat at a small, bolted-down table. He looked older than he had just a few weeks ago upon his release, as if the freedom had been too vast, too confusing. "There in the walls," Kirk said without preamble, his voice a low, frantic rasp. His eyes were wide, darting around the sterile room. "I can hear them, scratching. I thought it would stop when I got out. But they followed me home." Miles sat down slowly. "Who's in the walls, Kirk?" "The lies," he whispered, leaning forward, his breath sour. "Her lies. They're in the plaster. They're in the pipes. I hear them at night, dripping." He slammed a fist on the table. A dull, flat sound. "I can't sleep in my own house. It's full of her." Miles understood. The physical prison was gone, but the one Clara had built inside his mind was sturdier than concrete. The exoneration, the official apology, none of it could silence the phantom scratching of the story that had caged him for years. "It's not her," Miles said, his voice calm and even. "It's the echo. It will fade." "Will it?" Kirk's eyes were desperate, pleading for a truth Miles couldn't guarantee. "You have your son back," Miles said. "That's real. That's stronger than any echo. Focus on that. The sound will get quieter day by day." Kirk stared at him for a long time, searching for a lie and finding none. The frantic energy seemed to drain out of him, leaving a profound exhaustion. He nodded slowly, a single, weary dip of his head. "Okay," he breathed. "Okay." Miles left the prison as the last of the light vanished. The night air was cool and clean. He thought of Kirk, trapped in a haunted house of his own mind, and of Jeremiah finally learning how to live outside one. He thought of the missing boy, back in a home that didn't quite fit. The work was never done. It was just different layers of the same struggle, the same search for truth in a world full of very convincing lies. He got in his car and started the engine, the headlights cutting a path through the darkness, heading back toward the city's endless, waiting quiet. The quiet in his apartment that night felt thin, permeable. He could almost hear the phantom scratching Kirk had described, the psychic residue of a crime that had warped so many lives. He knew he wouldn't sleep. Instead, he pulled out his wallet and unfolded Jeremiah's note. "Thank you for listening." In the stark light of his lamp, the words seemed like a fragile counterweight to the immense, echoing pain he had just witnessed. He thought about calling the boy, or Kirk, but dismissed it. Some bridges had to be built by the people standing on the shores. His job had been to clear the wreckage. He had done that. The next morning, a Saturday, he drove to the botanical gardens. It was an old habit from a different life, one he'd abandoned in the thick of the Harrison case. He walked the winding paths, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. He found a bench near a pond where koi fish moved like slow, liquid jewels in the green water. He wasn't trying to think, or to not think. He was just sitting, letting the world be. His phone vibrated. It was Rosario. "They're moving Clara," she said, her voice clipped and professional. "High-security facility upstate. She's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. It'll be part of her defense, but it won't matter. The evidence is a mountain." Miles watched a koi break the surface, its mouth a perfect O of surprise. "Good. There's something else," Rosario continued. "The DA is fast-tracking the official exoneration for Kirk. They want it done clean, no loose ends. They'd like you to be there. A show of unity for the cameras." "Tell them I'll be there," Miles said. He had no desire for a photo op, but for Kirk and Jeremiah, he would stand there. He ended the call and remained on the bench. A young family passed by, the father pointing out the different fish to his small daughter. The scene was so normal, so insulated from the world of lies and prisons and broken men, hearing scratches in the walls. For a moment, Miles felt a profound distance from that simple reality, as if he were looking at it from behind a thick pane of glass. Then his phone buzzed again, a different tone this time. An alert from the precinct. A body had been found in a warehouse down by the docks. Initial reports suggested it was a professional hit. Miles stood up. The quiet of the gardens receded, replaced by the familiar, grim summons of his city. He walked back to his car, the image of the koi fading, replaced by the cold, procedural image of a warehouse and a body. The Harrison case was closed. Its echoes would linger, in Kirk's mind, in Jeremiah's recovery, in the small folded note in his wallet. But the work was waiting. He opened the car door, the interior smelling of old coffee and city grime. He started the engine and pulled into traffic, his mind already turning over the new puzzle. The new set of lies waiting to be unraveled. The silence was over. The drip had been replaced by the steady, relentless pull of the current. The drive to the docks was a study in shifting gears. He let the details of the new case fill the space in his mind. A welcome distraction from the psychological wreckage of the last one. The victim was a mid-level accountant named Petrov, who, according to the initial briefing, had apparently been skimming from the wrong people. It was a clean, brutal message. 2 shots to the back of the head. The warehouse was a cavern of shadows and dust motes dancing in the beams of the forensic lights. The scene was orderly, almost sterile in its execution. Miles stood over the body, noting the precise placement, the lack of a struggle. This wasn't a crime of passion. It was a business transaction. His partner, a young, eager detective named Chen, was already talking to the uniforms. No shell casings. Pro job. They probably used a revolver. Miles nodded, his eyes scanning the concrete floor. He wasn't looking for the obvious. He was looking for the anomaly, the one detail that didn't fit the neat professional narrative. His gaze landed on a small dark smudge a few feet from the body. It wasn't blood. He crouched down. It was a flower petal, crushed and wilted. A deep, almost black red. A rose. He pointed it out to the forensics tech. Bag that. Chen came over. What is it? It doesn't exactly fit the profile. Nothing ever fits perfectly, Miles said, straightening up. That's the point. Later, back at his desk, the petal existed in a clear evidence bag next to his keyboard. A random piece of trash from the warehouse floor, probably. Meaningless. But it nagged at him. It was a touch of the theatrical, an unnecessary flourish in the otherwise utilitarian killing. His phone buzzed. It was a text from Kirk Harrison's number, but the words were Jeremiah's. The ceremony is on Tuesday. He says he doesn't want to go. What should I do? Miles stared at the message. He was a detective, not a therapist, not a father. But the line between those roles had blurred in the Harrison case. He typed back a simple reply. He has to go for himself, so he can see it's really over. And you should go for him. The response came a minute later. Okay. Miles put the phone down and looked at the evidence bag. A dead man, a rose petal, a frightened boy, a redeemed father. The city was a tapestry of a million such threads, some dark, some light, all intertwined. He kept up the file on the Petrov hit. The accountant had a wife, a daughter in college. They were threads too, now violently severed. He opened a database, his fingers flying across the keys, pulling up Petrov's known associates, his financials, his routines. The hunt was beginning again, a different pattern, a different kind of drip in the dark. But this time, he felt steady. The work was the same, but he was not. He had remembered how to listen, and in doing so, he had remembered why he did any of this at all. He began to read, the world narrowing to the facts, the clues, the silent story waiting to be told. The rose petal was a ghost at the periphery of the Petrov investigation. The ballistics came back clean, the financial trail was a maze of offshore accounts, and the known associates were all providing airtight alibis. It was, as Chen kept saying, a dead end. But Miles kept the petal on his desk, a small, dark contradiction to the otherwise seamless narrative. On Tuesday, he put on his one good suit and drove to the courthouse. The air was thick, with a humid promise of rain. The steps were crowded with reporters, their cameras like a swarm of metallic insects. He saw Kirk and Jeremiah before they saw him. They stood slightly apart from the crowd, Kirk in a suit that hung a little loose on his frame, Jeremiah looking uncomfortable in a stiff-collared shirt. Kirk's eyes were fixed on the ground, but Jeremiah was scanning the faces, and when he saw Miles, he gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. The ceremony was brief and full of solemn words from politicians who had, until recently, been perfectly content with the official version of events. Miles stood where they'd asked him to, a silent prop in the theater of justice. When it was over, Kirk was engulfed by reporters. He handled them with a quiet, weary dignity that spoke of a man who had been stripped of everything, even the energy for anger. Jeremiah slipped away from the crowd and came to stand beside Miles. "He didn't want to come," the boy said, his voice low. He said the cameras felt like bars. "What do you think?" Miles asked. Jeremiah watched his father for a long moment. "I think he's still listening for the scratching. But it's a little quieter today." He turned to Miles. "Thank you for coming." "You're welcome, Jeremiah." Back at the precinct, the Petrov file was waiting. Chen had a new theory, something about a rival shipping company. Miles listened, but his mind was on the rose petal. He took it out of the evidence bag and laid it on a sheet of white paper. A deep red, almost black. The kind of rose you didn't find in a grocery store bouquet. The kind that meant something. He spent the evening cross-referencing other unsolved hits from the past 5 years. It was a long shot, a hunch based on a crushed piece of flora. But then he found it. 2 years ago, a known informant was found in a parked car. 2 shots to the back of the head. No casings. A pro job. The only anomaly noted by a now-retired detective was a single, crushed red rose petal on the passenger seat. It had been dismissed as contamination from a previous occupant. Miles leaned back, the connection clicking into place. This wasn't just a hit. It was a signature. The killer left a rose, a symbol of secrecy, of confidentiality. The Roman god of silence, Harpocrates, was often depicted with a rose. He was sending a message. A secret had been kept permanently. He looked at the 2 case files side by side, an accountant and an informant. The link wasn't obvious, but the signature was. The drip in the dark had a new sound, not the frantic scratching of a haunted man, but the silent, deliberate unfurling of a petal. He picked up the phone to call Chen, then stopped. He would run this down himself first. Some threads you had to pull on your own, gently, to see what whole new part of the tapestry would begin to unravel. The connection was thin, a filament of intuition stretched across 2 years and 2 very different lives. But it was all he had. Miles spent the next day buried in the cold case, the one with the rose petal in the car. The informant's name was Leo Voss. He'd been about to testify in a money laundering operation that stretched from the docks to a handful of shell corporations downtown. The case had collapsed with his death. Petrov, the accountant, had his fingers in similar pies. Not the same companies, not the same names on paper, but the same murky waters of financial crime. Miles started building a map on his office wall, a constellation of names, companies, and dates. The two victims were in separate orbits, but Miles felt the gravitational pull of a single dark star. He was so engrossed he almost didn't hear the soft knock on his doorframe. He looked up. Jeremiah Harrison stood there, looking even younger and more out of place than he had at the courthouse. "They said I could come back," Jeremiah said, his hands shoved in his pockets. "At the front desk." Miles waved him in. "Everything okay?" "Yeah. No. I don't know." Jeremiah sat in the worn chair across from the desk. He didn't fidget. His stillness was unnerving. "My dad, he's trying. He made pancakes this morning. They were burned." Miles said nothing, just waited. "He keeps looking at me like he's waiting for me to disappear," Jeremiah continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "And I keep looking at him, waiting for him to break again. It's like we're both ghosts." "It'll take time," Miles said, the words feeling inadequate. "I know." Jeremiah's eyes drifted to the map on the wall, to the name Leo Voss circled in red. "Is that a new one?" "And an old one," Miles said. "I'm just seeing if it talks to a new one." Jeremiah nodded slowly, his gaze sharpening. The same focus Miles had seen when he was deciphering code. "The pattern is wrong." "What pattern?" "The one you have." Jeremiah stood and walked to the map. He pointed to a holding company linked to Petrov. "This one? It's a shell, but it's not for moving money. It's a lockbox." Miles felt a familiar electric tingle. "How do you know that?" "Because I built a back door into their server architecture 2 years ago," Jeremiah said, his tone matter-of-fact. "It was a challenge. They had good security. I forgot about it until now." He turned to face Miles, his expression deadly serious. "If your killer leaves a rose for a secret kept, then Leo Voss and Anatoly Petrov shared a secret. And my back door can probably tell you what it was." Miles looked at the boy, then at the map, then back at the boy. The gears of the machine were turning again, but this time, a gear he had saved from breaking was about to make the whole mechanism spin in a new and unexpected direction. Story 6. The steady, percussive clatter of the typewriter stopped. It was not a gentle cessation, not the final period of a completed thought, but an abrupt severance, as if the machine itself had been strangled. The silence that rushed in to fill the space was thick and heavy, a physical presence in the dim, smoke-hazed office. It was the kind of silence that listened back. Caleb's knuckle, poised to rap a second time on the frosted glass door, hung in the air. He had heard the typing from the hallway, a frantic insect-like rhythm that had guided him to this door, marked Chandler Hayes, producer. Now, the absence of the sound was louder than the sound had been. He pushed the door open. The room was a monument to a faded ambition. A large, mahogany desk, scarred by water rings and cigarette burns, stood as the centerpiece. Behind it, a man was frozen, his hands still hovering over the silent typewriter. Chandler Hayes did not look up. His gaze was fixed on the blank wall ahead, his face a mask of such profound exhaustion that it seemed to have eroded his very features, leaving behind only the soft, sagging lines of defeat. The air smelled of cheap gin, expensive cigar smoke, and the faint, metallic tang of fear. Caleb let the door click shut. The sound was a gunshot in the quiet. He moved into the room, his shoes whispering on the thin carpet. He did not speak. He let his presence do the talking, let the weight of his silence press down on the man at the desk. He was a practical man, built of angles and quiet patience, his suit a dark, unremarkable gray that blended into any shadow. He was a collector, not of objects, but of debts. And he was very good at his job. Finally, Chandler Hayes stirred. His eyes, red-rimmed and watery, drifted from the wall to Caleb. There was no surprise in them, only a weary recognition. "Darrow sent you," he said. It wasn't a question. His voice was a dry rustle, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. He's concerned about his investment, Caleb said. His voice was low, calm, a stark contrast to the producer's brittle tone. $50,000. It was due last Tuesday. Hayes let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. He gestured vaguely at the room, at the peeling posters for films nobody had seen. The investment, yes, it's all right here. Can't you see it? It's in the magic. The silver nitrate dreams. He reached for a glass on the desk. The ice long melted, the gin gone warm. His hand trembled. The picture is almost in the can. 2 weeks, maybe 3. The returns will be astronomical. Caleb leaned forward, placing his palms flat on the cool wood of the desk. He did not loom or shout. He simply was, a fact as immutable as gravity. Mr. Hayes, Darrell is not a patient man. He does not deal in magic. He deals in numbers, and his number is 50,000. The producer shriveled under his gaze. There's a party. Tonight, .D. At the Orion Pictures lot. A rap party for Siren of the Babylon. I can get the money there. I have backers coming. Influential people. I just need to make the right introductions. He was pleading now, his words tumbling over one another. Come with me. See for yourself. This town runs on promises, and I have the best promises in Hollywood. Caleb studied him. He saw the desperation, the lies woven into the man's very fabric. But he also saw something else, a flicker of the old Hollywood hucksterism, the kind that had built this city of illusions out of desert sand. And Caleb, against his better judgment, was fascinated. He had always been a student of cinema, of the stories people told themselves in the dark. He saw the same mechanics at work in his own line of business, the creation of myth, the performance of power, the careful editing of reality. Hollywood, he thought, might just be the most organized crime of all. A party? Caleb repeated, his voice flat. He straightened up. Fine, we'll go to your party. But understand something, Chandler. This isn't a negotiation. It's a transaction, and I am here to collect. The Orion Pictures lot was a kingdom of make-believe, a sprawling labyrinth of false fronts and sound stages, where the air hummed with the electricity of 1,000 lies. The party for Siren of the Babylon was in full. Garish swing on a soundstage designed to look like a Babylonian palace. It was all painted plywood and plaster columns, gilded with fake gold that flaked under the touch. The air was thick with the scent of champagne, perfume, and the cloying sweetness of studio orchids. Men in white tuxedos and women in sequined gowns floated through the crowd, their laughter a bright, brittle sound that seemed to Caleb like the shattering of glass. He stood near a pillar, a glass of club soda in his hand, watching. He felt the eyes on him. He was an unfamiliar species here, a shark that had swum into a school of glittering tropical fish. He was too still, his gaze too direct. He did not belong, and his not belonging was a silent accusation. Chandler Hayes was a hummingbird of anxiety, flitting from one cluster of people to another, his laughter too loud, his handshakes too vigorous. He was selling, always selling, his pitch a frantic melody over the swing band's rhythm. Caleb watched him approach a man with a deep tan and a jawline that looked carved from granite, only to be brushed aside with a condescending smile. He saw the hope drain from Hayes' face, replaced by a fresh layer of panic. Then he saw her. She was standing apart from the crowd, leaning against a fake marble balustrade, a cigarette held in a long, elegant holder. She wore a simple black dress that did not try to compete with the more extravagant gowns, and it won the competition effortlessly. Her hair was the color of dark honey, and her eyes, even from across the room, held a cool, assessing intelligence. She was watching the spectacle with a detached amusement, as if she were studying a particularly strange and futile insect colony. This, he knew without being told, was Lexi. As if feeling the weight of his observation, her gaze shifted from the crowd and found his. There was no flirtation in her look, no invitation. It was a simple, unflinching acknowledgement. She saw him, the outsider, and she did not look away. After a moment, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. It was not a greeting. It was a confirmation. Chandler, sweating and desperate, scurried back to Caleb's side. "Nothing," he hissed. "They're all vultures. They can smell the blood in the water." His eyes darted toward Lexi. "She knows. She always knows. She's the only one in this town who sees the strings." "Knows what?" Caleb asked, his voice low. "Where the bodies are buried," Hayes whispered, his breath sour with gin. "Figuratively. And maybe, not so figuratively. There's another player. A man named Vasi. He's like your Mr. Daryl. But he likes his threats to be more. He has an interest in this picture too. Competing interest." And the pieces shifted in Caleb's mind. This was no longer a simple collection. It was a territorial dispute. Daryl, a pragmatic businessman from the East, was encroaching on the domain of Vasi, a local predator with a taste for drama. And Chandler Hayes was a scrap of meat they were fighting over. Later, as the party began to thin, Caleb found himself on a studio backlot, a street fabricated to look like New York, complete with brownstones and fake snow dusting the pavement. The illusion was perfect, and therefore profoundly hollow. He heard the click of heels on the cobblestones and turned. It was Lexi. "You're with Chandler," she said. It wasn't a question. She stopped a few feet away, lighting a fresh cigarette. The flare of the match illuminated the sharp planes of her face. "I'm with Daryl," Caleb corrected. She smiled, a thin, knowing curve of her lips. "Same thing in the end. You're the muscle sent to squeeze water from a stone." She blew a stream of smoke into the cool night air. "You won't get it. The money's gone. It was gone before Daryl ever lent it to him. It went to pay off Vasi's boys for the last picture that flopped." "So he's playing both sides," Caleb said. "He's playing all sides," Lexi replied. "It's what you do when you're drowning. You grab for anything, even if it's another anchor." She looked at him, her head tilted. "You're not what I expected. You're quiet. You watch. Most of Daryl's men are louder. I find listening is more productive." "And what have you heard?" "That this town is a shell game, and everyone is trying to guess which shell the P is under. The trick is, there is no P." Lexi's smile widened, a genuine flicker of appreciation in her eyes. "You learn fast, but you're wrong about one thing. There is a P. It's just not money. It's survival. Chandler's trying to survive. I'm trying to survive. You're here to make sure Daryl survives. And Vasi doesn't just want to survive. He wants to own the game. And me. Sure." The next few days unfolded like a slow-motion car crash. Caleb's investigation was a spiral, a tightening circle of clues and suspicions that always led back to the same hollow center. He tracked the phantom money through a maze of shell corporations and studio accounting, a labyrinth designed by experts in obfuscation. He met with a director who spoke only in metaphors, a leading man so vain he could see his own reflection in the fear in people's eyes, and a studio head who offered him a role in a picture, mistaking his quiet menace for method acting. He found Chandler Hayes one afternoon in a dim screening room, the flickering light of a rough cut of Siren of the Babylon playing across his ashen face. On the screen, Lexi, in a costume of sheer silk, was betraying a king with a look of tragic inevitability. "She's the only real thing in it," Hayes mumbled, his eyes fixed on the image. "The only thing that isn't a lie." The film was terrible. The dialogue was leaden, the plot a nonsensical mess. It was a sinking ship, and Daryl's 50,000 was just the latest bucket of water being tossed into the ocean. The confrontation with Vasi's men was inevitable. It happened in the alley behind a club on Sunset Strip, a place where the glamour of Hollywood curdled into something cheap and dangerous. There were two of them, dressed in sharp suits that were a parody of style, their faces blank and cruel. They did not talk about money. They talked about respect. They talked about territory. They called Daryl an old-world relic. The fight was short, brutal, and efficient. Caleb was out of practice, but his instincts were sharp, honed in darker places than this. He left them broken on the asphalt, one clutching a shattered arm, the other spitting blood and teeth. As he walked away, his own knuckles bleeding, the taste of copper in his mouth, he felt a familiar, grim satisfaction. It was a simple, physical language he understood far better than the whispered deceits of the studio lot. But the simplicity was an illusion. The spiral was tightening. The clues were not adding up to a solution, but to a deeper, more profound mystery. The mystery of a town that consumed reality and excreted fantasy. He found himself tracing the same steps, the same conversations, the same lies, each time hoping to find a new angle, a crack in the facade, but finding only his own reflection staring back from the polished, deceptive surface. The end began with a phone call. It was Lexi. Her voice, usually so controlled, was frayed at the edges. "It's Chandler. He's at the bungalow. You need to come." The bungalow was tucked away in the Hollywood Hills, a secluded little place paid for with phantom profits. The front door was unlocked. The steady, percussive clatter of a typewriter came from inside. It was the same frantic rhythm Caleb had heard days before in Hayes' office. He pushed the door open. Chandler Hayes was at a small table, hunched over a typewriter, his fingers flying across the keys. The room was a mess of papers, empty bottles, and film canisters. He did not look up as Caleb entered. "Chandler," Caleb said. The typing did not stop. Clack, 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 clack. Hayes. Clack, 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 dot. Caleb moved closer. He saw the page in the typewriter. It was not a script. It was a confession. A rambling, incoherent narrative of debts and deceptions, of lies told to Daryl, to Vasi, to the studio. It was the story of a man building a house of cards in a hurricane. "It's over, Chandler," Caleb said, his voice soft. "There's no money. There never was." The typing stopped. The sudden silence was a physical blow. Hayes slowly turned his head. His eyes were wide, lucid, and filled with a terrifying peace. "I know," he said. "I've been writing my way out, don't you see? This is the only thing that's real. The story. I just have to get the ending right." Then his eyes shifted to a point behind Caleb. "Lexi, you came." Caleb turned. Lexi stood in the doorway, her face pale. She was holding a small, pearl-handled revolver. It looked absurdly delicate in her hand. "He called me," she said to Caleb, her voice barely a whisper. "He said he was finishing it." Hayes stood up, his movements slow, deliberate. "It's the only way," he said, his gaze fixed on Lexi. "It's the perfect ending. The producer killed by his leading lady. A crime of passion. The papers will eat it up. It'll make the picture a fortune. Enough to pay everyone back. It's the best performance of your life, Lexi. Your greatest role." Caleb understood then. The spiral had not been leading him to the money. It had been leading him to this moment, to this meticulously staged scene. Hayes had not been trying to solve his problems. He had been scripting them. He was producing his own finale. "He's insane, Lexi," Caleb said, keeping his voice calm even. "Put the gun down." But Lexi's hand was steady. Her eyes were not on Hayes, but on Caleb. They were filled with a deep, immeasurable sadness. "He's not insane," she said. "He's a producer. This is what he does. He creates scenarios. He thought Darryl would send a brute, someone who would just break his legs. But he sent you. Someone who watches, someone who thinks. He had to change the script. He needed a better antagonist. Hayes took a step toward her, his hands outstretched, a beatific smile on his face. "It's okay, my dear. It's just business, the final business." The gunshot was not loud. It was a small, flat crack that was swallowed by the room's thick silence. Hayes jolted, a look of profound surprise on his face. He looked down at the dark flower blooming on his white shirt, then back up at Lexi. He did not fall. He simply sat down, carefully, in his chair, as if he had grown very tired. Caleb moved without thought. He was at Hayes' side in 3 strides. He pressed his hand against the wound, the warmth of the blood seeping through his fingers. It was futile. The life was already leaving Hayes' eyes, the producer's gaze turning inward, perhaps reviewing the final cut. He looked up at Lexi. She had not moved. The gun hung at her side. "That was right," she said, her voice hollow. It was the only way out for him. He was a dead man either way. Darryl or Vasi, they would have done worse. This was clean. This was an ending he could control. "You killed him," Caleb said. It was not an accusation. It was a statement of fact. "No," she said, her eyes meeting his. They were clear now. All the sadness burned away. "We killed him. You, me, Darryl, Vasi. This whole damn town. We all wrote this scene together. I just delivered the final line." Caleb looked down at the dead producer, at the blood on his own hands. He saw the page in the typewriter, the words trailing off into a jagged line. He saw the whole intricate, poisonous mechanism of this place. A machine that ran on desperation and dreams, that chewed up people like Chandler Hayes and spat them out as plot points. He had come to collect a debt, and in doing so, he had become a character in the very story he was trying to unravel. He was not an investigator. He was a participant. He was the catalyst. His presence, his quiet, observing pressure, had been the final variable that tipped the scales toward this specific, scripted tragedy. He did not feel shock. He felt a cold, quiet recognition. The mystery was not who killed Chandler Hayes. The mystery was how a man could be so complicit in his own destruction, and how easily others could be enlisted to play their parts. He had spent days tracing the outline of a crime, and the outline he had been tracing was his own. He stood up, wiping his hand on his trousers. The blood was a dark stain. He looked at Lexi. She was already putting on her coat, her movements economical, final. She was an actress, exiting a stage after a demanding performance. "What will you do?" he asked. "What I've always done," she said. "Survive. There's another picture starting next week. A noir. They need a femme fatale." She gave him one last unreadable look, then turned and walked out the door, disappearing into the Los Angeles night. Caleb stood alone in the quiet bungalow with the dead man and the unfinished confession. He picked up the phone and dialed Darryl's number. When the voice on the other end answered, Caleb spoke, his voice flat, devoid of all emotion. "The debt is settled. Hayes is out of the picture." He did not elaborate. He hung up. He walked out of the bungalow, leaving the door open behind him. The night air was cool and clean. Down below, the city of Los Angeles glittered, a vast, sprawling circuit board of lies and light. He could hear the faint hum of its endless, churning production. He got into his car and sat for a long time, watching the lights. He had come to Hollywood to collect a debt and had found a mirror. And in that mirror, he saw not a gangster, not a collector, but just another man, trapped in a story that was much bigger than himself. His hands stained, his role acknowledged, driving now into the perpetual night of a town that knew only how to begin again, forever forgetting the bodies it left behind. The drive back to his hotel was a study in silence. The city outside his windshield was a moving picture, a projection of light and shadow, and he felt no more connection to it than an audience member in the back row. He parked the car but did not get out immediately. He looked at his hands on the steering wheel. He had washed them, scrubbed them raw in the bungalow's sink, but the phantom sensation of Chandler Hayes's blood remained, a sticky film he could not remove. Inside his room, the air was stale and still. He poured a drink from a bottle of cheap whiskey, not for the taste, but for the burn. It was a sensation, at least, a real one. He sat in a hard chair by the window and replayed the final scene in the bungalow, not with the frantic energy of panic, but with the cold, analytical eye of an editor. He saw every cut, every angle, Lexi's flawless delivery of her line, Hayes' perfectly timed collapse, his own placement in the frame. It was, as Hayes had intended, a masterfully blocked piece of theater. He thought of calling Darryl again, of providing the messy details, the blood and the gun and the woman. But he knew it was unnecessary. Darryl would understand the subtext. The debt was settled. The message was sent. Any more information would be superfluous, a breach of their professional etiquette. The story, as far as the outside world was concerned, was that Chandler Hayes had succumbed to the pressures of his own colossal failure. Another Hollywood tragedy. The specifics were irrelevant. A day passed, then another. He read the brief, tasteful article in the trade papers. It mentioned a sudden illness, a private struggle. There was no mention of Lexi, or a gun, or a man from back east. The machine had already smoothed over the rupture, editing the messy reality into a more palatable, melancholic narrative. The show, as they said, must go on. On the third day, a package was left for him at the front desk. It was a plain, brown-wrapped parcel with no return address. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a single film canister. There was no note. He took it to a small, independent screening room he had used once before, paying the attendant in cash for an hour of solitude. The film was a rough cut, but it was not Siren of the Babylon. It was a short, silent black-and-white reel. It showed Chandler Hayes, younger, his face unlined and full of a genuine, uncynical hope. He was on a studio lot, pointing at something off-screen, laughing. The camera panned to a young Lexi, not yet a star, her hair different, her smile not yet a guarded weapon. She was looking at Hayes with something like admiration. The film was grainy, the light was soft, and for a fleeting moment, it captured a truth that all the later lies had been built upon. It was the ghost of the dream, the original, uncorrupted promise. The reel ended abruptly. The screen went white. Caleb sat in the dark for a long time. He understood the message. It was not an apology from Lexi, nor an explanation. It was a reminder. This was the raw footage, the reality before the editing room, before the rewrites and the compromises. This was the small, fragile thing that had been fed into the great grinding machine. He was not meant to feel guilt or sorrow. He was meant to understand the raw material of the tragedy. He was meant to see the starting point of the spiral. He left the screening room and walked out into the blinding afternoon sun. He checked out of his hotel and drove to the airport. He did not look back at the skyline. On the flight east, he watched the land change from the sprawling, invented grid of Los Angeles to the stark, ancient geography of deserts and mountains. He felt the pressure in his ears as the plane gained altitude, a physical sensation of leaving something behind. When he reported to Darryl, he was in the man's club, all dark wood and quiet privilege. Darryl listened, sipping his brandy, his expression never changing. When Caleb finished his sparse report, Darryl simply nodded. "The matter is closed," he said. "You did what was required." But Caleb knew that was not entirely true. He had done what the story required. He had played his part. He collected his fee and left the club. Walking down the street, Surrounded by the solid brick-and-mortar reality of his own city, he felt the disconnect. The colors seemed duller, the sounds more mundane. He had been to the kingdom of illusions, and he had learned that the most dangerous lies are not the ones you are told, but the ones you are cast in without your consent. He knew then that a part of him would always be in that fake New York street, or in that bungalow, watching the final scene unfold, his hand pressed against a wound that was not his own, waiting for a director who was already dead to call cut. He found a bar a few blocks from Daryl's club, a place as different from the Hollywood lounges as possible. It was quiet, smelling of old wood and disinfectant. He drank his whiskey and watched the door, half expecting to see Lexi walk in, her face ready for a new role. But the only people who entered were tired men from the neighborhood, their lives unscripted and unglamorous. A week later, a letter arrived at his apartment. It was typed on simple stationery, no return address, postmarked from Nevada. The picture is a wrap. They say it has potential. The director is a quiet man like you. He watches. I find I prefer that now. I thought you should know that the ending was changed. In the final cut, my character doesn't get away with it. She drives her car off a pier. The audience prefers a moral, even a cheap one. It's cleaner that way. I hope you found what you were looking for. It was unsigned. Caleb read it twice, then held a match to the corner and dropped it into the ashtray, watching the paper curl and blacken into nothing. She was still surviving, refining her performance, editing her own past. The letter was another piece of business, a tying up of a loose end. He was a character she was writing out of her story. He went back to work for Daryl. The jobs were the same: collecting, persuading, enforcing. But his method had shifted. He talked even less. He listened more intently, not just to the words, but to the spaces between them. He started to hear the subtle cues, the hidden directions, the unspoken scripts that men lived by. He saw the small-time bookie who fancied himself a tragic hero, the cornered businessman who was playing the part of the desperate family man. Everyone had a role. His job was not to break the actor, but to disrupt the performance. He never spoke of Los Angeles. He never mentioned Chandler Hayes or Lexi. But sometimes, in the middle of a routine negotiation, he would see a flicker of that same hollow piece he had seen in Hayes' eyes right before the end. He would see the same calculated performance he had seen in Lexi. And in those moments, he would change his approach. He would offer a different ending, one that didn't involve blood or a final dramatic collapse. He would give them a way to exit the stage with a shred of dignity, a quiet rewrite that satisfied the debt without destroying the player. Daryl noticed. He never commented directly, but the jobs he gave Caleb became more complex, involving men who were deeper in their own fictions. The money got better. One evening, Daryl said to him, "You're quieter than you used to be. You used to be still. Now you're empty." Caleb just nodded. It was the closest thing to a compliment he was likely to get. He was empty because the town of mirrors had hollowed him out and filled him with a new understanding. He no longer wondered which shell the pea was under. He knew the game was the only thing that was real, and that everyone, from the loudest of Daryl's men to the quietest man in the room, was just trying to survive it. He drove home through the familiar streets, his headlights cutting through the real, unscripted darkness, a man forever edited by the memory of a perfect, terrible scene. The rain started as he parked his car, a cold, indifferent drizzle that slickened the pavement. Inside his apartment, the silence was a presence. He hung his coat and saw, for the first time, the faint, rust-colored outline on the cuff of his trousers, a ghost of Chandler Hayes' blood that had survived the cleaners. He did not change out of the suit. He sat and watched the rain trace paths down the window pane, each one a different, fleeting narrative. He understood now that the debt he had been sent to collect was not the one written on Daryl's ledger. It was a deeper, more existential debt, the kind the city of Los Angeles extracted from everyone who entered its orbit. He had paid it. He had delivered the required performance. The fee he collected from Daryl felt like prop money, colorful and worthless. The phone rang. It was Daryl again. A new name, a new address, a shipping magnate with a gambling problem. A simple, straightforward job. "Hell, listen to reason," Daryl said, his voice a low rumble. "He's a practical man." Caleb drove across town to a stately brownstone. The man who answered the door was florid and nervous, his eyes darting. He ushered Caleb into a study lined with books that looked unread. He began his performance immediately, the desperate patriarch, the man who'd made a simple mistake. Caleb let him talk. He watched the man's hands flutter, heard the practiced tremor in his voice. He saw the script. It was a poor one, derivative and full of cliches. When the man finished, his shoulders slumping in a show of defeat, Caleb spoke. "You have a son at Princeton," Caleb said, his voice flat. "He thinks you're a self-made man, a hero. Pay the debt and that story stays intact. It's a better ending for you." The man's performance faltered. The bluster and the fear drained away, replaced by a cold, clear shock. He was being offered not a threat, but an editorial note. He nodded, silently, and wrote a check with a hand that was now perfectly steady. Caleb took the check and left. The job was done, more effectively than if he'd broken a bone. He had given the man a better role to play. It was the only power he had left, this ability to offer a different third act. He walked back to his car in the rain, the water washing the streets clean, and wondered how long he could continue as a ghostwriter for other men's fates before the story he was living himself reached its own final, indelible line. The rain intensified, drumming a steady rhythm on the car's roof as he drove away from the brownstone. He felt the check in his breast pocket, a dry, papery square. It was a resolution, but it brought no satisfaction. He was merely a mechanic fine-tuning a broken part in a machine he hadn't built. He thought of the shipping magnate's son at Princeton, living in the clean, bright story his father had built for him, unaware of the grubby negotiations that funded his future. That was the real inheritance, Caleb thought. Not the money, but the fiction. He did not go home. He drove to the river and watched the dark water churn, the lights from the far shore smearing in the downpour. He was tired in a way that sleep could not fix. It was the fatigue of perpetual observation, of always seeing the scaffolding behind the set. He had become a connoisseur of falsehoods, and the world had lost its texture. Everything was a potential prop, every person a potential actor. A month later, a small, heavy box arrived. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was a pistol. It was the same model Lexi had used, clean and oiled, smelling of metal and nothing else. There was no note, no return address. It was not a threat. It was an offering, a tool, a symbol. It was her way of telling him that the role he was playing now, the quiet ghostwriter, was just another part, and that some parts required a different kind of finale. He held the gun. It was a simple, brutal piece of engineering, devoid of the layered meanings people assigned to it. It was a thing that did a thing. For a long moment he considered the weight of it in his hand, the finality it represented. It was the one edit that could not be rewritten. Then he placed it back in the box, closed the lid, and put it on the top shelf of his closet. He did not throw it in the river. He kept it. It was a reminder that some scripts only had one ending, and that his continued survival was a choice, a daily rewrite against a default narrative of violence and silence. He went to the window. The rain had stopped, and the city gleamed under a sky the color of a fresh bruise. The story was not over. It was just waiting for the next line to be written. And he, Caleb, was both the pen and the page. He looked at his own reflection in the glass, a pale ghost superimposed over the city. He was the page, and the story being written was one of quiet erosion. The sharp edges of the man he had been were softening, worn down by the constant grinding pressure of other people's narratives. He wondered if there was a core left, a true line of text beneath all the revisions, or if he was now entirely composed of marginalia. The next job came from a new voice on the phone, one of Darrell's lieutenants. A problem at a dockside warehouse. Not a debtor, but a rival. This was different. This was not about editing a performance. It was about canceling the show entirely. He drove down to the waterfront, the air thick with the smell of salt and decay. The warehouse was a cavern of shadows, the only light a single bare bulb hanging over two men. One was Darrell's man, a hulking silhouette named Raleigh. The other was a stranger, tied to a chair. Raleigh gestured with his head. "He won't see reason. Darrell says you have a way with words." Caleb looked at the man in the chair. He was young, his face a mask of defiance and terror. He was playing the brave martyr. It was a short-sighted role. Caleb walked over and stood in front of him, not speaking. He saw the script playing out behind the young man's eyes. The threats, the resistance, the inevitable, heroic death. Caleb did not threaten him. He did not touch him. He simply said, "They'll find you in the river. Your mother will spend the rest of her life imagining it. She'll never be able to eat fish again because of the smell. Is this the part you want her to remember?" The young man's defiance shattered. It wasn't the fear of death that broke him, but the specificity of the consequence. The image of his mother. The script was ruined. He started to cry, quiet, hopeless sobs. He gave them the names they wanted. As they left the warehouse, Raleigh clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "Cold," he said, with a tone of approval. "You got a real cold way about you. Efficient." Caleb didn't respond. He got in his car and drove, the image of the sobbing young man etched behind his eyes. He had done it again. He had found the leverage point and applied pressure. He had rewritten the scene, but this time it felt less like an edit and more like a violation. He had not just changed the man's actions. He had reached into his mind and torn out a private, sacred fear. He was no longer a ghostwriter. He was a director of the most intimate and terrible kind. He found himself outside a movie theater. The marquee advertised a double feature of westerns. He bought a ticket and sat in the dark, watching the simple black-and-white morality play out on the screen. The good guys wore white hats. The bad guys wore black. Justice was delivered with a six-shooter. It was a lie, of course, a childish fantasy. But as he watched the hero ride off into the sunset, he felt a profound aching loss for a world where the stories were so simple and where a man's hands could be clean. The film ended, and the house lights came up harsh and unforgiving. The few other patrons shuffled out, their conversations mundane and real. Caleb remained in his seat until the usher gave him a pointed look. Stepping out onto the sidewalk, the city felt louder and more chaotic than when he had entered. The simple clarity of the Western was a taunt. He knew then that he could not continue. The job with the young man in the warehouse was a line he had crossed, and there was no walking it back. He was not bringing order. He was just applying a more sophisticated form of cruelty. Darrell's world, with its clear hierarchies and brutal logic, was just another flawed script, and Caleb had learned his part too well. He did not call Darrell. He went home, packed a single bag with cash, a change of clothes, and nothing else. He left the gun on the closet shelf. It belonged to the character he was leaving behind. Just before dawn, he walked to the train station, not the airport. It felt less final, more like a drift than a cut. He bought a ticket for a city several states away, a place with no history for him, no connections. As the train pulled out, he watched his city recede, its skyline a familiar story he was now closing the book on. He thought of Lexi, forever editing her life, and of Hayes, who had chosen his own final cut. He thought of the young man in the warehouse, who would now have to find a new role to play. Caleb's own next act was a blank page. He had no script, no director, no lines. For the first time since he had returned from the coast, the hollow feeling inside him was not emptiness, but potential. The train moved forward, and he watched the world go by, a real and unedited landscape, waiting for him to find his place in it, without a single line written in advance. The train moved through the industrial outskirts, past crumbling brick walls scrawled with graffiti he couldn't read. He watched it all with a detached focus, as if seeing the world for the first time. The colors were still dull, the sounds still mundane, but now they felt honest. This was the raw footage of a life, unproduced and unbought. He got off at a stop he hadn't planned on, a small town built around a mill that had long since closed. The air smelled of river water and pine. He found a room for rent above a diner, paying a week in advance with cash. The room was small, with a bed, a chair, and a window that looked out onto a quiet, tree-lined street. It was the opposite of every place he had ever known. For a week he did nothing. He sat in the diner and drank coffee. He walked along the river. He listened to the conversations of the locals, not for leverage or for a script, but simply to hear the rhythm of their unperformed lives. They talked about the weather, about their children, about the price of groceries. Their worries were simple and profound. He was a ghost, and he found a strange peace in his own invisibility. He got a job washing dishes in the diner's kitchen. The work was hard, physical, and left no room for thought. His hands were constantly in hot, soapy water, scrubbing away the residue of other people's meals. It was a kind of penance. At night, he fell into a dreamless sleep, too tired for memories or metaphors. One afternoon, an old man with a kind, weathered face sat at the counter. He was a regular, and he always ate alone. That day, he looked at Caleb, really looked at him, as he handed him a clean plate. "You're not from here," the man said. It wasn't an accusation, just an observation. "No," Caleb said. The man nodded. "It's a good place to be from somewhere else." He finished his pie and left, leaving a tip under his plate. That small, unscripted moment felt like a greater absolution than any he had ever known. He was not a character in this man's story. He was just a man washing dishes. The simplicity of it was a gift. He knew the past was not gone. The memories of Lexi, of Hayes, of the warehouse were still there, like a reel of film in a locked vault. But here, in this quiet town, he was no longer an actor, a director, or a ghostwriter. He was just a man, learning to live without a role, one clean plate at a time. The diner screen door slapped shut behind the old man, and the room settled back into its familiar hum. Caleb wiped down the counter, the cloth moving in slow, even circles. He focused on the grain of the formica, the smell of bleach and coffee, the weight of his own body on his feet. These were real things. They did not mean anything else. Weeks bled into months. The trees along the main street turned from green to a fierce, burning gold. He learned the names of the other kitchen workers, not because he needed to, but because they offered them. He called himself Cal. It was close enough to the truth, but it felt like it belonged to the man washing dishes, not the one who had stood in rooms where men bargained for their lives. One evening, as he was mopping the floor after closing, the diner's owner, a woman named Marie, leaned against the pass-through window. "You're a steady worker, Cal," she said. Her voice was rough from 40 years of cigarettes. "Quiet? I like that." He nodded, wringing the mop out into the bucket. "You plan on staying through the winter?" she asked. "It gets cold. The river ice is over. Not much work around here once the tourists leave." "I'm not a tourist," he said. She considered him for a long moment, her eyes narrowed. "No," she finally agreed. "I suppose you're not." She pushed a key across the counter. "Front door key. I open at 5. Don't be late." It was a small thing, a practical gesture, but it was also an invitation into the rhythm of this place. A trust he had not earned through intimidation or clever manipulation, but simply by showing up and doing the work. He took the key. It felt heavy and solid in his palm. That night, lying in his narrow bed, he listened to the wind whistle through a crack in the window frame. He thought about the key in his pocket. He thought about the gun on the shelf in a closet 1,000 miles away. Both were tools. One was for opening doors, the other for closing them forever. He had chosen which one to carry. He knew he was not cured. The memory of the warehouse, of the young man's sobs, could still surface without warning, a cold knot in his gut. He knew Lexi was still out there, performing for some new audience. But here, in this small town, the noise of those other lives was fading, replaced by the immediate, tangible demands of this one. The snow would come soon. He would need a heavier coat. He would need to shovel the walk in front of the diner. These were the only lines in his script now, and he found a deep, abiding satisfaction in speaking them plainly. The first snow fell overnight, a quiet, forgiving blanket that muffled the world. He arrived at the diner before 5, his breath pluming in the dark air, and used the key Marie had given him. The silence inside was different from the silence of his old apartment. This was a peaceful quiet, a space waiting to be filled with the day's simple rituals. He started the coffee and began mixing the pancake batter, his movements practiced and automatic. The regulars trickled in, stomping snow from their boots. They talked about the weather, about the plows, about a sick dog. Their conversations were like the snow, covering the complexities of their lives with a layer of normalcy. He poured coffee and cleared plates, a spectator to a drama he did not need to direct. The old man who had spoken to him before came in and took his usual seat. He nodded at Caleb. "Winter's here," he said. "It is," Caleb replied. "Told you it gets cold." The man unwrapped his scarf. "You sticking it out?" "I've got the key," Caleb said, and the old man smiled, as if that was the only answer he needed. Later, as the lunch rush subsided, a stranger walked in. He was a man in a suit that was too thin for the weather, his shoes slick with melted snow. He sat at the counter and ordered a black coffee, his eyes scanning the room with a restless intensity that was familiar. Caleb felt a cold prickle on the back of his neck. He knew that look. It was the look of a man who was working. The man sipped his coffee, and then his gaze settled on Caleb. "You're a hard man to find," he said, his voice low. Caleb didn't freeze. He didn't flinch. He simply placed the clean coffee pot back on its burner and turned, wiping his hands on a towel. He looked at the man, really looked, and saw the story. He was a messenger, not a threat. He was young, trying to project a cool competence he didn't fully possess. "Apparently not hard enough," Caleb said. His voice was calm, the voice of a man who washed dishes for a living. "The word is you're retired," the man said. "That's the word," Caleb agreed. The man reached into his inside pocket. Caleb watched his hands, but all he produced was a single sealed envelope. He placed it on the counter. "I was told to deliver this. No response required." The man left a $5 bill under his saucer, stood up, and walked out, the screen door slapping shut behind him. Caleb looked at the envelope. It was heavy, expensive paper. He didn't need to open it to know who it was from. Lexi Didar, or Daryl. It didn't matter. It was a page from a script he had thrown away. He picked up the envelope. He could feel the shape of a key inside. A key to what? He didn't know, and didn't want to know. A safe deposit box, a car, a storage locker full of props from his old life. He carried it to the back, past the stoves and the walk-in freezer, and without a moment of hesitation, he fed it into the glowing red heart of the diner's industrial incinerator. He watched the paper blacken and curl, the key inside glowing for a second before being consumed. He walked back to the sink, rolled up his sleeves, and plunged his hands into the hot, soapy water. A pile of lunch plates awaited him. He picked up the first one, scrubbing away the remnants of gravy and mashed potatoes. The water was real. The plate was real. The clean white surface, he revealed, was real. He worked until the pile was gone, each plate a blank slate, and the only thing on his mind was the sound of the snow beginning to fall again outside. The snow continued through the afternoon, a steady, silent fall that built up on the windowsills and softened the edges of the world. The incident with the man in the suit felt like a dream, a fleeting echo from a life that no longer belonged to him. He had burned the message, and with it, he felt the last, thin tether snap. He was free, not because he was hidden, but because he no longer cared if he was found. Marie came in around 3, shaking snow from her coat. "Roads are a mess," she announced to the nearly empty diner. She looked at Caleb. "You can head out early if you want. I'll close up." "I'll stay," he said. "Finish the prep for tomorrow." She gave him a long, appraising look, then nodded. "Suit yourself." He was scrubbing the last of the sheet pans when the old man returned, his boots leaving wet prints on the clean floor. He didn't sit at the counter. He walked right up to the pass-through. "Forgot my gloves this morning," he said, though he made no move to look for them. He looked at Caleb, his eyes clear and direct. "Saw a fella in a suit around here at lunch. Looked out of place." "He was," Caleb said, not stopping his work. The old man was silent for a moment. "You know this town," he began, his voice low and steady. "It's got its own way of doing things. We look out for each other. We don't much care for what a person was before. We care about what they are now." Caleb finally looked up, meeting the old man's gaze. He saw no judgment there, only a simple, stated fact. "The fella in the suit," the old man continued. "He won't be back. Sheriff Mills had a word with him down at the station. Told him we're a quiet town, and we like our quiet." Caleb felt a strange, tight sensation in his chest. It wasn't fear or relief. It was something else, something he hadn't felt in a very long time. It was the feeling of being part of something, of being protected not because of what he could do, but because of who he was now. A man who washed dishes. A man with a key. "Thank you," Caleb said, the words feeling inadequate. The old man just waved a hand as if swatting away a fly. "Like I said, we look out for our own." He finally retrieved his gloves from under his stool. "See you in the morning, Cal." After he left, Caleb finished the pans and hung up his apron. He put on his coat and stepped out into the twilight. The snow was still falling, the flakes catching in his hair and on his shoulders. The town was hushed and beautiful. He walked slowly toward his room, his footsteps the only sound in the pristine white street. He was not a ghost anymore. He was just a man, walking home in the snow, his breath visible in the cold air, his place in the world finally and quietly his own. The next morning, the world was new. The sun glared off the unbroken white, and the town woke slowly, the sounds of shovels and snowplows replacing the usual morning quiet. Caleb walked to work, his key cold in his hand. When he unlocked the diner, the warmth inside felt earned. The day passed without event. The regulars came and went, their conversations now laced with a new, unspoken acknowledgement. They didn't treat him differently, but there was a subtle shift, a sense that he had passed some unmarked test. He was no longer just the quiet dishwasher from somewhere else. He was Cal, who had chosen to stay. Weeks turned into a season. The deep cold of winter settled in, and the river froze solid. He bought a heavier coat from the second-hand store and learned to chop wood for the pot-bellied stove in his room. The physicality of his life was a constant, grounding presence. He slept deeply, his dreams simple and fleeting. One afternoon in late February, Marie slid a plate across the counter to him. It held a slice of apple pie, the crust golden brown. "On the house," she said. "You've earned it." He sat at the counter and ate the pie. It was sweet and tart, the apples still firm. It was the best thing he had tasted in years. He looked out the window at the stark, beautiful landscape, the snow-covered pines standing like sentinels. He realized, with a jolt of quiet surprise, that he was happy. It was not a dramatic happiness, not the kind you would write a story about. It was a simple, steady satisfaction, like the warmth from the stove in his room. He was living a life that required no second draft, no edits, no director's notes. The story was his own, and for the first time he was content to let it unfold, one plain, unremarkable day at a time. Story 7. The silence was the first wrong thing. On a Tuesday morning in October, in the town of Cedar Bluff, the clock tower in the town square was supposed to chime the hour of 10. It was a sound woven into the fabric of the day, a deep, brass resonance that echoed off the brick facades of the old bank and the courthouse. A sound so familiar it was heard more in the bones than in the ears. But that Tuesday it did not sound. The mechanism, old and stubborn, had simply stopped. The absence of that expected note left a hollow space in the air, a vacuum that was filled, seconds later, by a different, sharper sound. A single crack, clean and precise as a splintering bone, broke the morning. Then another, and another. The town square, a postcard of autumnal peace with its manicured maples and beds of rust-colored chrysanthemums, became a kaleidoscope of shattering glass and erupting blood. A woman, carrying a paper bag of groceries, spun, a dark flower blooming on her chest. A man reading a newspaper on a bench slumped forward, the pages soaking up the red seeping from his neck. There was no warning, no shout, just the methodical, impersonal percussion of a high-powered rifle from an unseen vantage point. The silence that followed the final shot was heavier and more profound than any that had come before, broken only by the first, tentative, rising scream. They found him in the dusty quiet of the old grain elevator, the highest point on the skyline. Leo Vostar. He was curled on the splintered floorboards, a Remington 700 rifle beside him, his fingers stained with gunpowder and his cheeks streaked with tears. He did not resist. He was a small man, a quiet man who worked at the library mending books, a man whose presence was so faint you could forget he was in the room. The evidence was perfect. The rifle, the vantage, the shell casings that matched, the lack of an alibi. The town, reeling and bleeding, needed a monster to put in a cage. Leo Voss, with his trembling hands and vacant eyes, fit the part they needed him to play. This was when Jeffrey arrived. He was not invited. He lived 3 towns over, in a cabin by a lake, where he fought his own wars against memory and the ghost of a man he used to be. A career in Army intelligence had not been kind to his soul. It had taught him to see the world as a series of patterns, deceptions, and brutal underlying truths. He saw the news reports, the grainy photo of Leo Voss, the swift, satisfied pronouncements from the sheriff's office, and he saw the cracks in the story already forming, hairline fractures in the official narrative. A man like Leo, they said, a man of meticulous, quiet habits. But the shot placement, the spacing, the tactical efficiency of it, it spoke of a different kind of training, a different kind of mind. It was a signature, and the signature was all wrong. He came to Cedar Bluff as a ghost, drawn by the scent of a lie that was too large, too polished to be real. The town felt different now. The air was thick with a shared, unspoken fear. The bright fall colors seemed garish, the cheerful decorations on the shop windows, a desperate pantomime of normalcy. He could feel the eyes on him, the suspicion that clung to any stranger. He went first to the town square, now scrubbed clean, the only remnants of the violence being the small makeshift memorials of flowers and candles already wilting in the chill. He stood where the woman had fallen, where the man had bled out. He looked up towards the grain elevator, a skeletal finger pointing at a guilty sky. The shot was clean, yes, but the wind that day, according to records he should not have been able to access, had been shifting. A man of Leo's purported inexperience would have missed at least one. He would have been lucky to hit one. He hit 5. 5 kills. No wounds. That wasn't luck. That was profession. His first meeting with Claire, the county prosecutor, was in her office, a room that smelled of lemon polish and ambition. She was sharp, composed, her blonde hair pulled back in a severe knot, her eyes the color of a winter sky. She saw Jeffrey not as a help, but as an obstruction. "The case is closed, Mr. Ackerley," she said, her voice cool and final. "We have the weapon. We have the man. We have motive. A dismissed grievance from the library board. A history of social isolation. The town needs to heal. The town needs to heal. Healing on a foundation of lies is just a postponement of the rot," Jeffrey replied, his voice a low rumble. He stood by her window, looking down at the square. The wind, from the northwest, gusting to 12 miles an hour. "Your man, a librarian who shoots once a year at a county fair, makes a 300-yard shot through a crosswind with that level of precision? He'd have to be the second coming of Carlos Hathcock." Claire's pen stilled on the legal pad before her. "We have ballistics. We have him at the scene." "You have a man at the scene," Jeffrey corrected softly. "You have a rifle. You don't have the shooter." He left her with that, a seed of doubt he hoped would find purchase in the fertile soil of her intellect. He knew he was working against more than just a prosecutor's conviction. He was working against the town's desperate need for closure, against the smooth, implacable machinery of an official story that was already being set in stone. He visited Leo Voss in the county jail. The man was a husk, his eyes hollow, his voice a whisper. He sat on the edge of his cot, hands clasped as if in prayer. "I don't remember," he mumbled, not looking at Jeffrey. "I was up there. I found the rifle. I think I picked it up. The noise, it was so loud. Then the police were there. Did you see anyone else, Leo? Hear anything? A voice? A footstep? A car engine?" Leo's gaze drifted to a crack in the far wall. "The clock," he said. It didn't chime. I was waiting for it. I always wait for it. But it was just quiet. Then the bad noises started. It was the kind of detail a liar would not invent, a sensory memory of an absence. Jeffrey felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. Leo Voss was a patsy, a carefully chosen fall guy, a fragile man whose mind could be so easily broken and reshaped. He had been led to that tower, hypnotized by suggestion or fear, and left there to take the blame. The real shooter was gone, a phantom. His investigation became a solitary patrol through the shadows of Cedar Bluff. He walked the perimeter of the grain elevator again, his eyes scanning the ground, the weeds, the broken fence. And he found it, where the official search had not bothered to look. A single, spent cartridge, a .308 Winchester, nestled in the tall grass 50 yards from the base of the elevator. It was from a different rifle. A secondary position, a spot with a cleaner line of sight, accounting for the wind. The shooter had not been in the tower with Leo. He had been here, on the ground, a professional doing a professional's job. Leo was the theater, the misdirection. The truth was here, in the cold, hard brass in Jeffrey's palm. This discovery changed the geometry of the crime. It was no longer a simple, tragic shooting. It was a staged event, and staging required director. He began to trace the threads, pulling at the loose ends of the town's fabric. The victims: a shopkeeper, a school teacher, a retired mechanic, a young mother, a town councilman. Ordinary people. Pawns, as he had suspected. But why these pawns? He dug into their lives, a quiet, relentless excavation. The shopkeeper was in debt to a shadowy loan operation based out of the city. The schoolteacher had recently filed a complaint against a powerful family's son for bullying. The mechanic had witnessed a hit and run involving a car registered to a shell corporation. The mother was the ex-wife of a man who had turned state's evidence in an upcoming federal case. The councilman was the only one who seemed random, a man named Alistair Thorne, known for his integrity and his opposition to a new commercial development that would have gutted the town's historic center. The development, that was the key. A massive project called the North Cedar Bluff Revitalization. A deal worth hundreds of millions, spearheaded by a reclusive billionaire named Silas Vane. Vane lived on an estate on the outskirts of town, a fortress of glass and steel behind high walls. He was a philanthropist on the surface, a benefactor to the town, but his business dealings were a labyrinth of holding companies and legal threats. The councilman, Thorne, had been the project's most vocal and effective opponent. His death, in the midst of a random tragic shooting, was a convenient tragedy. Too convenient. Jeffrey took his findings to Claire. He laid it out for her in her office at night, the only light from a green-shaded lamp that cast long, dramatic shadows. He showed her the second shell casing. He showed her the connections between the victims and various pressures that could be traced back through a dozen convoluted paths to Silas Vane's empire. He explained the theory of the staged shooting, a brutal piece of theater designed to eliminate a political obstacle and create a climate of terror that would make the town compliant, all while providing a perfect, pathetically believable patsy. Claire listened, her face a mask of professional composure, but he could see the pulse beating rapidly at the base of her throat. She was afraid. This is conspiracy theory, Jeffrey. It's monstrous, and it's circumstantial. Vane is powerful. He has lawyers who could tie this town in knots for a decade. We take this public without ironclad proof, and we destroy what's left of this community's faith. The proof is the pattern, he said, his voice low and intense. The proof is that second shooter. The proof is that Leo Voss couldn't hit the broadside of a barn from 10 feet. The truth is here, Claire. You can feel it. It's the same thing I feel before a firefight. The air gets tight. Their conversation was interrupted. Car, its engine unnaturally quiet, pulled up outside the courthouse. Two men got out. They moved with a fluid, economical grace that Jeffrey recognized instantly. It was the walk of men who were comfortable with violence, who saw the world as a series of threats and solutions. Henchmen Darktoy, Vane's cleanup crew. They were coming for Claire, to silence the investigation before it truly began. Jeffrey acted on instinct forged in a dozen combat zones. He killed the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. "Get down," he whispered, pulling Claire behind the heavy oak desk. The door to her office splintered open with a single powerful kick. The two men entered, silhouetted against the dim light from the hallway, handguns equipped with suppressors held in a professional grip. What followed was not a gunfight from the movies. It was short, brutal, and intimate. Jeffrey used the darkness and the geography of the room as his weapons. He moved like the ghost he was, disarming the first man with a sharp, breaking twist of the wrist, using the man's own momentum to drive him into the wall with a sickening crunch of bone. The second man was more careful, fanning out, his eyes adjusting. He fired twice, the shots making a soft fut-fut sound, burying themselves in the bookshelf behind where Jeffrey had been a second before. Jeffrey didn't have a gun. He closed the distance, a predator in the dark, his hands finding the man's throat, his knee driving into his spine. It was over in less than a minute. The two men lay on the floor, one unconscious, the other dead. The smell of cordite and blood filled the expensive air of the office. Claire emerged from behind the desk, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her hand pressed to her mouth. She looked from the bodies to Jeffrey, seeing the soldier in him fully revealed for the first time, and she was terrified. Not just of the men, but of him, of the world he inhabited. "We have to go. Now," Jeffrey said. This was the proof. They wouldn't have come if we weren't right. They drove through the night to Silas Vane's estate. There were no more words between them. The time for talk was over. The high walls and electronic gates were no match for Jeffrey's resolve. He found a blind spot in the security system, a section of the wall shielded by ancient oaks, and they went over, landing softly on the manicured lawn on the other side. The house was a monument to modernism, all cold angles and vast sheets of glass, lit from within like a museum exhibit. They found Silas Vane in his study, a room lined with first editions and original art. He was an older man, with a patrician handsomeness and silver hair, dressed in a cashmere robe. He was not surprised to see them. He was pouring himself a brandy from a crystal decanter. "Mr. Ackerley, Miss Prosecutor," he said, his voice calm, almost welcoming. "I assume the presence of uninvited guests at this hour means my associates were unsuccessful." "It's over, Vane," Claire said, her voice shaking but clear. "We know what you did. We know about the shooter. We know you had Councilman Thorne killed and used the other deaths as camouflage." Vane took a slow sip of his brandy, swirling the amber liquid in the glass. Do you really? What you have are theories. A shell casing. The word of a broken man and a disgraced soldier. I am a pillar of this community. You are two people who broke into my home after a violent altercation with, I assume, two men you claim work for me. How does that story sound to you?" He was right. They had nothing that would stick. The law was his shield, his fortress. He had planned for this, for the possibility of discovery. The conspiracy was like a series of locked boxes within locked boxes. He was untouchable. Jeffrey took a step forward. He wasn't looking at Vane's face. He was looking at his hands, at the way he held his glass, at the slight tremor that betrayed the calm. He was looking at the room, at the books, at the art, at the clock on the mantelpiece. It was an antique, a beautiful, ornate thing with a silent brass pendulum. "You orchestrated a massacre," Jeffrey said, his voice barely a whisper, yet it filled the vast room. "You murdered innocent people to clear the way for your shopping malls and parking lots. You used a scared, weak man to carry the guilt for you. You think you're a master. You're just a man who confuses money with power and cruelty with strength." Vane smiled, a thin, bloodless line, a poignant speech. "But this is the real world. In the real world, power is the only truth that matters. And I hold all of it. You will leave my home. This conversation never happened. And Leo Voss will be convicted. The town will have its healing. My project will proceed. That is the resolution." It was then that Jeffrey's eyes fell upon a small framed photograph on Vane's desk. It was a younger Vane, standing with a group of men in camouflage, in a dusty, foreign-looking landscape. One of the other men had his face turned slightly away, but Jeffrey knew the profile. He had seen it in his own unit files. A contractor, a specialist, a sniper. The connection was there, in plain sight, a personal, arrogant trophy. Vane had used a man he knew, a man from his own past. It was the final damning piece of the pattern, but it was still just a photograph. It proved nothing a lawyer couldn't explain away. Claire looked defeated. The fight had gone out of her. The law was a maze, and Vane was the minotaur at its center. Jeffrey, however, was not a man of the law. He was a man of truths and consequences. He looked from the photograph to Vane's smug, triumphant face. He saw the 5 victims in the square. He saw Leo Voss's broken spirit in the jail cell. He saw the 2 henchmen on the floor of Claire's office. He saw the future of this town, paved over and sanitized, built on a secret mass grave. He took another step forward, then another. He's not rushing. His movement was deliberate, inevitable, like the closing of a final door. Vane's smile faltered. "What are you doing? Get out." Jeffrey did not speak. He simply closed the distance. The law had failed. Justice had not. What happened next was quick and quiet and left no room for lawyers or appeals. It was not an act of rage, but of finality. When it was done, Silas Vane lay on the expensive Persian rug, and the world was, in its own brutal way, balanced. They left the way they came, two ghosts in the night. The official story would be that Silas Vane, overcome with guilt for his role in the Cedar Bluff massacre, had taken his own life. A note was arranged, its words vague enough to be plausible. The case against Leo Voss, its foundation now cracked, would slowly crumble. He would be released, a broken man into a broken town, but a free one. The development project would be shelved. The town would heal, on a foundation of a different, darker lie. Weeks later, Jeffrey was back at his cabin. The lake was the color of slate, under a low sky. Claire came to see him one last time. She stood on his porch, the wind tugging at her coat. "It's over," she said. "Is it?" he asked, looking out at the water. She had no answer for that. She left him there, a solitary figure against the vast, indifferent landscape. He went inside, the silence of the woods pressing in around him. He walked to his small desk, and his hand brushed against the one thing he had taken from Vane's study, a small, cold, metallic object he had pocketed almost without thinking. He held it up to the gray light from the window. It was the key from the antique clock on the mantelpiece, the clock whose pendulum was forever still. And in the deep and settling quiet of his own home, he finally heard it. The echo of the silence that had started it all. The sound of a mechanism that had been deliberately, murderously stopped. He turned the key over in his palm. It was heavy, brass, intricately wrought. It was not just a key. It was a token, a piece of the machine. The clock in Vane's study had been stopped on purpose. Leo Voss, waiting for the chime that never came, had been waiting for a signal that was never sent. The stopped clock wasn't a detail of the crime. It was the first step, a psychological trigger planted in a suggestible mind. The entire massacre had been timed to that silence. This understanding did not bring him peace. It was just another layer of the horror, another confirmation of the cold, meticulous cruelty he had ended. He opened a small locked box where he kept the artifacts of his own past, a dog tag, a folded flag, a single bullet. He placed the clock key inside and closed the lid. It was not a trophy. It was a burial. A few days later, a plain manila envelope arrived with no return address. Inside were photocopied pages from a personnel file. The man in the photograph with Vane. His name was Marcus Thorne, former Special Forces, dishonorably discharged. Later a high-priced security consultant for various corporate entities that blurred the line between protection and wet work. The file was thin, sanitized, but it contained one vital piece of information. A last known address, a cabin in the remote woods of northern Idaho. Jeffrey felt no pull to go there. Thorne was a tool, and the hand that wielded him was gone. He was a loose end, but not Jeffrey's to tie up. The world was full of Marcus Thornes. You could spend a lifetime hunting them and never make a dent in the darkness. His war was not with the instruments, but with the composers. And for now, that particular symphony was over. He tried to return to the rhythm of his life, the chopping of wood, the still surface of the lake, the slow turn of the seasons. But the silence here was different now. It was no longer empty. It was filled with the echoes of Cedar Bluff, with the soft phut of a suppressed round, with the final wet gasp of a dying man on an expensive rug. He had gone there to find a truth, and he had. But he had also rediscovered a part of himself he had hoped was buried. The part that knew how to move in the dark. The part that understood that some equations could only be balanced with blood. He found himself standing for long minutes at the window, watching the tree line, his body tense, waiting for a threat that would never come. He was waiting for the consequences of his own actions, for the world to somehow notice the correction he had made, and to send its agents to call him to account. But the world, as Vane had said, was a place of power, and the powerful who remained had no interest in digging up a scandal that had been so neatly concluded. He was safe. He was free. The thought was a prison. One evening, he built a fire in the hearth and sat before it, the flames casting dancing shadows on the log walls. He thought of Claire. He had given her the truth, and in doing so, he had forced her to become an accomplice to a lie. She would carry that, the knowledge of what true justice sometimes required, and it would change her. It would either make her wiser, or it would break her. He hoped for the former. The fire cracked and spat, a log shifting into a bed of glowing embers. He saw the town square in the flames, the bright, false colors of fall, the terrified faces. He saw Leo Voss's hollow eyes. He saw the 5 graves. And he saw his own hands, the instruments of a verdict that no court would ever deliver. He had stopped a monster. He knew that with a certainty that was bone deep. But he had also crossed a line from which there was no return. He was not a detective or a vigilante. He was a force, a final option. And the phone on his wall, the one that rarely rang, would eventually ring again. There would be another town, another monster, another truth festering in the dark. And he would go, because it was the only thing he knew how to do, the only thing that gave the silence any meaning. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind outside, and waited for the call. The call came not on the phone, but with a knock on his door 3 days later. It was a federal agent, a woman with a sharp, intelligent face, and a demeanor that was all business. Her name was Carter. She didn't offer a handshake, just a flash of a badge before her eyes scanned his cabin, taking in everything from the stacked firewood to the locked box on the mantel. "We have a situation," she said. "A different town, a different state, a series of accidents that aren't accidents. They've asked for an outside consultant, someone with a unique perspective. Your name came up." Jeffrey didn't ask who had given his name. He knew it was Claire, passing the torch, or perhaps the curse. He looked past Agent Carter, to the woods that were no longer a sanctuary, but simply a place to wait. He thought of the clock key in the box, a symbol of one stopped mechanism, and the countless others still ticking across the country. "I'll need to see the files," he said. Carter nodded, a flicker of something that might have been respect in her eyes. "They're in the car." He pulled on his coat, the heavy wool familiar against his shoulders. He didn't look back at the cabin as he closed the door. There was nothing inside he needed to take with him. All the necessary tools were already with him, carried in the set of his shoulders and the calm, terrible knowledge in his heart. He followed the agent down the path, away from the quiet lake, and back into the world's endless, whispering noise. The car was a dark, unremarkable sedan, its interior smelling of stale coffee and clean vinyl. Agent Carter drove with an efficient, unhesitating confidence. She did not make small talk. Instead, she handed him a slim tablet computer. "The file is loaded," she said. "Start with the coroner's report on the first victim." Jeffrey scrolled through the documents and photographs. A small town, this one called Ironwood, built around a now failing mine. The first death was a geologist, crushed by a rockfall in an area declared stable. The second, a union organizer, electrocuted in his own home during a routine appliance repair. The third, a local journalist, a single-car accident on a dry road. On paper, they were tragedies. In pattern, they were an execution. The victims were all opposing a new chemical waste processing plant, a facility that promised jobs but demanded regulatory blindness. The company backing it was a subsidiary of a subsidiary, but after 10 minutes of tracing corporate lineages on the tablet, Jeffrey found a familiar name hidden in the financial architecture. A holding company that had been a minor investor in Silas Vena's Cedar Bluff project audit. It was not a coincidence. It was a signature. The same ruthless logic, the same corporate camouflage, the same willingness to treat human lives as logistical problems. Vane was gone, but the system he represented was a hydra. Cut off one head, and another grew in its place. They're calling it bad luck, Carter said, her eyes on the road. A string of it. The local police are overwhelmed and underfunded. The company is flying in its own security to, quote, assist with the investigation. They're not there to assist, Jeffrey said, his voice flat. They're there to control the narrative. To find a patsy. We have a narrow window, Carter replied, before they can tidy everything up. Your job is to look at the scene, talk to the people, and see what the official reports are missing. Find the thread. I'll handle the official channels. They drove in silence for another hour. Jeffrey stared out the window at the passing pine forests, which began to thin and give way to the scarred, rocky landscape of Ironwood. He felt the familiar tension coiling in his gut, the focus narrowing his world to the problem ahead. The quiet of the cabin was gone, replaced by the hum of the engine and the whisper of the tires on asphalt. He was back in the current, moving toward the next dark eddy, the next place where the world's balance had been upset. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to listen, already straining to hear the faint, telling click of another mechanism about to be stopped. The town of Ironwood announced itself with a sign pocked with bullet holes, and a smell of damp earth and chemicals that the pine trees could not mask. They drove past shuttered storefronts and a diner with a single truck parked outside. The town felt heavy, holding its breath. Carter pulled up in front of a motel on the outskirts, a low-slung building of faded blue doors. "This is us," she said. "Get settled. I'll meet you back here in 20. We have an appointment with the widow of the geologist." His room was what he expected, a box with a bed and a smell of mildew covered by lemon-scented disinfectant. He dropped his bag on the floor and splashed water on his face from the small bathroom sink. The man in the mirror was the same, but the eyes were different. They had lost the brief, fragile peace of the lake. They were a soldier's eyes again. He met Carter outside. She had changed into a less formal jacket, something that would blend in better. The widow, a woman named Eliza Gable, lived in a small, neat house at the end of a dirt road. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but dry, her handshake firm. She led them into a living room crowded with books and rock samples. "My husband was a careful man," she said, her voice steady. "He wouldn't have gone into that part of the mine without triple-checking the supports. He told me the week before that they were pressuring him to sign off on the new safety surveys for the waste plant site. He refused." Jeffrey listened, his gaze drifting around the room. He saw a framed photograph of the couple hiking, a stack of maps on a desk, a child's drawing pinned to the fridge. A life interrupted. On the mantel was a digital clock, its numbers glowing a steady, relentless green. He looked away. "Did he keep his work notes here?" Carter asked gently. Eliza nodded toward a small office off the living room. "In there. But the company men, the ones from the plant, they came and took his computer and his main files the day after. They said it was for the internal investigation." After they left, standing by the car in the gathering dusk, Carter let out a slow breath. "They're efficient. They've sanitized the primary evidence. They can't sanitize the pattern," Jeffrey said. "Or the people. The union man, the journalist. They would have been pressured, too. They would have had visitors." They drove to the home of the journalist, a small apartment over a hardware store. It was sealed with police tape, but a back window was unlocked. Carter kept watch while Jeffrey slipped inside. The air was stale, The place had been tossed, and not by professionals. It was a hasty, violent search. Drawers were pulled out, cushions slashed. But in the chaos, they had missed what they were looking for. Taped to the underside of a desk drawer was a small encrypted flash drive. Back in the car, Carter plugged it into a secure reader. Most of the files were corrupted, but one audio file was salvageable. They listened. It was the journalist, his voice a nervous whisper, recording a conversation with a source. The source was scared, talking about pressure, about money changing hands, about a man who asked questions about structural weaknesses in the old mine shafts. The voice of the man asking the questions was calm, professional, and utterly devoid of empathy. Jeffrey recognized the type. It was a voice like Marcus Thorne's, a tool, already at work. The file ended with the journalist saying, "I think they know I have this." A door creaked open in the background, and the recording cut off. "So we have the what?" Carter said, her face illuminated by the screen's glow. "We have the why, but we need the who. The man on the tape, Dottie." "We find him," Jeffrey said, "and we find the hand that's holding him." He looked out at the darkening streets of Ironwood. The mechanism was here, ticking away, its gears grinding up lives. He could feel its vibrations in the very asphalt. Somewhere in this wounded town, a clock was counting down to the next tragedy, and he was the only one who could hear it. The man on the tape was a ghost, but ghosts left traces. Carter used her resources to run the voice through recognition software, cross-referencing it with known contractors. Jeffrey spent the next day walking the town, a silent, observant stranger. He visited the site of the rockfall, a raw scar on the hillside. He stood on the curve where the journalist's car had left the road. He drank bad coffee in the diner and listened to the low, worried murmur of the town. The fear was a tangible thing, a poison in the water. People knew. They just couldn't prove it. That evening, Carter came to his motel room. Her expression was grim. The voice on the tape belongs to a man named Carl Ryerson, ex-military police, now a freelance security specialist. He's currently on the payroll of the plant security detail. "He's here." "Where?" Jeffrey asked. "He's got a room at the motel on the other side of town, the slightly nicer one. But he's not there. He's been seen drinking at a bar called The Pit, a place that caters to the few remaining miners and the new plant workers. It's a volatile mix." Jeffrey stood and picked up his coat. "Then it's time I had a drink." The Pit was exactly what the name suggested, a low-ceilinged, smoky room with a sticky floor and the smell of old beer and desperation. Jeffrey took a stool at the end of the bar, his back to the wall. It didn't take long to spot Ryerson. He was at a table with two other men who had the same coiled, watchful posture. They were holding court, their laughter too loud, their presence an invasion. Ryerson was broad-shouldered, with a close-cropped beard and eyes that scanned the room like he was assessing threats and assets. Jeffrey watched him for a long time. He saw the way Ryerson intimidated the bartender with a glance, the way he dismissed a local who accidentally bumped his table. He was a bully, a blunt instrument, but a confident one. He felt untouchable here, protected by his employers and the general atmosphere of fear. After an hour, Ryerson's two companions left, clapping him on the back. He stayed, nursing a whiskey, his gaze eventually drifting and landing on Jeffrey. It was a challenge. A new face was a question, and Ryerson was in the business of answering questions. He stood up and ambled over, sliding onto the stool next to Jeffrey. "You're new in town," he said, his voice a low rumble that matched the one on the recording. "Passing through," Jeffrey said, not looking at him. "Not many people just pass through Ironwood. It's not on the way to anywhere better. You, a reporter? Or maybe some kind of activist?" Jeffrey took a slow sip of his beer. "Just a man having a drink." Ryerson leaned in closer, his voice dropping. "This is a company town now. We look out for our own. We don't like people who stir up trouble. The last few who caused problems, they had accidents. Bad luck seems to follow certain types around here. Jeffrey finally turned his head and met Ryerson's gaze. He let the silence stretch, let the man see the absolute lack of fear in his eyes. Is that a threat? It's a fact, Ryerson said, a slow, ugly smile spreading across his face. A piece of friendly advice. Drink up, and then move on. There's nothing for you here. Ryerson stood, dropped a few bills on the bar, and walked out, the door swinging shut behind him. Jeffrey finished his beer, the taste of it sour in his mouth. He had what he needed. He had seen the instrument up close. He had heard the arrogance, the belief in his own impunity. He knew the type. They always believed the world was theirs to control, right up until the moment the mechanism they were a part of turned and crushed them. Jeffrey paid his tab and stepped out into the cold night air. The game was now in motion. The cold air was a sharp relief after the bar's stifling atmosphere. He stood for a moment in the parking lot, watching the plume of his breath fade into the dark. Ryerson's truck was already gone. The confrontation had been a test, and Jeffrey knew he had failed it in Ryerson's eyes. He had not been cowed. He had been marked. He walked back to his motel, not taking the direct route, his senses tuned to the spaces between the sounds of the night. A dog barked in the distance. A car engine turned over and faded away. He heard nothing out of place, but the feeling of being watched was a persistent itch between his shoulder blades. Carter was waiting in a dark sedan parked 2 spaces down from his room. The passenger window slid down silently as he approached. "Well?" she asked. "He's the one," Jeffrey said, leaning down to the window. He all but confessed to the journalist's murder. He's confident. He thinks he's untouchable. That confidence makes him sloppy, Carter said. But it also makes him dangerous. He knows you're not who you say you are. He'll make a move. Let him, Jeffrey replied. He went to his room but did not sleep. He sat in a single chair by the window, the lights off, and watched the parking lot. The moon traced a slow arc across the sky. In the early hours just before dawn, a shadow detached itself from the line of trees behind the motel. It was a single figure, moving with a practiced stealth toward his door. Jeffrey remained still, his breathing slow and even. He watched the doorknob turn, first slowly, then with more force as the lock held. There was a soft, frustrated exhalation from the other side. Then, silence. Jeffrey waited for another 10 minutes after the shadow had melted back into the trees. Then he stood, his joints stiff from the cold and the long stillness. He had not expected a direct attack here, not with Carter so close. It had been a reconnaissance, an assessment of his security. Ryerson was being careful, but he was also being provoked. Jeffrey's presence was a splinter he wouldn't be able to leave alone. At first light, there was a sharp rap on his door. It was Carter, her face tight. "There's been another one," she said. "The union man's wife. They're calling it a suicide. They found her in her garage, the car engine still running. The local police were already on the scene, along with 2 men in the distinct uniforms of the plant security force. They were directing traffic, their presence a quiet assertion of control. Carter flashed her badge and pushed through the small crowd, Jeffrey a step behind her. The scene was too neat. A single chair placed precisely behind the car's exhaust pipe. A note on the dashboard, the handwriting a shaky scrawl about not being able to go on alone. But Jeffrey saw what the others were meant to see. The woman's shoes were clean, no dust from the garage floor. The position of the chair was militarily precise, not the haphazard placement of a grieving, desperate person. It was a stage scene, built to close a file. He looked at the plant security men. One of them met his gaze, his eyes flat and dismissive before he turned away. It was a message. "We can do this right in front of you. You can't stop us." Back in Carter's car, she slammed her palms against the steering wheel. They're taunting us. They're showing us how easy it is for them. They're getting impatient, Jeffrey corrected, his voice calm. Ryerson came to my door last night. He knows I'm a problem. This, today, is him trying to tidy up another loose end and provoke me at the same time. He wants me to make a mistake. So what do we do? Carter asked, the frustration clear in her voice. We give him what he wants, Jeffrey said. But it won't be a mistake. He had her drive him to the edge of town, to the abandoned mine works where the geologist had died. He needed to see it again, to stand on the ground where the first thread of this pattern had been pulled. The wind whistled through the skeletal remains of the headframe. A lonely, desolate sound. He climbed the slag heap and looked down at the town of Ironwood spread out in the valley below. The plume from the waste plants stack a dark stain against the pale sky. He was a problem that needed to be solved, and Ryerson would come to him. The mechanism was winding tighter, and Jeffrey was the wrench waiting to be thrown into its gears. He turned his back on the town and walked deeper into the ruins, inviting the darkness to come and find him. The ruins were a labyrinth of rusted metal and crumbling concrete, the perfect stage for a private conversation. He found a spot in the shadow of the main crusher, its massive gears frozen in time. He didn't have to wait long. The crunch of gravel under a heavy tread announced Ryerson's arrival. He wasn't trying to be stealthy this time. He emerged from behind a broken conveyor belt, a pistol held loosely at his side. I thought you might come back here, he said. People with a conscience like to revisit the scene. It helps them feel involved. Jeffrey didn't move. He kept his hands in his pockets. The widow Gable, the journalist, the union man's wife. You've been busy. It's a dirty business, cleaning up a town, Ryerson said, taking a step closer. Some people just can't see the bigger picture. The jobs, the progress. They get hung up on a few unfortunate details. Details like murder, Jeffrey said. Collateral damage, Ryerson corrected. A cost of doing business. And you're an unpaid invoice. He raised the pistol, aiming it squarely at Jeffrey's chest. This is where the ledger gets balanced. You won't shoot me here, Jeffrey said, his voice even. Too much noise. Too many questions, even for your employers. Ryerson smiled, a cold, predatory expression. Who said anything about shooting? He gestured with the gun toward a dark opening in the ground, a vertical mine shaft covered by a rotting wooden grate. Rock falls happen all the time in old places like this. Another tragic accident. Another piece of bad luck for Ironwood. He took another step, closing the distance. Now, you can make this easy, or you can make it hard. It doesn't matter to me. Jeffrey finally moved his hands from his pockets. They were empty. He took a slow breath, his entire world narrowing to the man, the gun, and the gaping hole in the ground. The mechanism was here, right in front of him. A simple, brutal piece of engineering designed to eliminate a problem. He looked past Ryerson, toward the entrance of the crusher house. A flicker of movement. Carter. Ryerson saw the shift in his gaze and began to turn, but it was too late. Carter's voice cut through the still air, sharp and clear. Federal agent, drop your weapon. Ryerson hesitated for a fraction of a second. A fatal mistake. He was a man who understood direct threats, not coordinated moves. His instinct was to turn his gun on the new voice. In that moment, Jeffrey moved. He didn't lunge for the gun. He stepped inside Ryerson's reach. One hand clamping down on the wrist of the gun hand, the other driving upward into the man's elbow. There was a sickening pop. Ryerson grunted in pain and surprise, the pistol clattering to the ground. Jeffrey didn't stop. He drove a knee into Ryerson's gut, forcing the air from his lungs, then swept his legs out from under him. Ryerson landed hard on the gravel, gasping. Jeffrey placed a foot on his chest, pinning him. Carter approached, her own weapon trained on the downed man. It's over, Ryerson. she said, pulling a pair of cuffs from her belt. "The audio from the bar, your attempted break-in, and now this. You're done." Ryerson's face was a mask of fury and pain. "You think this changes anything?" He spat. "I'm a small piece. The machine keeps running. They'll just find another tool." "Maybe," Jeffrey said, looking down at him. "But we start by breaking the tools. Then we go for the hands that hold them." As Carter read him his rights, Jeffrey walked to the edge of the mine shaft and looked down into the impenetrable blackness. He could feel the gears grinding to a halt, just for a moment. One mechanism had been stopped, but Ryerson was right. He was just a tool. Somewhere, in a quiet office far from the dust and despair of Ironwood, the clockmaker was already designing the next one. The drive back to the motel was silent. Carter had called in a trusted team to process Ryerson, but the victory felt hollow, a single stone thrown into a deep, dark lake. They had stopped one man, but the silence from the town felt heavier than before, as if it were holding its breath. Back in his room, Jeffrey poured a glass of water from the sink. His hands were steady, but a cold fury was settling in his bones. He looked at his reflection in the dark window, a ghost superimposed over the parking lot. Ryerson was in custody, but the real work was just beginning. The man was an asset, a link, and he would have a handler. That handler was the next gear in the machine. There was a soft knock. Carter entered, her phone in her hand. "He's not talking," she said. "He's demanding a lawyer, but not just any lawyer." He gave a name. "A big one, from the city. The kind you only call if you're protected from a very high pay grade." "That's our confirmation," Jeffrey said. "He's not a lone operator. He's an employee with a benefits package that includes top-tier legal representation." "Who pays his retainer?" "I'm running the name of the firm now," Carter replied. "But it's a dead end. They'll bury us in paperwork and procedural delays. We have him on assault and attempted murder of a federal agent. We can maybe tie him to the journalist with the audio. But the rest? The widow? The union man's wife? It's all circumstantial. It doesn't lead up." "It doesn't have to lead up," Jeffrey said. "It has to lead out. We follow the money, but we also follow the fear. Who in this town is so terrified that they might break?" "The plant manager," Carter suggested. "He's the public face." "No." Jeffrey shook his head. "He's a suit. He reads reports. I need the foreman, the one who turns a blind eye, the one who hears the whispers in the concrete and sees the stress fractures in the supports. He's the one living with the consequences." "His name is Andrei Kovacs," Carter said after a moment of checking her notes. 20 years with the company. Transferred here from their operation in Kazakhstan when the plant opened." "Take me to him," Jeffrey said. Kovacs lived in a small, well-kept house on the outskirts of town, a place that spoke of a man who took pride in his order. A light was on in the living room. When Kovacs opened the door, his face was pale, his eyes darting past them into the night. He was a big man, but he seemed to be shrinking in his own doorway. "Agent Carter," Kovacs said, his voice a low rumble. "I have nothing more to say. The official investigation is closed." "This is a new investigation, Mr. Kovacs," Carter said, holding up her badge. "May we come in?" Reluctantly, he stepped aside. The house was neat, but a fine layer of dust sat on every surface, as if the will to maintain it had recently faded. A photograph on the mantel showed a younger Kovacs with a woman and 2 children. The woman and children were absent now. Jeffrey didn't sit. He walked to the photograph and looked at it. "Your family," he stated. "They are in Bucharest," Kovacs said. "Safer." "From what?" Jeffrey asked, turning to face him. Kovacs looked at the floor, his shoulders slumping. "You do not understand. It is not a person. It is a system. If you speak, you are not just fighting a man. You are fighting an idea. The idea that some people are expendable for a greater profit. And the idea always wins. We have Carl Ryerson in custody, Jeffrey said. Kovacs let out a short, bitter laugh. The dog. You caught the dog. The master will simply get a new one. My family has a future because I keep my mouth shut. I look the other way. I sign the reports. What are you so afraid of? Carter pressed gently. Kovacs finally looked up, and his eyes were filled with a profound, weary terror. Not of being killed, he whispered. I am afraid of disappearing. Of a car accident on a remote road. Of a sudden illness with no explanation. Of becoming a story people tell in whispers. The geologist asked questions. The journalist asked questions. The union man asked questions. You know where they are. He stood up and went to a small desk, pulling out a single sheet of paper. He handed it to Jeffrey. It was a safety report, signed by him, noting unstable strata in the old mine works, adjacent to the new waste containment site. Stamped across it in red ink were the words, "Not cost-effective. Mitigate in situ. Mitigate in situ," Jeffrey read aloud. "It means leave it and hope it holds," Kovacs said. They did not want to spend the money to properly shore it up. They said the risk was acceptable. He looked Jeffrey directly in the eyes. The rock fall was not an accident. It was a calculated risk. One they lost. "This is it," Carter said, her voice tight with anger. "This is the direct link." "It is a piece of paper," Kovacs sighed. "It proves nothing of intent, only negligence. And I will deny I ever gave it to you. Now, you must go." As they left, Jeffrey tucked the paper inside his jacket. It was cold against his chest. They had a name, they had a weapon. And now they had a motive, all wrapped in the pristine logic of a balance sheet. The clockmaker wasn't a monster in the shadows. He was a man in a well-lit office who had decided that the lives of a small town were an acceptable loss. And Jeffrey knew with a chilling certainty that they were only just beginning to tell the time.